We are 5 weeks in. We're 118 matches into our Italian summer adventure, and it all comes down to today. 4 teams still in the running for that coveted spot in the European Cricket League next year. And we reached the ice bucket number yesterday, 300,000 subscribers on YouTube. Been a big week, but it doesn't get much bigger than this. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Italy Super Series final day, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to a huge day in European cricket. Well, I know it's hard to believe that our Italian summer adventure comes to an end today, and by the end of the day we'll know which of the 4 teams remaining will get the huge honour of representing Italy as their champion club at the ECL in 2023, the Champions League of European Cricket. When we are starting the day with match 21, it's the eliminator between Roma CC, the hosts, and Cricket Stars. Well, 2 teams arrive, only one will survive to later in the day. Makes the coin toss very important. Let's go over to Rob Kemming, the tournament referee, who's with 2 captains. Let's see who wins it.
Your call. Okay. Head. Heads is called. It is tails.
Yeah, ball first.
So it is Roma CC. Their captain, Sujith Rilagadagi, has won the toss, and he's elected to bowl first. Look, a little bit of a risk. I know a lot of teams want to bowl first early in the day because of the dew factor on the outfield. It does slow things down a bit, but also it does make it harder to catch. But we know that Roma CC, I think they've been the best fielding team throughout this Super Series so far. They just have a wall of outfielders that if you give them a chance, they very, very rarely drop catches. And for them, the engine room becomes so important. I'm talking about Ntandige, Kalagamage, also Samarage for them. Now, if they fire, I think Roma CC fires, and Marage, he's a bit of a wild card at the top of the order. Hasn't quite come good yet, but you know, he's a finals day player. He's a big game player, and so there's every chance that he might pull one out today. The other thing about Roma CC, they tend to go heavy on spin. They've worked that out. They've got a bunch of left-arm spinners, but the other thing is Cricket Stars do have some left-handed bats to counter that kind of mode of attack, including Rajmani at the top of the order. So I think it'll be a really interesting tussle between these 2 teams. Now, Roma CC and Cricket Stars both had a 4-4 record, winning 4 of their 8 group matches. That's why they find themselves in this predicament. Now, Roma CC particularly interesting. They won against every team and they lost against every team. So really, you know, at this stage, anyone can beat anyone, no doubt about that. Talking about Cricket Stars, though, I think they were a bit hit and miss yesterday as well, and they were a bit disappointed, I think, not to take any points away, but we know that they are a very, very good unit, especially with the batting, and I think their batting hasn't quite clicked yet. I think they'll actually enjoy batting first, if you ask me. They probably wanted to field first because of the conditions, but I think it's a blessing in disguise, a bit like Roma CC this time yesterday. Let's just see if their top order fires. We know they've got a lot of quality, and they've got a lot of options with the ball as well, including Lovepreet, that we haven't quite seen yet used, but he just provides even more variety to their attack. Let's talk about the conditions today. Well, actually, chance of a thunderstorm today. I don't see it at the moment, but it is in the forecast. Let's see if it misses us or if perhaps we have some issues with that, but it will be a hot one again, no doubt about it. I wouldn't mind another ice bucket challenge today, I think, because we're expecting a maximum temperature of 34 degrees. Currently, it's already up to about 26. This pitch, well, you know, it's very interesting to me. I don't think it's been quite the bounce that we saw last year, but we have seen a lot of pronounced seam movement, and I think, you know, the bowling has been a step up from last year. Also, I think the fielding's been a step up, and that's why we've seen scores a little bit lower than we expected. So maybe around about that 100 mark is par after all, even 95 to 100. But I think teams batting first, they'll be wanting to push on to, well, you know, a lot more than that. All right, let's get ready for the first game of the day then. 4 matches today, of course, 2 in Portugal tonight as well. As we hit finals day, big prize on the line. And here's a big man to take you through the first bit of this one. Rico Full is in the commentary box. The news from the toss in match 21. The eliminator is that Roma CC, the host. They've won the toss. They're going to have a field. Over to you, Rico. Let's have a great day of our Italian summer.
Namaste, salam alaikum, sassri akal, aibowan, buongiorno, good morning cricket lovers, and welcome. Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo there in the middle. Really doing a tremendous introduction and really setting the scene for what promises to be a fantastic finals day. But this is what we saw yesterday. Roma, well, they were a team, well, out of the 2 teams we've seen today, they got a win yesterday, 102 to 66. And, well, the batting is still an issue. They were some good performances there from Kalu Margay and Dinu Maragay. And, well, Samaragay himself did get going, but really didn't get big runs on the ball. We still think he needs to come up the order. But that was a win for 36 runs by Roma against Ginebra, which was a bit of a surprise because they really did tear into Ginebra. It was only a late partnership, a 10 and 11 partnership, 29 runs. That sort of got some balls on the ball, runs on the ball for Ginebra. But Ginebra, like all big teams, they came back strong, 124 for 2 to 97 for 8. And it was Nawaz who turned on the style, and the left-hander Safiur Rahman were really in good form. But also, well, what about that? A 5-wicket haul from Ruksa Ahmed. Didn't he bowl well, the captain, when the team needed to bounce back well? And then, as I mentioned, Cricket Stars had 2 matches yesterday against Fresh Tropical. Always going to be difficult ones, but they didn't help themselves at all in the first match. 55 all out, and Fresh Tropical knocked those off pretty easily. And again, it was the bowlers that were well on top there. Bilal Hamid, the captain of Fresh Tropical, 3 for 8, and Amir Sharif, I think he had a sensational day yesterday. Amir Sharif, he was really up for the task, and Fresh Tropical will hope he's in the same sort of form today. Second time round, the Cricket Stars did slightly better. I think they fell away again with the bat 99, couldn't quite get to the 100, and that was despite the efforts of Abdul Rahman, who finally showed me what he could do with the bat. And a good performance there from Ramzan as well. And Rajmani Sandhu just below par in that one. But he almost did it again with the ball. But Amir Sharif, like I said, a man was in good form. 3 for 11 from him. And Zahid Chima, 3 for 17. But, well, Fresh Tropical, thanks to Bilal Hussain mainly, 35 for 20, were able to do the double over the Cricket Stars. So the Cricket Stars, they're wanting to bounce back well here. I think the coin toss that we saw here sort of gone in their favour, really. I know that Roma themselves do like the chase, so they're probably happy to win it anyway. But I think Cricket Stars, if they'd won it, they would have batted first. So both teams are quite happy. This is how they've got there. Ginebra finished top, Fresh Tropical second, and then Roma and the Stars then play in third and fourth. That is why they are in this eliminator. Only one of those teams will go forward in this Super Series. Who will it be? Well, there's the teams there in front of you, and some of the key players certainly there. If you're looking at the Cricket Stars and they're batting, Abdul Rahman, he showed, like I said to me yesterday, what he can do. Rajmani Sandhu, he has to be at his best today. For me, the Cricket Stars, if they're going to go on to do well, he's got to continue the sort of form that he's shown, and somebody has to wake up, and that's the sleeping Baba Hussain. Well, is he going to be happy on finals day? He's got happy in the back of his shirt. And then keep an eye out for somebody like Manpreet Singh, and then someone, if he's on form, Dipendra Shekhawat, an all-rounder. Well, he could certainly make a big difference, as well as the left-arm bowling of Hasib Khan. And on the other side, Maragay, well, which Maragay we're going to see today? He normally opens up with Samra Khoon, who's going to be pretty key. But look, don't forget the bowling of Samaragay. He was a man that's taken 6 for 9 in this series already, and he's right up there as one of the leading wicket takers. So everything to play for. This is what the bat versus ball wall says. It says it's going to be a close one, but favours Roma 105 to 102. So there you go. What are your thoughts on that? I do really believe not just this match, but all the matches that we're going to see here today are going to be very close. Good morning to our umpires, Azad Ali and Mohammed Shahid. The umpiring all the way through this Italian summer has been absolutely exceptional. And this Super Series has been the same as well. They've just been so good. So well done to all the umpires that we've seen during this summer in Italy, led this week by Rob Kemin. And it looks like we're ready to start. So the first ball is coming up here. Ratnanaikis starts with a wide. The captain, wicketkeeper Sujith Rila standing up to the stumps. The 2 openers will be Abdul Rahman and Rajmani Sandhu. The 2 men that we saw in action yesterday didn't quite work in the first match, but better in the second. Once again, just catching that line. Good morning to everybody on the chat, and well, on behalf of myself, Vinny Sandhu, and everyone at ECN, I want to thank everyone for all the lovely messages yesterday when we reached the 300,000, and saw a lot of clips of the Ice Bucket Challenge that we said we would do if we reached that number on the social media, and lots of talk and gossip about that as well. So thank you all very much. Better. This is just banged back into the ground by Rahman. A partnership that worked very well in Bologna. These two. I mean, they were separated for the first sort of 4 days of this series, and that's where Manpreet took over the role of Abdul. They did pretty well, I have to say. But Manpreet played a good role coming in slightly later yesterday. Nice shot, hits well. What a great stop that is. And the fielding of Roma is sensational. I think between myself and Vinny Sandu, we believe that out there in the field, especially in the outfield, they are top-notch. And that just shows it again. That had 4 written all over it. What an outstanding stop that is. Absolutely brilliant. Diving to his right, stopping that one-handedly. And that was the man that came into the team yesterday, Akash Waduwalage. Great stop from him. Rathnanikas. Oh, that's a beauty. Absolute beauty. And Rajmani goes very first ball. Reela's just holding his shoulder there for a moment. I'm not sure what the outcome here was, but look at this delivery. Look at the movement there. And Rajmani, he gets done by leg stick again. That's been his weakness, isn't it? Because he just taps away. Look at the ball here. Look where he ends up. Bang. Right on the shoulder of Reela. That's why he's feeling it. Well, he's reeling in pain, but the bowler is reeling in delight. Rajmani goes very first ball. And I said if they're to do well here today, somebody like Rajmani has got to be in top form. That's not going to help. So a very early morning duck here on finals day in Rome. One of those. Well, we thought we were going to have maybe a bit of water around at some point. There were some thunderstorms forecast. There still is a chance that we may get some. I know that a lot of the greenery around here would appreciate some, and maybe some of the ducks as well. And that's exactly what Rajmani's got there. So not the start that the cricket stars wanted to lose Rajmani first ball. They've got plenty of other batters though, but usually it has to be said, as Reela is still getting a little bit of treatment. Well, that's the old freeze spray that's come out on his shoulder. I like that, because we saw yesterday when Manpreet, while batting, took a knock, and he took a while to actually ask for the freeze spray, and I think that's a mistake. I think as soon as you get a knock like this, I mean, stumps have been knocked and so has Reela. I think you want to get treatment on that as soon as possible. So he does. Manpreet Singh has been sent out at 3 today. Yesterday, in a similar situation, they held him back slightly, and he came in and he did a good job. But I think because that wicket's gone so early, that the captain Lovepreet has decided, well, look, Manpreet, you have been opening for most of this week, so just go out there with the mindset that you're opening again. He is a very talented player, and he probably knows now, well, both of those batters out there now know that with Rajmani going without scoring, well, the good thing about that is he hasn't wasted too many balls, but the other thing is that these two really have to get a good partnership on together here now. This is hit beautifully, that's timed, and that goes all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Kinasona, shaka, lagya. Well, how about that for a confident shot? Well, it was all silence in the dugout of the cricket stars when the wicket of Rajmani went. Well, all of a sudden, they've got something to cheer about. That's a beautiful shot. And it was no risk shot. That's what I like about it. There was no risk there at all. He knows that there's no fielders out there in the deep. So he just gets himself into position and just basically just helps that on its way. Beautiful shot. And that will prompt a field change straight away. So a man now goes out in sort of that quite a wide, long off position. It's just a little shorter. Once the single, he gets sent back. Good call from Abdul. Very good morning to everybody that's on the chat already. Yuvraj Singh, good morning to you. Imran Khan is there as well. Mushfa Rahman. So everybody looking forward to a A very good day. Sujith Yadav, good morning to you as well, and Keanu Nolan. The early birds, good morning to you all. Nice looking shot, but it's straight to the fielder, Akash. This is what we've got lined up here for today. So at the moment we are in the process of the first eliminator. So Roma taking on Cricket Stars with the bat. And that's the end of the first over. 9 for 1, and then we've got qualified coming up, qualifier 1, Gina Brescia taking on Fresh Tropical. Both those teams have an opportunity to go straight into the final, whichever one wins that game. The loser will get the second opportunity, and that's when they take on the winner of this match. Runner-up in this match, out of the series. It's as simple as that. This is why it's such a huge day here today. Remember, started back in Milan this Italian summer when Fresh Tropical were the champions, and they, along with Albano, the runners-up, got the golden ticket to be here this week. Brescia, well, Gina Brescia were the champions in Brescia, and then in Bologna it was the Cricket Stars that shone. That's why they're here, and that's why they're out there right now. And in Rome here last week, it was Roma CC that were the champions. Hence, that's why they've made it into this Super Series. And those two teams, Cricket Stars and Roma, probably were the surprises. They were the ones that probably a lot of people didn't expect to make it through. Roma had to do it the hard way on finals day last Saturday. Will they do it the hard way here this time, having to win 3 matches to be the champions? Not a good delivery. Gets a bit lucky. Does Roman. I mean, this one probably would have been a wide, but it ends up catching his pad. Rila a bit unlucky that this one just doesn't, once it hits the pads, see here, it just doesn't bounce at all. So though he gets himself in a decent position, he's not able to stop the ball going through his legs. So they'll take the bye. Nicely played shot out in the covers. But the good field set there, very, very attacking. They know that these batters are going to try and play a lot of shots in that area. And they got it well packed out. Nathan Adige, here's the bowler. And I think same way that we've said about 1 or 2 key players for Cricket Stars, Nathan Adige, he needs to have a good day here as well if Roma are to once again produce an upset. Certainly would be an upset if they go all the way here, especially when you've got the likes of Gina Brescia and Fresh Tropical, 2 teams that have really entertained us and played some magical cricket. And most people in Italy that know the domestic game would say that surely it'll be one of those 2. Maybe that it'll be those 2 that'll be in the final. Well, they get a crack at each other first up, won't they, in that qualifier? That will give us a bit of an idea of what to expect. Shorter, that's nicely played. The quicker delivery, it's angled in to Abdul Rahman, but he reacts well. And I like the way he keeps this ball down. It's quite a sharp delivery, so he has to react. And I think he's dealt with this really well. Look, gets right on top of it, makes sure that the ball stays low. Shot of no, and it's a good call from Mumpreet. He looks to go, and then very quickly sends Abdul back. Abdul, to his credit, he's not ball watching. He's not looking to see where the ball goes. He hears the call, starts to go, and then a good loud shout of no, no, no from Mumpreet, sending him back. It was the right call too. Bit tense at the moment. You can feel the tensity. You can also feel the heat, I have to say. Slightly shorter again. This is nicely timed work to be done by the fielder. They'll take 1. They come back for the 2. And, well, watch the throw. And will they take the 3rd? I think they will. It's a really great bit of work to stop this. And that's Tushara Samarakun. Because look, this throw, when it hits the deck, it's a pretty good throw because Abdul really has to hustle to get himself in. He's not the quickest. Here comes a throw, but the bounce goes over everybody. And what you don't see there is some raccoon making a superb diving stop. Otherwise, that could have been 6. He does well. The batters take 3. That's the end of the second over. And it finishes with the score on 15. 15 for 1. So after that early loss of Rajmani, these two batters are just trying to calm the situation down and weather this storm earlier. Rico Full here. And to joining me in the commentary box on finals day, Vinny Sandhu.
Thanks, Rico. It's great to be here this morning. Good morning to all of our viewers once again. And yeah, interesting first couple of overs. See both these teams 4 and 4. Now Roma CC particularly interesting for me because they beat everybody and they lost to everybody. And that pretty much sums up this Super Series if you ask me. You play well, you win. You don't, you don't. Bit of a risk, I think, to send in Cricket Stars. But so far, not too much damage. And they do have the wicket of Rajmani. He's at Narcus.
Not a good delivery. Gundy ball. It would have been a wide, but it gets whipped away to the boundary. Lovely shot from Manpreet, bringing up his second boundary. Just, well, look at that. Gets himself in perfect position. And he says, I know it's going to be a wide. He said, but I can do better. I can send this to the boundary, and he does.
It would have been a tough take for Rilagadagi down the leg side. I mean, it might have gone for 5 wide. Well, he's a pretty good keeper. Wouldn't have been an easy one at all. I want to say hello to a few people. I know that Kemsy's in the chat. Always great when you join us, Kemsy. Sometimes chatter. Let us know how you've been. This is probably the biggest day on the ECS calendar, to be honest, when you think about not just the trophy up for grabs here for the whole Italian summer, but also that spot at the ECL in 2023, the Champions League of European Cricket. It's going to be huge.
Slower delivery. Nicely played, and they don't take the single. And
bit of respect there, I think, for the skills of Nut and Digay. Knew they hit it hard and thought, a good chance to get run out if they do go. Keanu Nolan's in there as well. Hello to you, and also to AK. Nice to see you in there as well. Ian John's popping in for a while. And Shuvo Paul, he's saying that he hopes Fresh Tropical will win today. If they win and go to the ECL 23, he'll be very happy. Well, that's nice that you've got your team that you're supporting. I know they're pretty popular. Probably because they're so reckless with the bat. But they had a real close game yesterday, didn't they, against Cricket Stars. In fact, that is the game that determined who got the double chance. And that's the reason Cricket Stars are here. They weren't quite able to pull it off.
oh, this is huge. What a shot this is. Qué bueno. Qué grande. Qué guay. Eso es 6 carreras. Qué genial. Manpreet Singh goes big, and he absolutely nails this. 6 runs.
Yeah, good shot into the slot. Manpreet goes large. Yeah, AK in the chat saying Cricket Stars always changing their batting order. I don't think so. I think it's just that Abdul Rahman's come back into the side. He was their regular opener in Bologna. Manpreet then slots down a little bit, and also Manpreet was struggling a little bit with the blow on the forearm yesterday. Yeah. He did say, it's pretty much okay today. I was just chatting to him earlier. So I think this is the top 3 that they're going to go with today. What a shot that was by Manpreet Singh.
Absolute class, wasn't it? He's going to his legs again. It's another mistake. I was just about to say, all of these boundaries that have come lately from Manpreet, there have been balls that are down the leg side. He's straightened down the legs. The first one was clipped away for 4. The one before this one was smashed for a mammoth 6. And once again, Rathanakis goes for the legs. Whether he's trying to get the Yorker in and getting it wrong, but he's playing right into the hands of Manpreet. Manpreet races away to 24. Got to get that ball outside the off stump.
Just lost his line here. He's in that natural shape, but drifting into the pads, and Manpreet will eat those for breakfast. And he is right now. Off to a flyer. 24 off 10. 2 to come in this over.
Makes room for himself, and he launches into this. That is out of here.
Yeah, what a good shot that is. And I think he kind of knows where it's going to be, but now he's so confident that he can time up Ratnakis. He doesn't care where it is. He's still going to go into that power arc. This is turning into a big over, isn't it?
This is a huge over. He only went for 9 off the first and picked up the wicket of Rajmani. And this one is called magical. Ball to go still. He's under pressure. Manpreet now has got to look. He's got 30 on the board. He's just got to think, right, okay, I've done the job in this one. If this is a decent delivery, just respect it. Do not give your wicket away.
Yeah, the old don't do anything stupid running through his head right now. Let's see if it's enduring.
Oh, no, it's an opportunity. Will it get taken? Oh, excellent effort. Absolute brilliant effort. The only way he's going to get to this is by diving. And Nathan Adige, he gets the dive in, gets fingertips to it, but can't claw it back into his body.
Very good effort to get that far. He's full stretch. You can't really control what's going to happen when he hits the ground, even if he takes that. So Manpreet survives. And you're going to need a bit of luck today. We talked about the luck factor, didn't we? And some good shots more than good luck, getting 21 runs for Cricket Stars off that over. End of the power play, it's 36 for 1. But yeah, Nutdigo, you can't really criticise that effort. It was a very good effort. And look, that's the thing about fielding first. It is a slippery ball. I mean, people tend to think, okay, maybe the outfield's a bit slower, so it's not as good for batting. And maybe the ball gets a bit waterlogged, so it doesn't swing as much. But also, it's a bit tough to field, I think, with the slippery ball.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And the other thing is, I mean, trust me, folks, the heat at the moment that is around this ground, and especially that's coming off the ground, because don't forget, the sun's up there now, and all of this dew is burning away. It is so warm at the moment.
It's heat from all angles.
Yeah.
It's heat from above, and the heat kind of coming up from the ground below as well. All right, here is Kalagumagate, and the slower bowling options, I think, are probably going to determine this match, I think.
Nicely played shots. Work to be done by the fielder. Does really well.
Now, talk a bit about the wall, the wall of outfielders, and in particular, there's 4 of them. There's Samaragi, there's Nutdigo, there's Samarakun, and there's Kalagumagate normally. And those 4 just envelope the boundary, and they really don't miss too much. Very good unit.
Nicely played. Wants a single. Takes it.
Good run. Hits that slowly, so knows he can easily get through.
Yeah, this is what, I mean, Abdul Rahman now here, to his credit, he's realised his role pretty quickly. He's just thinking, okay, while Manpreet has got this sort of Midas touch, just leave him on strike. Oh, doesn't quite get this one. Tries to get into position early, but that's a good delivery. It's fuller than what Manpreet expects.
Kalagumagate has actually got a pretty good quicker ball, and he bowls it a lot. So even if you know it's coming, I mean, that's pretty much, that's medium pace, isn't it? But it varies his pace a lot.
Bit of width this time. He wants a single, and he will get it. Hey, listen, Vinny. It's time for us to say, look, we know that this is a massive family affair, and it's all about family, friendship, and love. Today is International Day of Friendship, so we've got to say a big, big, big thank you to all of our viewers, because they're all our friends. And let's see this delivery first. This is a cracking shot. There's a man out there, but he's not going to be able to do anything about this, because this is played beautifully. Lovely cut shot there from Abdul Rahman. We saw him play a couple yesterday. I love the way he gets on top of this. It's all along the deck. He knows that though there is a sweeper out there, if he gets his past the infield, nobody's stopping that.
Yeah,
Great
what
shot.
a good shot. That's the thing, though. You talked about his quick ball, or the fact he bowls so many quick balls. Then, once the batters click, okay, I'm just going to play him more as a medium pacer. Then you sit back and you just use the pace like that. Really good shot execution by Rahman.
Gets another chance here, but this one stays a bit lower, skids it through. So yeah, International Day of Friendship, which promotes and encourages peace, happiness and friendship. So look, good morning to everybody out there. And once again, thank you for your mammoth support of the European Cricket Network.
Sure. Yeah, 43 for 1. I'm just so glad. I'm thankful for your friendship and the friendship of so many people on the ECN team. And I'm also happy that we've built so many friendships, sometimes virtual friendships, for example, in the YouTube live chat, for so many friendships that we've built with the players and the coaches and the officials around Europe, and the fact that we've linked to this community. I think that's the real special thing about ECN. Aside from all the highlights, all the action on the field, I think there's been a lot of friendships made, and those friendships will last a lifetime, I'm sure.
They definitely will, and we're seeing and noting that every single day, every time we're out here, the people that get in touch with you, and at the moment, all the folks, the good folks that are on the YouTube chat as well, all these wasps that are coming in to say hello to us. It's just absolutely marvellous.
We have a complicated friendship with the wasps, to be honest. And Nikki, a bit of a voice update. She is hopefully, he's working on her voice, or he might be able to get in for a game. Second game of the day.
Much better. Let's hope it lasts. Back to the action.
Here's Wadua Olagi.
Well, he takes him on, comes down the track. It's going to be a caught and bowled opportunity, and he's not going to drop this one. So they get the breakthrough. Manpreet Singh, he wanted to stay in the sort of, well, hard-hitting form he was. Wanted to take him on straight away. He wanted the upper hand, didn't he? That's what this is about, is wanting the upper hand and saying, well, I'm not going to shy away from the challenge. This goes a long way up.
This is a funny one, because I actually think he accidentally gets in the way. He hits it straight up and starts walking. He knows he's gone. But this would have been... And then, to be fair to Manpreet, he tries to get out the way when he realises he's almost going to walk into the drop zone. That That would have been a very interesting one for obstructing the field if it got dropped. Because I don't think there was anything deliberate about what Manpreet did. He was just disappointed. Anyway, it's all academic now, and Wadua Walagi adds another left arm spin option to Roma CC. It'll be, for me, the battle of the left arm spinners versus the right-handers. See here, he's not even looking at the ball. He goes down, and he's feeling disappointed, and then he realizes, uh-oh. Because, yeah, if you deliberately obstruct a fielder, then you're automatically out.
That's right, yeah.
But I don't think it's deliberate. So that would have been interesting if he had gotten in the way and obstructed the catch. Anyway, new batter is Baba Hussain at number 4. We know how good he is. Can be a bit jumpy early on though, Rico.
Suspect. That's the word. He's a bit suspect with that front foot. He plants it right in front. It's almost like you need him to get to 15 and you think, okay, now he's got his iron. He's not going to fall victim to this. But you can see, look at that pad. Look where he planted. It is dead in front. That's what the bowlers will be after. It's a bit short, and he steers his way down the onside, takes a single.
That's a rule, and I sometimes talk about crossovers between cricket and other sports. So in baseball, the obstruction rule is that if you deliberately or otherwise obstruct a fielder, then you're automatically out. So that's a key difference between baseball and cricket. So let's say that was baseball, even if it was accidental, then you're still out. But I think the difference is in cricket, an out's kind of more valuable. It's worth more, and that's why it has to be deliberate.
Bolt. Gets a bit of zip in this one. Just the sun goes behind some of the clouds for a moment. One or two darker clouds around. I mean, I know that, I think you mentioned it in the intro, that there was maybe a chance of a shower or two.
I believe it when I see it. We haven't seen rain for a long time.
Goes back, plays this nicely, and just checks to see if the non-striker's coming. He is. So he gets to the other end. Nicely played by Abdul Rahman. So this is the sort of way that Abdul and Manpreet started once they lost the wicket of Rajmani very early. Rajmani going first ball in this one. But they got that. They steadied it slightly. Then Manpreet went big. And I think that's what they're looking to do here again. Just steady the ship slightly first before they go for the big one. But maybe not, because that message didn't go across to Baba Hussain. So Baba Hussain, once again, happy, is not going to be happy. Just gets one of that, the third delivery that he faces, and he departs. It's not, up until now, been a good series for Baba Hussain, especially here in Rome. Well, Vinny Sanders just been beaten because you were attacking a wasp.
That is a genuine wasp sting. Bad timing, because we're going to the drinks break. Anyway, I'll... that's a decent one, actually.
Where is it?
Okay.
Right, let's get it on camera.
That's actually a pretty good one.
Yeah.
All right, well, Nicky won't like that.
Dear.
Yeah. Okay,
hold on. Hang on a minute. You said have to pee on it, didn't you?
No.
Camera. Okay, turn the camera off for a minute. Just gotta hang on.
I can get through this drink before I get some treatment. Anyway, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Let's just talk about the game, shall we? And Baba has not been a very good week for him.
It's not worked for him, no.
And look, it's a confidence game, isn't it? But they still have two very good players there. Ramzan's going to come in at number 5. Hussain, they moved him down a spot. I think it's probably smart to get Manpreet up in the top 3. But yeah, Cricket Stars, bit of a gamble to put them in first. They like batting first. But yeah, first game of the day, it actually hurts a lot. Anyway, I want to say a very good warm welcome to everyone on our YouTube channel, Eastern European Cricket Network. Our Italian Summer Adventure, 5 weeks. And here we are, the very last day. And it's my last day for a little while because I am going on a bit of a vacation as well, away from the box. Anyway, I'm really looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens in Dresden and the first half of Krefeld. And I know that you're going to be with Tyrone Peters for a couple of weeks. You'll have Ujwal with you, filling in for me. Yeah. And I'm wishing you all the best, of course. And I'll be watching.
And I'm wishing you all the best. And you've been left with a leaving present. Do you want me to call the medics?
I'm okay at the moment.
Are you sure?
I mean, if you can do an innings with you can do an innings with one that bit you on the ear.
Why did you go for it?
I didn't go for it. I've been shooing them, pretty much for 2 weeks. So there's nothing out of the ordinary what I did. No, I think I just shoot into the stinger. Wow. Samaragi's going to come back. Now, I reckon we're going to see an all left-arm spin attack against these right-handers because you've got Walua Wadagi, and you've also got Samaragi, and you've also got Maragi. So there you go. There's your 3 left-arm spinners you can use. And to be honest, you've still got 5 overs of it. So you could actually bowl them all out from here if they stay with right-handed batters.
Yeah. Flighted. There was basically said, here you go, here's the carrot. And well, enticed Ramzan into the shot, but Ramzan doesn't get it right. Ramzan coming ahead of I think Rahman. Vinny, you okay? Keep
Fine.
talking to me.
I'm okay. If I start to pass out, let me know. All right.
So why don't you let me pee on it? You were the one who said you have to pee
you're
on it.
not meant to pee on it. I think you think of, there's jellyfish stings. Now, jellyfish stings you are.
Okay.
Let me just be very clear.
Fine. I won't pee on it. Yeah.
But unless you're in a proper life or death situation, nobody will be peeing on anybody. Okay.
Okay. Well, I thought you wanted the ice bucket challenge yesterday. Today you wanted the pee challenge, but obviously you're shying away from it.
Pass on. It is the International Friendship Day, but let's just say I'm happy to keep a professional distance when it comes to
Stop rubbing it. Get the
No,
ice. Where's the ice bucket with ice? That's what you
that.
actually
Yeah, the
need.
ice would have been handy. Yes. Oh, it's okay. It was a little one. It was just a little flick of the stinger.
Yeah. Hey, listen. So you are obviously after today. You're off for a bit, like you were saying. Place is nicely.
Hopefully
but
not
there
off
is
to
a
hospital.
fielder at it. Hopefully
Don't think
not.
I'm allergic.
So look, this is what I want to know. You're gonna go back home eventually.
Yep.
When you get back home, where's the first place you're gonna go and dine?
Oh, good question.
I know it's not the last game, but that was playing in my
Having a
mind.
food chat.
So Margate flights it up to this time. It just
I tell you what I
different
don't.
approach,
This
takes
is
the
a
single.
strange one.
Hmm.
Where I live, there's a really good Chinatown, and it's typically open all night. I don't mind a late night, maybe middle of the night Chinese meal. It's not even a meal time, but say 2 in the morning, something like that. Something I don't really get to do when I'm on the tour, which is all the time. Anyway, 6 overs down. The score's 49 for 3.
But the spin
That's probably what
certainly-
I'd go for. I mean, there's lots of options, but that's
Yeah.
probably one I'd go for.
Okay,
I
we'll
wouldn't
go back-
really do that on the
Go
tour.
back to that in a minute, but the spin's taking its toll here at the moment. I mean, Woody Wallace, what I know that was from him, just 2 from it, 2 wickets. And Samargate, he just goes for 4 in that one.
I honestly think you just go, if you have 2 right-handers and the left arm spin's working, you just stick with it. It's so difficult to get, especially with the extra bounce in this pitch, even though you've got good pace options to go back to. See?
Yeah.
Yeah, why wouldn't you? And you've literally got 4 overs of left arm spin up your sleeve from here.
Yeah, but you know, the other thing that makes a difference, I'm taking nothing away from the bowlers. I mean, yeah, they've been bowling really well, but you've got to have a class keeper behind the stumps.
And he is.
And you have got that, which is just really... That's nicely played. That's actually a good shot. Doesn't get probably the reward he was after. He was hoping to get a little bit more on this to get it past the fielder. Gets a single.
Hey, look who's come into the chat. It's Barry.
Oh, Bazza.
Barry's in the chat.
Hey,
Hello,
Baz.
Barry. He said, just switched on for the first time in quite some time to hear Rico asking if he can pee on Vinny.
you can tell him the full story. Oh, he's got to be quick. He's hesitant, but fortunately, the fielder not able to get to the ball quick enough, so they will get the single. But it is a bit of ticky-taka at the moment. Since Munpreet's gone, the boundaries have also dried up.
Yeah, so hello, Barry. Yeah, we have a few wasps around, and one just gave me a little bit of a love bite. You did say it's International Friendship Day. Well, that wasp gave me a little kiss. Walagi gets this one past the outside edge. It's not so bad, though, is it? Don't think there's any stinger in there or anything.
Nah, as long as I don't see your neck or your lips swelling up, you're okay.
If I find it hard to breathe, I'll let you know.
Oh, well, this could have been curtains. You see, the other thing there is that, and this is why I go back to the wicket keeper, because the keeper is there and he's so good, they don't want to leave the crease. And if you're not leaving your crease to these sort of deliveries, if you're not getting to the pitch of them, you're not going to get the shot. And if you do get the shot, you're not going to get the power.
So easy to lose your shape.
Shorter. And this, once again, the bat just drops the bat down onto it. Wants the single, but he's told to stay where he is. And end off another over, another good one. And look, one thing that we know is coming up that we're very excited about is the European Cricket Championship.
Yeah, 52 for 3 after 7. Well, 51 for 3, I should say. But hey, Barry, did you know this news? That the ECC will be under lights in 2022. We're super excited about it. So we'll have the 11:30 local start, and the game should finish around 9:15 every evening. So it's a bit of a double bombshell over the last couple of weeks, because we know that we'll be playing under lights for the first time in Khartoum international cricket, and also we'll have 7 days of cricket a week, not just 5 days of cricket a week. So they were the double bombshells. What do you think about that, Barry? A lot of work for us, but we'll enjoy it. Here we go with over number 8, and they are going to Maragi. Bowls a bad ball first up, and this is going to be 4. And I was going to say this last over, with the left-arm spinners, you're almost relying on them to bowl bad balls. They don't bowl that many, these guys, but Maragi starts with a loosener, and it was Gundy, and it goes for 4.
Yeah, I mean, this is what they're waiting for, I think. I think the batter's been, they've been patient when we saw that Akash coming into the bowling attack and Samarage. And now they're saying, right, look, with 18 balls to go, we're in 50s. We've got to get past this 50. We've got to get that acceleration in. Hit well. Volley, volley, volley. That goes all the way. This is more like it. So after a period of time where it was all tiki-taka, they pressed the turbo button. And now, well, a 4 and a 6. And I'll tell you what, he's hungry for more. He's just been waiting patiently to sort of unleash, and he's unleashed.
That's the shot. I think it's low percentage to try and go leg side. It's also hard to drive up and over because of the bounce you get, but Maragi probably doesn't get it as much as some of the other spinning options they've got. Rahman gets close to the pitch and whacks it over long off 6. Good comeback.
Yeah, good comeback. That's a good ball to bowl. He's expecting Rahman to go after this, trying to get him to come out of his crease and get him stumped. Rahman stays put, just tries to guide this towards third. This time he doesn't stay put. He's hit well, but there is a fielder there who does really well, gets behind it, makes sure it gets it clean into his hands. And look, what an inspiration Akash Waduwalaga has been in since he's gone into the side. We saw him the first time yesterday, and he's a class outfit.
Love this field. It's got the wall on the boundary in front, and there's not too many balls being hit sideways. So, I mean, I'd even maybe go even further. They've got the long and long off, deep cover, deep mid-wicket. So those 4 are just, there's no infielders there. It's just a wall in the outfield. They've got a deep square leg. I'd even consider having a guy straight and having the deep square leg more like mid-wicket and just covering all that space in front of the wicket.
Hit hard, gets through the field, and that's going to go for 4 runs. I was just about to say there that Ramzan, he's got to stop thinking about dilly-dally. He's got to start swinging the bat. There's more hitters to come in this lineup. We know that Tik Rahman is there. We also know Dipindra Shekhawat can come out and really score runs quickly. So I think at this point now where we are, they've got to go after everything. And that's a productive over. Certainly gets them up and moving again. 66 it is now with 3 wickets down, 12 balls to go in the innings.
A bit of an uptick there. And Maragi just gives him a bit too much width. And that one ends up going for 15. So look, you're still going to go back to Samaragi here. Only went for 4 in his first over. The question will be, in the last over, do you go back to Maragi, who got taken to a little bit there, or do you go back to one of your other options and you probably Kalagamagate might get another go in the last over. Or you got Nut and Digay up your sleeve. It just depends, do you want to go back and put the pace on the ball or not?
Gone, adios, and it's as easy as that. It's the case of take the pace off. You know he had to go for it, Abdul Rahman, and he wasn't hanging around, and that's just cleverly bowled. Draws him out of the crease. He's got to make contact here, goes for the power, doesn't get it, and that's probably one of the easiest takes that Sujith Rila has to take.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is here, Samaragi has an instinct that he's coming, whether he sees him early or doesn't, and he just pulls back the length a bit, and he kind of takes the pace out of the ball. So, yeah, this is what I said earlier in the week. If you had, say you had 5 left-arm spinners in this form of the game, based on what we've seen teams like Costello do it, they can bowl all 10 overs. I mean, you don't have to go to any other options. Even if you've got some good faster bowlers, but a lot of these players, that's what they want. Even against good fast bowlers, they seem to be able to use the pace a little bit. The Knicks go further. Super interesting. Now here's a guy that's coming off a bunch of ducks, Atiku Rahman, and he's probably going to go for it straight away, I imagine. Wants to.
Yeah, gets himself off the mark quickly. And, gets the Ramzan on strike. Ramzan, like I say, he just got going the over before, played 1 shot for 4. I get the feeling Ramzan could go very much the same way as we saw Abdul go. Well, it's not a good ball. It's the first one, really. You've got to say that's the only bad ball that Samarage has bowled, and it's been smashed for 6. And that's gone into the area where we're doing the archaeological dig. Smashed away. Good shot.
Yeah, I mean, that's a dirt pile bound Kookaburra. He just loses his line for the first time, Samaragi. I think it's not where he wanted it all. You see him wiping the ball. Just maybe lost his grip a little bit. And he runs for Cricket Stars. Ramzan up to 13.
Hits this fairly well. They run the first one pretty quick, but there's no mistake from the fielder. Gets the ball in quick and early. And then, well, I thought he was going to throw the towel in here, but it's fortunately for Samarage, it's the ball that gets thrown out, not the towel.
Kind of fields it with the towel, which I actually don't think you're allowed to do. And then keeps the ball alive by pinging it. Anyway, carrying on. Rahman. He's going to try and whack this for 6.
hits it pretty well. Bobbles down to the fielder, who gets the throw in to make sure that they're not even going to try and take the tree. So that was nothing to get. That's the fielding. They need another boundary here, don't they? They're looking for another boundary because I think the 90 would be a score that they'll be looking at perhaps. If they can get to 100, it'd be amazing, but 90 will do. This will be a wide.
It will be. I mean, how effective have these tactics been of just keeping the air out of the ball? Even if the occasional one, get one boundary and over. Yeah, sure. It probably keeps you around that 8 to 9. That's where they are at the moment.
It's this, and this goes. Kinnasona Shaka Lagia. Boom Chakalaga.
Yeah, that'll do. I said it's not easy to play this shot, and it isn't. But if you get it right, it's going to fly, and it does. Ramzan goes Maximo, and Samaragi, not the finish to his spell that he wanted, but still, he goes 1 for 20 of his 2 overs, not the worst. 9 overs down, Cricket Stars into the grady 80s. They're 82 for 4.
Yeah, they needed not one. Get that boundary, couple of boundaries in that one. It was the Gundy ball down the leg side that got put away in that one. Mark, you knew, being that it was the 5th ball that Ramzan, whatever came out of the hand, he was going to go after it. He gets it. So now it's over to Rahman, who's going to be facing first up.
George Abel saying, thinks 85 to 90 might be enough for Cricket Stars. Well, maybe. But, I mean, it depends how well Roma CC bat. I mean, I think no matter what happens here, if Roma CC bat well, they win. If they don't, they won't. Simple game, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a simple game.
I mean, like, they've got the engine room there where if they all fire, they'll do it in a dawdle. Cricket Stars got some good bowlers. Obviously, they're a high standard team. Here's Kalagamage for the 10th over. We thought they might bring him back. Maragi not really working out. So they are going back to them in the 10th over. And yeah, that's the thing about Krishan. He can bowl a bit of everything.
Chipped up in the air. Fielder's coming in, and it's going to drop just short. They're going for 2, are they? If you think about it, it's going to be run out. So, yeah, that was... I mean, the 2 wasn't on at all.
Yeah.
He's thinking, like, can I make it happen? Look, I don't mind this at all because you've already got one good hitter on strike. It just probably means that Dipindra will come out next. If he gets a chance, he can give it a good crack. So it was worth it.
Yeah, I agree. You've got to be looking for it. Ramzan probably does the right thing to send Atiku Rahman back and say, look, I don't think it's worth just running yourself out for nothing, because it was a good clean pickup, that's the thing. Picks it up so quickly, and it was actually really smart. You bounce throw to the bowler, make it a bit easier for him, and Atiku Rahman just couldn't turn himself around in time. But the one-hand, one-bounce action out there, that's Wadua Walagi. You can see Rahman, they called for the assistance, but Rahman pretty much gave it up because he was off the field by the time the decision was made. 84 for 5.
Well bowled. Top ball. So that makes up for the wide earlier in the over.
Yeah, I mean, this is pace on, isn't it? It's proper pace on. He nicks that, it's going for 4. But he doesn't. That's a dot ball. All matters.
It sits pretty well, and he nails it. It goes all the way. And Lovepreet, the captain, almost ended up the 12th man for the remainder of this one because he tried to catch this. Leave him alone, Lovepreet. Just leave him alone. Good hit. They needed that boundary, didn't they?
A bit of an early bit of fielding warm-up for Lovepreet. Lets that one crash into the chairs. No need to risk the digits just yet. And he runs. We're up to 90 now.
Good hit. And this goes all the way. Balle. That one is not coming back. This is a big hit. He goes down on one knee. Absolutely clobbers this over the offside boundary. New balls, please.
Yeah, this is a risk putting the pace back on the ball, which effectively you're doing with Kalagamage. The speed that he bowls. Just feel that he doesn't feel that comfortable slowing it down, which I think it's a bit counterintuitive. But sometimes when people are going this hard, you're better off kind of going slower rather than faster.
The 100 is on.
Could be.
96.
Couple of balls to go.
And he's gone. Well, straight ball. And it was going to be a swing, whatever happened. It just got this fuller, didn't he? Changes his line. And the stumps are shattered. So, with the ball to go, 96 is the score. Ramzan, he's played his part well, and he's a bit disappointed with himself. Of course he is. Nobody likes to get out, but he's made 32 of 17 deliveries.
Been really important.
That's a good innings.
Been really important. I mean, without that, it's hard to see them making 80, to be honest. And he handled most of the bowling well. Oh, he ends 6-6 and out, and that's going to happen, just the one ball remaining. And I do like they've got Hasib coming out left-hander, just slightly different look. But Yeah, will they get the boundary they need to get to 100? Currently 96 for 6. With just the one ball remaining for Hasib. See if he can improve their score.
Yeah, well bowled, you're going to have to say. I mean, after bowling and being hit for a couple, he's going to come around the wicket here now to the left-hander. The thing is, the first up, he's got to make sure he just gets it right. I mean, whatever happens here, the score, unless he's out, should move to 97 because one way or another, they've got to try and get a single here. But they'll want a boundary. They'll want the 100 on the board. That will give them a bit of confidence when they go out there in the field.
Got to hit it first, though, if you want to get a run, I think. So here we go. Put the deep backward point back. I think it's going to be outside off. Try and get him fishing.
He does hit it well. They're going to have to just go and come back. They will try. So that's one, and it will just stay at one. Really good work. You'd expect nothing else from Roma. They're outstanding in the field. So they put one more on the board as I thought they would. It goes to 97 and run out as well there off the very last ball. So 98 it will be required for victory, required to stay in this series for Roma.
They're a cool head, aren't they? I mean, he doesn't try and throw that as hard as he can, even though it's a bit high. He just kind of takes a bit off it to make it easier for the bowler. So that's thinking ahead. Nice bit of fielding by Samaragi. And Kalagamaga will finish it off. And the innings is finished off 97 for 7. 98 the target for Roma CC. Well, sometimes they've chased well, sometimes they haven't. They've beaten every team. They've lost to every team. And right now, this is a game in the balance. Only one team will survive this afternoon. And it will be Roma CC, the hosts, who are batting for their tournament life.
Yeah, it didn't start well, did it? Because Rajmani, who's been pretty much a solid rock for them, he goes very first ball. And really took the rebound of the Kookaburra on the shoulder, which was a bit of a concern, but out came the magic spray. No worries there. After that, he recovered pretty well. Talking about recovering, it was a bit of a good recovery after losing that early wicket, and that came in the shape of Abdul Rahman and Manpreet Singh. Manpreet Singh, well, he was just in awesome form. He showed no fear out there, and well, he took the odd chance as well. This was one that went down when he was dropped on 30, but he didn't go on to make too many more than that. Just added 3 more to his score before he finally did go. Caught and bowled by Wadu Walagate, who came into the team yesterday, did a catch, and they did a little dance there as well before he took the catch, and that was the end of Manpreet. And that then signalled the start of what was sort of a mini sort of slowdown, because even though Babar Hussain came, he still couldn't get himself going, had to go for one, came for the big hit. And then there was Rahman who came out. He was getting run out. At the same time, Vinny Sandhu was bitten by a wasp that he tried to usher away. But needed something happen, needed somebody else to get going, and it was Ramzan who did. What an important innings he played. It was key that he was able to stay there. This was Manpreet who, well, sooner or later had to go. Departed there. I think Rahman came in. This was one that was a loose delivery, a rare loose delivery on the leg side, which got absolutely dispatched. Lovely shot there by Ramzan. And right at the end, there was this run out, which you can understand really, but you can see it was all about trying to get the few extra runs that they could. This one was absolutely smashed. Lovepreet, the captain of the Cricket Stars, trying to stop this while he was in the dugout. That wasn't going to go well for him. Ramzan then was out. He was disappointed with himself, but he played a really good innings, an important innings. He's the man that helped them to get the acceleration in the second part of the innings, where the spin attack for Roma took the initiative. But good hitting towards the end meant that really, look, it was 45 after 5 and ends up being on 97. So even Stevens, the first 5 overs compared to the second 5. I think this is, in hindsight, I think it's a healthy score. It's a healthy score in an eliminator. They would have loved to get to the 100, but look, you saw some 3 good contributions really, didn't you? Abdul Rahman, 22-19. That was an important knock. Remember, he had to settle things down when Rajmani went first ball, bowled by Rathanaikas. Manpreet Singh, superb innings from him. It really was. It was a pity he couldn't go on a little bit more, because that would have certainly would have bought 100, maybe even 120 if he stayed there and completed his 50. Babar Hussain, it's just not happening for him, and it hasn't happened for him in the Super Series. Ramzan batting really well, 32 of 17. Such an important innings that was, because he did take on the important bowlers as well and get runs off them. And then there, right towards the end, I think they tried to push on to get 100, weren't able to do so. The bowlers all bowl very well. You have to say there was just that one over, wasn't it, from I think it was Rathanaikas, that was laid into by Ramzan, but he picks up 1 for 30. No wickets there for Rathanagide, but he just bowls up 1 over, 5 runs. He conceded 2 wickets, and he sort of had made the main impact really with the bowling there. Wudu Walage 2 for 4 was a wicket also there for Samarage, who's a very good bowler, and Kulamagage as well. So evenly poised this eliminator. Remember, one of these two teams will go forward and keep their hopes alive in this Super Series, and it's finals day here, of course, as well. One of them we will have to say goodbye to. Who will it be? Who will be joining Albano and sitting out and watching from the outside? Who will stay in it? Well, we'll have to wait and see. Cricket Stars, healthy score. That's all I'm going to say on that. But they've got some good bowlers. They've got to make sure they get their lines right. I think somebody like Haseeb Khan, if he can get his line right and gets the field set for him, the left armour, he's more than capable of picking up wickets. But the big man, the man who's been leading the team until the captain, Lovepreet Singh, has come back into it, Sukhpal, I think it's a big, big day for him. And another person to watch out there in the field and with the ball is Dipindra Shakwa. They could be the keys here for the Cricket Stars. Rika Fool here alongside me is Vinny Sandhu. This is the finals day here for the Super Series. One of these 4 teams will be representing Italy in the FanCode European Cricket League. Who will it be? It's the Champions League of cricket. Well, to find out, you've got to stay tuned. We will be back in 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of this match. Hello and welcome back, cricket lovers, to the Roma Cricket Ground, where we're seeing the Eliminator being played. It's the first match on finals day. One of these two teams will stay in the Super Series. One we'd have to say goodbye to, and they will join Albano and play no further part in this series. The Cricket Stars, well, thanks to some good efforts from the likes of Abdul Rahman, Manpreet Singh and also Ramzan, well, they've put 97 on the board. 98 is the target. Didn't do Morage, the opener, and Thushara Samarakun are hoping to give their team a good start. Didn't do the last two innings that I've seen him in has been impressive. He's led from the front, he's played some attacking shots, and he's caused problems. He knows that man opening the bowling here, Sukhpal Singh, he's a tall man who gets a fair bit of bounce from the ball, but his key weapon is the swing that he gets with the ball coming back into the right-hander. Let's see how this goes. Here we go. First ball from Singh. And there's that swing. It's nicely played away. And has this been time to go to the boundary? That's a really good stop. Outstanding. That's what the Cricket Stars are going to have to do. And, they make a few more stops like that and get a couple of good overs in. And then all of a sudden, this target of 98 will feel more like 110. And that's what they've got to do. They want a good start. And straight away, you see the swing that Sukhpal can get into the ball, coming into the right-hander. 2 runs of the first ball. This one goes through. Top ball. Sometimes I often feel that, especially with the likes of Sukhpal, and I'm guessing that Hasib Khan will be the other opener, that it probably could be just a little bit more attacking and get, if maybe not a slip, maybe get like a fly slip in. It's something that we saw work really well in Hungary. Some of the teams putting that man in that position, in the catching position, just for this sort of bowling. You can see what the batters are trying to do, just trying to get bat onto ball and guide it into the sort of third man area. But if one pops up, there's always a chance of a catch, and with Hasib being the left armour. Big swing in the air. And drops nowhere. Luck for Morage. Could have gone anywhere. Could have gone back to the bowler. Could have gone to the man mid-wicket. It drops in no man's land. Morage will just get a single. So it gives us the opportunity to see for the first time the left-hander, Samarakun. He's seen what's happened the first 3 deliveries. So all of a sudden, I think, in his mind, he's probably already thinking about trying to find a boundary for somewhere in this first over. They don't want to fall too far behind. They want to stay up with that rate. So first delivery is going to be a key one. Sukhpal to the left-hander. Oh, wow. This is hit straight back at it, Sukhpal. And well, he does hit there. This is a chance. It hits the hand. He's trying to take his one-hander. I think he had more time than he thought. And it ends up hitting him, I think, around about the wrist area. Just about where Vinny got stung by the wasp. Well, Vinny's stinging. Sukhpal is stinging.
I'm back.
You're back.
Oh, I'm fine. I think his wrist stings more than mine. Samarakun on strike.
Slower delivery, well bowled. So far, this is a good over. Sukhpal will want to finish it well. Just 4 runs from it. I just get the feeling, Vinny, that Morage here is going for a shot. He's going for a biggie.
That's what he's there to do. I mean, thing is, he had a few bits of luck earlier in this series, but he hasn't cashed in on them. I mean, that miscued pull shot, that really could have easily been caught. Fell into no man's land. He is their X factor. I mean, he hasn't really clicked, and they've still gotten to this stage where they've won half their games. If he does, I mean, we remember seeing on finals day in Rome last year. He's a very, very important player at the top of the order.
And he doesn't get the boundary. It'd just be a single. And it's a very good start from Sukhpal Singh. You'd expect nothing less from him. I mean, he's until Lovepreet came into the equation yesterday, Vinny, he's led them really well, hasn't he?
Yeah, for sure he has. Well, here's some shocking news. A night went past in Portugal with no golden balls. So we have survived the evening, and that makes it 7 matches without a golden ball. Of course, we had one on Sunday night. We had one on Wednesday night as well. We haven't had any in the day series. Will today be the day where we break our golden ball drought in ECS cricket at least? But yeah, big hello to Charlie and all the crew there over in Portugal. Doing a great job. They'll be there tonight as well with 2 more matches coming your way. And so, well, maybe we can do our bit. Maybe we can create golden ball number 32.
Yeah, let's just talk about the last 2 times these 2 teams met. 85 to 81 in favour of the Cricket Stars. So Rajmani was the star with the ball in that one. Then 91-92 in favour of Roma, who won with 8 balls to go. So you can see that they've been close battles, haven't they?
Yeah.
And this one looks like it's going to be one of those as well.
Here's Hasib, really good left armer bowling over number 2.
Starts well. And always a good sign. Look, when Hasib Khan comes on to bowl, he's very much the same for me as when Hassan Ali, who we'll see in the next match for Gina Brescia. If he gets the first ball in this area, he's going to be dangerous.
Yeah, it's just got a good repeatable action, smooth action, economical action. I just think he's a very, very good bowler.
I still believe he needs somebody in that catching positions, though, fly slip area.
Gotcha.
Well, this has been launched into, it's just a little bit too short. That will go all the way. Well, he starts with one that gets past the batter, but this one is out of the middle. And Dinadu Marage finally gets one out of the middle of the bat and gets his boundary. That's the first one of the innings, and it's a Massimo.
Yeah, you know, if he can start timing up that pull shot, that's such a weapon for him, because he's not the tallest, right? So it doesn't have to be that short for him to do it. And you saw it on that occasion. So, yeah, remember, these 2 teams are originally meant to meet on Tuesday morning. Had to reschedule those matches, of course. We're all aware about that situation. So they were playing in the rescheduled 5th matches of the day on Wednesday and Thursday.
There you go. That's where he needs to be.
Good adjustment.
Yeah.
I want to say hello to the robot popping into the chat. It must be a Saturday. Hello, robot. How are you? Saying this is an Italian cricket feast. Afternoon of cricket brilliance on the way. Can feel a special story evolving this afternoon. So get your Nutella cookies and cappuccinos ready. Potrei avere uno cappuccino, per favore?
Or espresso, isn't it? Isn't it
Espresso doppio,
yeah.
per favore?
In the air, but safe, and this could be, well, I think this just bounces. No, it don't. It goes all the way, according to the umpires. So it's 6 more. This is a nice shot because he just leans into this. Doesn't try and hit it too hard. He gets everything right, and that one sails up, up, up. And where does this land? It lands, at the right side of the rope when it comes to a Roma player. Nice. So that's the second boundary, the second 6. Just using the pace there.
Yeah, I'm not going to call that lucky, but I guess he is a bit fortunate because there's 2 outfielders there. There's a very fine third man and a deep backward point. So if you get that slightly wrong, you can get caught, but he gets it right in the gap and he gets 6. And so Maragi, already he's contributed a very valuable 16, but he'll want to go on with it.
Yeah, he will. Let's see what's the reply going to be. But he goes too wide this time. I think that's the thing here with Hasib. I mean, he's got one wrong that was too short, which got put away. That last one wasn't a particularly bad ball, but it's a question of what else have you got? You know what I mean? Okay, it's all very well to be bowling that because you're the right-hander. Eventually, you know that's what he's going to try and do, and you can adapt to it. What else has he got? I.e., does he have a Yorker? It's a fuller delivery, but this is really nicely played. This is just timing. This is using the pace. Hasib, he can't believe this is going to the boundary, and I'm with him. It's not a bad delivery, but look, he goes back inside his crease, gets in a good position, makes good contact, and look, it's a nice shot to play in the power play. Only allowed 2 men outside the 30-yard circle, and he's making the most of it in this over.
The 3 Ps there, placement, 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 and that goes to the infielder. That's probably caught. But he gets it away from the infielder, away from the outfielder too. Another 4. And it's all to do with where he puts the ball. Intentional or otherwise. Good batting from Maragi. Last ball of the over. Worth 17 now.
Well, make that 4 more because this is going to be cuatro más. And this over, the second goes magical. So after a good start from Sukhpal, Hasib, who's normally very reliable, has just not been able to get the ball in the right area to Maragi. I've got to say, it's been very good batting as well. I'm not going to slate the bowler too much. The hitting from Maragi in the power play has been exquisite.
It's just a good shot, isn't it? So, look, both teams get a magical over in the power play. If you go back to the first innings, right, Narcus went for 21 in the third. Hasib Khan goes for 21 here. And, you know, looking at the table, you can see how these 2 ended up in the 3rd and 4th positions respectively. But Cricket Stars, they were so close to securing that double chance and finishing second. I think they'll be more than irritated that they don't get the double chance, but missed out by just a little bit. One ball away from it, to be honest. But, yeah, I don't know if you can really criticise Hasib Khan there. I mean, they've set the field for that. They had a lot of fielders there to cover those shots. It just happened. The shots went into the gaps. So here's Kang coming back for over number 3.
Played out in the off. They'll take the single. So Samarakun is just more than happy to give the strike back to Dinadu.
This is their plan, right, that Roma CC have kind of been going with. They've got what I call the engine room. Oh, got to say, that looks pretty nice.
Well, look at that.
Something
Forget
out of a
engines.
Western.
Let's talk about horsepower.
What a nice way to spend a Saturday morning. Maybe one day.
Beautiful
day I
setting
can do
around
an
this
intro-
ground. Have you seen the stables and all
I
the
know.
horses? I saw all the baby. I know there must be a proper name for baby horses, but so many baby horses.
Foals, maybe?
Yeah, I think that's the one.
Yeah. Even the street that takes us here is really nice, enveloped with all the trees. In the air. This one is going to be away from the field, and this will be another boundary. The good start continues. Maragi moves to 28. Well, he has 28 of the 31 runs on the board so far.
Yeah, and look, have a quick look. I mean, you've got the access to do this. At the EuropeanCricket.com, you can probably see the old wagon wheel being produced here by Maragi. Look where he's played his shots. He's played them all around the ground. That tells you that this is a man that is in good form. I said before the start, didn't do Maragi. The last 2 innings he's had, he's made good starts. He's punished the opening bowlers if they haven't got it right. Now he's playing around with the field here. Field players moving all over the place to try and stop this assault from Maragi. Sukhpal gets this one through. This one, he doesn't get it swinging at all, and I think Maragi probably plays for the swing, but it doesn't happen.
That's the effective one if you're always swinging it in. It just goes straight. Thunder in the chat saying Roma CC getting stronger day by day. Well, that certainly has been true over this 2 weeks. Their tactics, though, basically, they just need to navigate their way through the power play, and they've got what I call the engine room that like to come in the middle overs. That's why Samarakun's out there, basically to kind of play a role, but he hasn't had to do too much at the moment because Marage's had most of the strike.
Oh, chance goes down. And Cricket Stars, well, yesterday, I think the match that they lost, I turned around and said, well, look, you've got to take the opportunities that come your way. Sometimes they're not easy. We know that Sukhpal himself had a call and bowl opportunity that he put down, and this is another one goes down. You have to take these.
Yeah, to be fair, that was belted. I mean, he saves 4. Saves 3, I guess, because it would have gone for 4. They get 1 instead. It was hit hard, but you're right. They stick or they don't. Baba Hussain, unfortunately, straight off the palms. Maragi gets another slice of luck.
Yeah, he does. And he'll get back on strike again. Look, just going back to that point, remember yesterday against Fresh Tropical, it was a close game, but they didn't take the chances. If they did take the chances, they would be playing this fixture.
Yeah, it's true.
They would be playing in the next match where you got the double opportunity to get into the final. They've got to. I mean, I know they're hard chances, they're not easy, but maybe that's the difference between Roma and the Cricket Stars. Roma's fielding has been exceptional, and they've taken all their chances.
Still a long way to go. Remember, Roma had fallen off the pace in some chases before the other night when they lost 85-81 to the Cricket Stars.
It's up in the air. This is an opportunity. You can't afford to drop this, and they don't. So Dinadu Maragi goes, and finally the Cricket Stars, they have something to cheer about. The catch taken. It's important. It was crucial. Maragi goes for 29, a very healthy 29 of 14 deliveries.
Yeah, I suppose he plays his role. I'm accustomed to him kind of needing to bat deeper into the innings. He goes deep in his crease here, and yeah, a bit of a top edge and holes out. But I actually probably think they'd be happy if you offered Maragi 29. They'd do it. And Lovepreet's up and about. Why wouldn't you be? You need wickets. And so they have one now, 33 for 1. But I think it just means that now we're out of the power play, you can kind of go to that engine room, like I'm calling it, probably starting with Krishan Kalagamage, and now they can kind of start with a smaller target to get. I mean, they've knocked off 33 of these runs.
Yeah, nice catch there. He's backpedaling around. Look at Lovepreet with Lovepreet. I thought he was going to do a handstand and a somersault, doing all the celebrations there. The fielder, though, who's taking the catch, well, he stays nice and cool because he knows that, well, there's still a long way to go here, but nicely done there by Abdul Rahman.
Yeah, nice catch. And, certainly didn't want to drop that one. Chat's pretty split about who they think is going to win this game. I can understand why. I mean, they're ahead of the rate right now. Samarakun will be facing up because it's the start of a new over. It'll be Dipendra Shekhawat who's going to bowl over number 4. Into the power play, so you can have up to 5 outfielders now. Yeah, middle overs are going to basically tee this game up. Overs 4, 5, 6, and 7. We'll see what the kind of production is like if Cricket Stars can continue to take wickets and get new batters out there. Now we're heading into the heart of the order. Let's see if they can perform for Roma CC. Shekawat with the ball.
Starts well. And, of course, you're in a phase now that Maragi's gone, Samarakoon now hasn't really had to play a shot in anger because he's just been given the strike to dinner do. He's gone now. Callum McGargate, what can you say about him? We know he's a class bat.
Yeah.
But the last few innings he's had, he hasn't really put runs on the board. Maybe, as you say, he's going to save his best for the final stage here.
Samarakoon is like a power play watchman. Right? They want him to go out there in the power play, and often they want him to get out of the way to get someone like a Samaragi in or Nutdige in. But Nutdige's been a bit off with the bat lately, not batting as well as he was last week. So I think that Samarakoon's still a bit dispensable here, and he can afford to be quite aggressive. But Kalagamagate will face up for the first time.
Nicely bowled. Just goes back on the back foot and places away for a single.
Do you like that term, power play watchman? Like a
Power
night
play
watchman,
watchman,
but you
yeah.
don't have to wait all night.
It seems strange because there should be no such thing as a power play watchman.
Yeah,
really.
but that's their tactics. They've got guys that are really good bats, but they just don't like batting the power play. And you say, well, why not? Because of the field restrictions. It's a different feel batting the power play because you've got the opening bowlers, you've got the brand new ball, and just some batters just aren't as comfortable doing that.
Bit of width, but it goes straight to the fielder. No run.
I love Preet, clean as a whistle. And
Oh no.
oh well, how's that happened?
Clean as a whistle. Well, it might be clean as a whistle, but well, Lovepreet here. He does all the hard work. And just when we're singing, he gets even a round of applause to the bowler. And the bowler, well, he gives him a round of applause. But Dipendra Shekwat, who's normally so good in the field, couldn't stop this. And the batter say, yeah, we'll take it.
Mood swings in one ball. That was such a good pickup by Lovepreet. But yeah, didn't get back to Shekwat on the full.
Well bowled. That's a good delivery.
Kalagamagay has nicked off occasionally early in his innings. He becomes a key wicket. Again, just look at that rate required. And look, basically, it's simple as trying to stay on the 10 and over and not falling behind if you can avoid it. Shekwat, well located delivery there. Kalagamagay doesn't need to get too cute. He can drive. He can drive with authority like that. It's a better shot, more intent there.
Yeah, good shot. Nicely picked up as well on the boundary by Abdul Rahman.
Samarakoon's a guy, yeah, we've seen him batting as low as 8 or 9. I mean, they've tried to work out what the best role is for him. I think he's pretty good in this role. He's busy, he's not crazy, he's got a pretty good technique. And I think now he can just concentrate on avoiding dot balls, going for it if he sees something that he likes. Knows he doesn't have to put too big a price on his wicket. Last ball of the over coming up. It's been a good one from Shekwat.
It's with a shorter one. The field's got work to do. It does well. It's Haseeb. He gets the throw in. Good bit of fielding. Good throw. And this time, well, Dipendra Shekwat makes no mistake in receiving the ball back from the fielder. So just that one silly run that they gave away there, which they didn't have to. But in hindsight, that's a very good over. Just 5 runs from it. So only just that one expensive one so far. And that was Haseeb, who went for 21 in over number 2.
Yeah, so 17 in the other 3 overs so far. But that's all part and parcel of it. You're going to have to deal with some pretty good options that Cricket Stars have with the ball. And one of them is Rajmani Singh. It looks like he's going to come on now in the 5th over. He's got a very good change of pace. I think originally the plan was at the start of this Italian summer that he'd bowl overs 8 and 10.
Yeah,
but he's just been so good that they keep bringing him forward, and he'll always now kind of bowl one in the middle and then maybe hold one back towards the end. Because I just think he's really difficult to deal with. So why leave him so late? Here we go. He's bowling to Samarakoon in over number 5.
Oh, he's absolutely got him. I think there may have been a bit of inside edge on this. If not, that ball has swung a long way. But Rajmani in the action takes a wicket straight away. Well, maybe he is the man for the big occasion. It didn't click with the bat. He was out first ball, but with the ball, he gets a wicket first ball. Rajmani Sandhu makes the perfect entrance for the Cricket Stars.
Top of off stump. And he just comes back a little bit off the scene, to be honest. Samarakoon loses his shape, loses his wicket. And so he doesn't survive to the halfway point. Samarakoon didn't have too much of the strike. He goes for 6 off 8. The first wicket off the first ball of Rajmani Sandhu here in the eliminator. The score is 38 for 2.
Well, all smiles on the face of Rajmani. What a delivery that was. Yeah, I mean, this does a fair bit because I don't think it does hit the bat. So it actually does swing in.
It just seems in, I think.
Have a
Look at when
at
it
this.
bounces here.
Yeah, it's straight onto the stumps. Well bowled.
Yeah, man. Certainly not a careful shot, was it? So this is another very good player to come out. Holds the key for me, Prithuvi Samaragi. The man they call Malsha.
Yeah, Samaragi, and he's coming up the order slightly as well. He has to. You know my thoughts on him, and I know he doesn't like to bat in the power play, but from the moment it comes in, he strokes the ball all over the place.
Key partnership.
This one is nice and full. One thing about him is, and this is where he'll be happy that the bowlers come round the wicket to him, he's not as strong on his pads. That's one thing that if you've watched him. So he's certainly the sort of batter that if I'm bowling to, I'm going to come over the wicket. I'm going to try and get the ball coming into him from the pads. Place this into the ground. Will get himself off the mark. Takes a single.
I'm not so sure. I mean, I think he's one bowler that you can be quite effective around the wicket too, because he still tends to want to go inside out like that. So he sometimes gets in a bit of muddle, whereas most left-handers, if you come around the wicket, they just love whacking you away on the leg side.
Yeah, but he's not strong there. That's my point.
That's what I'm
so
saying.
I'd go fuller, and I'd try to get that perfect ball in that ends up sort of being like a toe cruncher.
Yeah, gotcha. I think what you're saying is also true. I think no matter what your angle is, you don't want to give him room outside the off stump.
No
That's
way.
the key.
No way. He's so strong on the offside.
Both can probably be effective.
Key partnership this has to be between these two.
I just feel like the boundaries have dried up here. In fact, we haven't had one for 13 balls now.
Good delivery again right up there. Fielder's got work to do, but he can't get there. Well, this is another one, and we saw one like this from Hasib, where you think, well, that's the decent delivery. This shouldn't be going to the boundary. But just like that, there's a puff of smoke from the Kookaburra as it then gets going. It gets motoring, and it doesn't get stopped for 4 runs coming off that ball from nowhere. So all of a sudden, there's a little bit of an inquiry about, hey, let's sort out this field. We don't want to be giving those away. That ball really, it was a decent ball. It's not one that you thought was going to go to the boundary.
Yeah, true.
Down the ground, chance. Oh, well, it would have been a really good catch. And now there's a mix-up here. It could be a run-out. It will probably be a run-out. Will he? Does he get back in time? Well, there's nothing there from the umpire. But a bit of a mix-up. First of all, let's concentrate on this. What a good catch this would have been. He's diving in the air. It clunks his hands hard. I mean, that would have been an absolute stunner. And then the throw comes in, and was he out of it? No, he just lines it back.
But the thing is, it actually worked out that Rajmani couldn't get to the ball because it allows the ball to go past. If that ball hits the stumps, it would have been out.
Yeah.
But Manpreet had to gather it, and that's where Samaragi got the opportunity to get back in. Man, that would have been such a good catch. It was hit hard, and again, maybe he's fortunate it doesn't go for 4, obviously, but I know that Ramzan sets high standards, and he would have hoped to have caught that.
Yeah, but that was look where he's come from. He's come a long way to take that. That would have been an absolute ripper. Rajmani wants to finish well, and he will. And the man who almost took a sensational catch is the one that comes across and does the fielding, and I'm liking that from what Romani goes up to and says, hey, buddy, chin up, because that was a sensational effort. Well, it's time for drinks. We're at the halfway point. Rico Poole here, along with Mr. Maximo. Hello to everybody. Welcome to finals day here in Rome. Well, what do you think? Halfway point? Even, Stevens?
In the balance, yeah, about as close to in the balance as you can get. A really entertaining game. Of course, only one team will survive to the afternoon. Just a bit of a throwback. Do you remember these? These are my Milan sunglasses.
I do remember
I'm going to try and bring in a few things from early in the Italian summer. These are the ones I got down at the market in Milan.
That was a couple of bucks, wasn't it?
They're a bit like we had the Miami Vice kind of look the other day. So what do you think? Yeah. These will last me. Anyway, so yeah, I mean, really good game. But I want to say a big thank you to everyone. Once again, we talked about it earlier. If you just joined us, we did hit 300,000 subscribers yesterday on YouTube, which is a big milestone for us. We did say that if we did before the end of the Italian summer that we would do the Ice Bucket Challenge. And we won't get the video up for you maybe in the next game or so. In case you missed it, though, it is on social media at European Cricket. And, well, I got to say, I know you had a bit of a slow pour. I found it very refreshing, if I'm going to be completely honest with you.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it hits you at first, and then you think it's refreshing, and then, well, mine just never stopped.
Yours was
like I was under a waterfall.
Yours was a bit of the water torture. Anyway, the cube start looking like it's done it 2 weeks in the sun as well to see the background. But, yeah, no, it's been a big effort. I mean, not only the 2 weeks here in Rome, but the 5 weeks across the whole of Italy. It's been such a great adventure. I know the feedback's been been very good on it from all of our viewers as well. And you just wonder, I mean, the way things are going with so many different places to visit, you wonder if we'll be able to even ever do something this long again, the way things are going. But yeah, right now, we're certainly really excited to be here. The culmination of 5 weeks of cricket. We've seen 32 teams over the 5 weeks as well.
Yeah, it's been sensational. And I've been and gone.
Yeah, that's
I've come
true.
to Italy, did a bit, go back, come back.
Look who's back.
Abdul Rahman, I remember yesterday. And this one, the first one, is going to be smashed away for 4 runs. I thought this was a bold move yesterday. They went for Abdul Rahman to bowl the last over against Fresh Tropical when they needed to defend. I think it was 11. It didn't quite work out. And then with 1 needed off the final delivery, Abdul went for the slower ball, didn't get it right, and they got the wide. And they're using him slightly early this time. So this is better rather than leaving him the pressure of bowling the last over. It is right up there, and it should go all the way. It does. 6 runs, so 4 and 6. And Abdul Rahman, these first 2 balls, go for 10 runs. A nice shot. There's no pace on this at all. As soon as his hit, Abdul Rahman is looking back and saying, surely this is going to go back to one of my fielders. It is not. Samage, he's hitting the ball cleanly. He's hitting it well.
The engine room is open for business. That's all I'm going to say. These two, and Nat and Diego, who I call the engine room normally, they've got 19 between them at the moment.
Slightly wider this one, but nicely stroked. Should just be the single. They'll take it. And, well, this is where I think now you've got to get the field absolutely right. I mean, maybe you're thinking about, okay, well, we know that Samage, he's up and running. He's played some nice shots, 13 of 6. Kalungamage, 7 of 5. So maybe they just want to get that mid-wicket inside the circle. Maybe somebody out a bit closer out in the offside to try and say, well, look, let's put a bit of pressure on Kalungamage because let's not give him an easy single. Well, he's not looking for singles. He's looking for the big shots, and he's gone. Well, Rajmani looks as this flies over him, and I think he's gone the other side of the fence. Yeah, he comes back and says, sorry, guys, we need another one. Lovely shot. This is absolutely beautiful. The timing, the placement, sensational. 6 more.
That is the shot, isn't it? That is the shot. And Rahman just doesn't hit his spot there. Probably trying to go block hole. It's just short of that, and it's drivable on the up. Kalungamage plays one of the shots of the day so far for 6.
Beautiful shot. Absolutely beautiful. Hits that clean. I mean, you're talking about Lovepreet, who stopped one clean as a whistle. Well, that one was hit clean as a whistle. Pressure on Rahman. Shorter this time. Gets played out to the fielder. Here comes the throw. And they're going to run 2 here, surely, because there's nobody backing up. Well, they decide not to in the end. Play safe.
It was an awkward one because they don't want to run out now. Kalungamage really quick, so I think he fancied it, but he just, there was enough confusion there to put him off the second run. I think at this stage you don't want to risk it, and you don't want to cook up. You see here, they're both keen, but then he realises how far he's run past the stumps and says, look, let's not risk it here. We're cruising. So Samage will be facing up.
Yeah, good call that was. You got to play safe. This is the partnership we said is key. It's starting to flourish. Both batters in double figures now. And that rate, well, what they've done with that clean hitting is they brought the rate down to under 9. So they're in a good place. It's all to do for the Stars at the moment. Better delivery from Abdul. Doesn't give too much room. He'd be frustrated that they have been able to take the single, though. And that is the end of the over. So it goes for 19. So we've had really, when you have a look at the scorecard and the bowling figures, you'll notice that a lot of the runs have come from 2 overs, and that was that one over there, the only over that Hasib Khan has bowled. It was over number 2. Normally he's been pretty good, but he went for 21, and now we've seen that one go for 19 from Abdul. So you can see that 40 of these runs have just come off 2 overs. Score 64 for 2.
Take you back to the other night where Cricket Stars in the rescheduled match 6 on Thursday night, they were chasing 86 for victory, and they seemed to be feeling pretty comfortable. They were 67 after 7 overs. So they just needed 19 off the last 3, 19 off 18.
Yeah.
And they ended up falling 4 runs short. So they just found a way in the last 3 or 4 overs to get close, but then staggered at the final hurdle.
Rajmani back into the action.
And Cricket Stars took the points on that occasion. Still a long way from that, but at the moment they're in pretty good shape. Just got to realise they've also got Probably Nuttendigo to come in next. They've got Wadua Walagi as well, who can also come in probably at 6. So plenty of batting to come. Even someone like Rila Gadagi in there and Senator Ratney. A lot of batting. Rahat Ahmed, didn't even mention him. So it's all about making sure that you don't let that rate creep out of hand towards 10, 11, 12 and over. Right now it's pretty comfortable at 8.6.
Look where the batter's standing. Surely you've got to come up if you're the keeper here to the pace of Rajmani. Up in the air and goes down. Well, this is where they let themselves down, and now this is Diprinder Shakwat, who is so good out there normally. And look, sweaty palms.
Look, I mentioned first game of the day. There's still a bit of moisture around. And I don't know if you can blame that or not. Shekwat goes to his left. He's hit reasonably hard. You'd expect him to take that. It's another opportunity. Goes down, and that's Kalagamage dropped on 14.
Played down the ground, takes single. Yeah, Kalangamage, just to recap, dropped on 14, but was dropped earlier.
Yep.
All right, difficult it was from Ramzan. So he's been dropped on 5 and 14. And this is, well, when you, got to say it, it's got to be said, when you drop catches, nobody drops them on purpose. And you're not able to break partnerships,
Just
that
look,
hurts you.
the value of eye contact. Look at the batters here. They look at each other, and there's no hesitation. They're through. That's such a good understanding to steal another run there.
That's 2 runs.
And it annoys the fielding side.
2 runs that have been given away. You saw it happen now with Rajmani. Slower delivery, ends up being a full toss. This will be 4 runs. Nicely played. Doesn't try to hoik it onto the leg side. He plays the shot on merit. He's got the width, and he just plays it into an area where he knows isn't being patrolled. And they're making this look easy here now. And the cricket stars with those errors in the field, the drop catches, the extra runs they've given away, they're starting to look a little bit ragged.
Yeah, look, Rajmani misses his spot there. Going for the Yorker, turns into a full toss and well put away.
There's the slower one. This one looks like it's going in the same zone, but the fielder is able to catch hold of this on the bounce. That's good work from Rahman.
This is where if I'm batting, I would have a mentality. I'd talk to my partner about it and say, look, let's just take what they give us here. We don't have to go looking for trouble here. We don't have to take any unnecessary risks. Take what they give us. You know, they're going to give us the odd bad ball. Apart from that, just taking the one ball, turning the strike over, avoiding the dot balls. You know, they're reasonably comfortable at under 8 and over. But again, they did lose from this kind of a position the other night.
Slower delivery, and this has been put away as well. Nicely done. And they're just taking it into turns, aren't they, Samage? And in this case, Kalugamage to put the ball away. Lovely shot, but look, that's the point I'm making, Vinny. Look, you're in a point where you need wickets. You're in a point that you need something to happen. For me, Manpreet Singh, the keeper, has to stand up. He has to take that gamble. He has to put pressure on both these batters. At the moment, they're batting very, very easily, and they're making it look easy. Something's got to change. You've got to make something happen here if you're the cricket stars. Remember, this is what we have up next for you. What a feast this is going to be. The 2 top teams, the teams that have earned the right to have the 2 chances to make it into the final. Gina Brescia versus Fresh Tropical.
It's going to be huge. Janika Vas comes in for Gina Brescia. So that's a big in for them. Remember, these 2 teams actually met in the final last year of the Super Series. They met twice earlier in the week. Fresh Tropical couldn't get over the line against Gina Brescia that time. Zain Naqvi, though, comes back into the lineup. So it's a huge in. A couple of big ins for either team. Well, what a ball this is to start the new over. Shekhawat gets one to go all around Samaragi. The off stump is removed. And, well, it was a very similar rate the other night, and they weren't able to get over the line, Roma CC. And cricket stars will remember that. So, key wicket Samaragi goes for 22, and the score is 77 for 3.
Absolute peach. Beautiful delivery, and right on cue what Manpreet Singh does there. As soon as that wicket goes, he's not celebrating. He's calling everybody in. He said, everybody come in. I want everyone in here now. Let's talk about this. What we've done the last sort of 18 balls hasn't been good. But look, we've got the breakthrough. We've got the wicket. We're back in this. Come on. If we want it, we have to be 100%. If we want it from now in, we take every chance. If we want it, we stop throwing the ball away.
This is where I thought they might go Nuttendiga, but they've decided to go Wadua Walage as the next batter. And yeah, it's much of a muchness, really. Nuttendiga had some really good early form with the bat, but he's just seemed a little bit low on confidence. Wadua Walage just come into the side late in the piece, and I'll be hoping that he can keep things going. And I think this is also to do with keeping the left-hand, right-hand combination. I think you go left-hander for left-hander. I think if Kalagamage would have got out, they probably would have sent in Nuttendiga. Anyway, I feel like this could go right down to the wire still. No doubt about it. Roma CC, remember they hit the wall the other night about this stage. Should be good viewing.
Oduwalage uses his feet well, gets to the pitch of this, doesn't let the repeat of that dismissal of Samarage happen. Samarage was quite happy to wait on it, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And he got done by the flight.
You were talking about keeper coming up to the stumps. Yeah, it's an interesting one. It might have been a tactic that I would have used for sure. I mean, Manpreet's pretty comfortable, I think. He's a good keeper.
Yeah,
but then also, there is a flip side to that then these guys that can play those little jinx shots, they become a bit easier.
But make him do something different.
That's true.
That's my point. I mean, look where he's so far out of his crease there. You've got to put pressure on. And there's no pressure here from, I mean, look at that. You've got to put pressure on the batters. They're batting with so much confidence at the moment. Down the ground. This is big. Adios, Bolota. That one is going to the beach. Give it a towel. It's not coming back. Vamos a la playa, Vinny. Vamos a la playa.
Vamos a la playa. Well, seis más grande. Look at that in the slot. And what a good looking shot that is. Kalagamage mentioned his importance. They just have tinkered about where he comes in the order. And when he comes in, right now, he's got them inside of victory. Just 14 more required in the last quarter of this innings.
This time he goes out under the offside and he gets it. And this is another one that goes all the way. Balle. Brrrr, seis más. And Kalagamage, I said the last few innings he's had, he hasn't really hit form. He's too good of a batter, too classy of a player not to come good. And good players come good when it counts.
Yeah, and again, he gets the length he wants, doesn't he? Cricket Stars, they'll be so frustrated, I think. And they were stifled, I think, by the spin in the middle overs in the first place, in the first half. And now they're lacking some of those pace-off options. I think they would just ask different sorts of questions. Now only 8 required.
This will be a wide, and they'll, I think they will make it into 2. They do.
So, I mean, a lot of people, this just shows you, the Super Series, a lot of people didn't give Roma CC too much of a hope in this series. They said, okay, they came from 3rd, they weren't that impressive. But it's true, momentum is everything in cricket, and they have momentum. They've been getting better and better, and Cricket Stars team that a lot of people had as their favourites going into this week. They're on the verge of getting knocked out of this race.
Oh, he uses his feet so well. Akash Oduwalage. I mean, he was out the most strangest of fashions yesterday when he was batting. But remember, that's the first time we saw him. And I think this is a good call as well. I know you were saying that you thought maybe 1 or 2 of the other batters could have come in. I think he's the man that hasn't had the practice. Send him out there, let him get a bit of practice.
Like for like, keep the left-hand to right-hand combination.
Sure. Take another single and they're just cruise control. You don't want to be doing that. And, you know, in summary, and I don't want to dwell on this too much, but I probably will mention it for one final time. This match has been won and lost in the field. I think that's been the difference. Roma have continued to show their good form in the field. Cricket Stars, well, that's where they've lost this. There've been some hard chances, which, okay, can go either way, but there's been some sitters as well. You've got to take your chances. You've got to be up for it. They've been sloppy at times. They've dropped those catches. And in tight matches like this, especially when you haven't got big runs on the board, that's where it's going to cost you. And I mentioned that the other day when they did get big runs on the board, and they said, look, they're lucky today because they got that 130 or 124 on the board. But in a closer contest, it's going to hurt you, and it has today.
It's going to hurt a lot soon for Cricket Stars.
Well, this could be a no ball. This is too high. It has been called. And, well, what have they got here?
That will do it.
That'll do it, I think, because the no ball is won. The batters have also run here as well. And I think the scorers will probably give the message out to the umpire to say, hey, guys, that is that. It is end of the match, and it finishes badly. For a man that's had a really good series, Hasib Khan, it just hasn't worked for him today. He's going to go for 24 actually, of just 6 deliveries because that one won't even count.
Yeah, I mean, it's so disappointing. I mean, this is what we're going to see in the Super Series. We see good teams going home, and you know, more than a good team, Cricket Stars. You know, obviously we loved watching them in the Bologna series. Only dropped 1 match along the way. I mean, they're going places, Cricket Stars. I know that Lovepreet is a big supporter of cricket in that area. And he's trying to build something special, and he's on the way there for sure. They just did not have too much luck kind of on and off the field this week. Cricket Stars, ultimately, I think you're right. I think probably the fielding is something that retrospectively they'll feel that they could have done better and maybe taken some of those opportunities.
Yeah.
So Cricket Stars, it's really sad to say goodbye to them, of course, but I mean, what can you say about Roma CC, the hosts? They are now one of 3 teams that could possibly be going to Spain in 2023.
Yeah, well, there they are. They've won that one, so they've put their place into the second qualifier, and they'll be playing whichever one out of Gina Brescia and Fresh Tropical end up losing that qualifier one. But yeah, and look, once again, I'll say it to Cricket Stars, they've entertained us. They've been great. They're a lovely bunch of days. Look, remember all the troubles they had at the start of day 2, you know, with that burglary, them losing all the gear, the support they got from everybody and the way they thanked everyone when they came back. And then they came back with a bang, didn't they? Winning 3 matches on the trot. They were phenomenal on that day. But I think they just ran out of steam. That partnership between Rajmani, Mumpreet, or even Abdul Rahman is so important for them. They need a good start. They didn't quite get that. The middle order hasn't clicked. And today again, I think getting a score in the 90s wasn't a bad thing. But look, it's little things like that, the opportunities that we'll see in the highlights that didn't get taken, that's where that really it cost them in the end.
Yeah, and Roma CC, I mean, they're working out their batting tactics kind of as they go. I mean, the big thing for me is Maragi does click for a little bit at the top of the order. Yeah. Bats 3 overs, gets them off to a good start, ends up with something like 33, or I think you got 29 to be exact. But I mean, that for me was a really important contribution because it just took the pressure off the rest of the order. And then when the engine room came in, they knew exactly what they had to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And it's all about, Maragi, like you said, the first over, he didn't quite go to plan, but when he took 21 off the second from Haseeb and he got a good score on the board, didn't he, 29 or 14, he gave them the start that they wanted. And you keep saying it, you keep mentioning about the engine room. When you get a good start, man, your engine room is coming into a good foundation. Look, you're really going to have to throw it away if you don't take it from there. That was a half a chance. It was a great effort from Ramzan. If he takes that, it could have been a different game. And there's 1 or 2 others that went down as well.
I just think when we're talking about the engine room, we went a full Miami Vice, didn't we, in the drinks break? The thing about the engine room, I think that they benefit from a bit of direction and being closer to the target so they can modify the game accordingly. If they come in too early, this is what they're thinking, then it's just so big of a thing that they're kind of just batting, and they're not thinking. I think they actually benefit from being put under a bit of pressure and saying, all right, I need this many, this is the risks I need to take just in this form of the game. I just think that's why they're doing what they're doing. Shekhawat, it's unfortunate to drop that one, but I mean, it was just a bit Lionel Messi, wasn't it? Yeah. And another one was stolen. That's really going to get under your skin if you're a fielding side. Really good rock, that one, to get rid of Samaragi. But they went like for like. I even think that was pretty clever to bring Akash Walagi in as the next batter. He came out and along with Kalugamagate, they finished the job. And Roma CC, well, suddenly they're in the top 3 teams in Italy.
Yeah, I mean, you said something there which I think is really important, and that's plan. You've got to have a plan. Roma CC do have a plan. They're thinking about what they've got to do. They're thinking about every game. Now, they're already, right after this one, they'll be thinking again. The thinking caps will come on and say, right, Gina Brescia, Fresh Tropical, what are we thinking? What's the plan? When are we using the bowlers? What is the batting lineup? They're thinking about it. And it was that way, that philosophy that they had that got them through last Saturday in finals day here at Rome when it was the European Cricket Series. That's what got them here. And they're applying the same approach here. It's not going to work all the time. And it hasn't worked all the time for any one of these teams here in this Super Series. You're going to get your blips. But, 9 out of 10 times, 8 out of 10 times, what they're planning, what their plans are, they're putting into practice and they're getting the results. And well done to Roma. And, of course, commiserations to the Cricket Stars. They've entertained us. I've loved what they've done. I've loved the fire about them. I love their approach. I love the energy. It just hasn't clicked here for them today, but they will, like you said, they've got their own plan in place. They want to be a big team in the future, and with the likes of Lovepreet, the support of their partners, they will become that, and they will get better. Yeah. All focused, though, on this one next. Gina Brescia against Fresh Tropical.
Again, want to reiterate your statements regarding Cricket Stars. Love those guys and wishing them all the best for the season and beyond. Yeah, coming up next, we have Qualifier 1, Gina Brescia and Fresh Tropical. Huge match because one of these teams will book their place in the final and, have, say, a 50-50 shot at glory. The other team will have to do it the hard way, and they're going to have to take on a Roma CC team that are gaining momentum. I don't think either of these teams want to do that. Janek Avas comes in for Gina Brescia, so Natvi comes back in for Fresh Tropical. That is coming your way in about 20 minutes. News from the toss is that Gina Brescia, they won the toss. They're going to have a hit. I think both captains get what they want out of the toss. I think Fresh Tropical like chasing anyway. It gives them a bit of direction. Yeah. But anyway, looking forward to that match. looking at the scorecard here, well, they needed 98 for victory. They get there with 2 overs to spare. And, well, 3 batters principally do the work. Maragi was important in the power play, 29. Samarakun just did what he had to do, got them through that period. Then over to the engine room. Kalagamage, 33. Samaragi, 22. Well, Waduba Walagi came in. I'm going to add him to the engine room now. I think 3, 4, 5, and 6. That's where they want to do the work in the middle overs and towards the end. And look, despite the fairly disciplined bowling effort with only 3 wides and a no ball, and fielding probably was something that let cricket stars down, no doubt about that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna focus on the point you made yesterday. You know, you look at that batting lineup. Look at the batters that haven't come in. You know, let's focus on Rahat Ahmed. We know what he can do. Denham. I mean, Denham, we know can crunch the ball.
Scored a 50 last year.
He has scored a 50. That is, I mean, come on. If they click, I mean, they're a team there that, if they're chasing, they can chase. Well, they can quite easily chase anything. Problem is, though, there's going to be a time when they're going to have to be putting the scores on the board as well, and that's maybe sometimes when they stumble.
They can't squander deliveries with a batting lineup like that. That's the thing. So
True.
let's look at the bowling. And got to say, Kang bowled pretty well. Sukhpal Singh loved his sum up, 1 for 12 off his 2 overs. The other wickets went to Shakawat, Rajmani Sandhu. But, you know, with the exception of Sukhpal, everyone was in double digits and sometimes very, very expensive. And for that reason, they don't defend this score of 97. Well, it's been an exciting day so far. I'm going to do a Nikki check and see if her voice is up to it. She might be joining me for the next game. I'll let you know
I
very,
hope
very
that's going to
shortly.
work. Hope that's going to work. I think everybody would love to see Nikki back
I hope
on.
so. But anyway, hope you're enjoying your day so far. Plenty of action still to come. 3 matches today on Super Series Finals Day and 2 from Portugal tonight. So we're just getting started on ECN. And a super duper Saturday. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full with me. We'll see you shortly right here in Rome for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello, welcome back. Finals day in the Super Series, the culmination of our 5-week Italian summer. And now we are heading into the second match of 4 today. This is what we call Qualifier 1. It's the first team from the group stage versus the second team from the group stage. The winner of this goes through to the final, but the loser, they do get a second chance because they have finished top 2 and they will play in the next game following this as well for their chance to also meet the winner in the final. So it should be a really good game. We've got Ginebrescia here versus Fresh Tropical. These were the 2 teams that finished at the top of the table. They also met in the Super Series final last year in November here in Rome. So I think it's going to be a cracking game. Rob Kemming has the 2 captains for the coin toss for match 22, qualifier number 1.
Beautiful. Okay. Head. Heads is called. Just tails.
We bat first.
So Rookie Ahmed has won the toss and he's elected to bat first. Ginebrescia will bat first here in this crucial match, qualifier number 1. Look, he certainly has a lot of good players at his disposal. Little bit of a change in their lineup compared to what we saw in Brescia, but they've still done the job, haven't they? 6-2 through the group stages. But just like any team, if they have a bad day with the bat, it can go very badly. And we saw them get skittled yesterday. In fact, only a last wicket partnership saved their blushes. But I do think that both teams kind of get what they want out of the toss. I think that Rookie Ahmed is happy to bat first. I got a feeling Bilal Hamid probably would have wanted to chase anyway. That's been their game plan because it just gives them an idea about how to approach their innings. And we know Fresh Tropical can be a little bit crazy with the bat as well. Good to see Zain Nakvi back, of course. It's wonderful to see him back. Wishing him all the best on his return to the team. He's a real key player. Haven't seen him bowling that much this year, but he certainly will slot into their top 2 or 3 with the bat. Can he pick up the pace? We'll have to find out. And Rookie Ahmed, the Ginebrescia captain, how good's he been with the ball? He picked up a 5-wicket haul during the week, and we haven't seen too many of those this year. So it should be a really entertaining game. Let's go over to the commentary box as we get ready for qualifying number 1. The news from the toss is that Ginebrescia, they've won the toss and they are going to have a bat. I think it's a smart decision. Let's get ready for qualifier number 1.
Thanks, Vinny. So we're here at the Roma Cricket Ground for match 22. Wow, loads of games we've already had this week, and as you have seen, that Ginebrescia won the toss and they've elected to bat. So they really want to put on a high score to get Fresh Tropical really on the edge here. So obviously we know winner goes through to the final today. So who's it going to be, Fresh Tropical or Ginebrescia? Get your answers into us on the live chat. We'd love to know who you're going to be backing, who you think's going to win, and probably why you think they're going to win. So we're in for a big old ride. It's going to be a fun one. I'm looking forward to it. It's a bit cloudy here, so I'm not sure if that's going to have a bit of an effect with the ball first up, but we will have a look. We will see when game gets underway. At the moment, the batsmen are just making their way out onto the middle. And I think we're going to have a bit of Chima, who's going to start off with the ball. As I mentioned, it's a bit cloudy. There were rumours of thunderstorms earlier here this morning, but we've missed that. Thank goodness for that. No rain. We shouldn't have any rain on finals day. The R word is banned here at the Roma Cricket Ground today. So if you just tuned in, make sure you get your answers into us on the live chat. Who do you think is going to win this one, Ginebrescia or Fresh Tropical? Because the winner who wins goes through to the final. It's match 22. It's been a busy week, an action-packed week full of some great cricket. And we're going to witness some even more great cricket in this game. Just before we get underway, I've got Vinny back in the comms box with me. Hello, Vinny.
Morning, Nikki. Great to have you with us. I'm so glad just to hear you. You've had a rough couple of days with the voice. Anyway, here's Bilal Hamid. Here's another Chima, and he's going to open up. He's going to open up to Shruk Nawaz, who's able to chop this one down. Oh, and then almost gets a sneak attack from behind. This will be the first run of the contest. Yeah, so Nikki, I know that you were here yesterday, but
I couldn't talk yesterday.
Couldn't talk. I mean, and we still weren't sure if you were right to do this one. But yeah, how are you feeling? Are you going all right?
Yeah, I feel better. Like, it's a bit sore. I'll be honest with you. It's a bit sore just to try and get it out. But like, I wanted to do it, so yeah, I'll go through the pain. We
want you to do it. A lot of people have been asking if you'd be able to do it. So
yesterday though, I woke up. I was just like, oh goodness, I couldn't get anything out of me.
You were a whisperer yesterday. All right, here's Saifur Rahman, who's also going to get off the mark with a single little fumble there. But this is a real showpiece game. Nikki. These are the two teams that met in the final last year in the Super Series. And it was Ginebrecia who won on that occasion. But Fresh Tropical, last year was their first year in ECN. So they certainly have turned heads pretty quickly. And great to see Zayn Naqvi back. He's actually got the gloves for Fresh Tropical, so he's plugging that role. So Azamali doing it yesterday. We have seen Hamiyun doing it ordinarily. It means we won't see him bowling, but we haven't seen him bowling that much lately anyway. So they obviously decided that Naqvi's the best option behind the stumps. And, well, I would say he'd open the batting. That's normally what he would do. But Bilal Hussein's been really good up there, so maybe they'll bat him at 3, or maybe they will back Naqvi at the top of the order in the second half and drop Bilal Hussein down into the middle. Should be an interesting game anyway. Oh, this is trouble, and it should be caught. Azamali without the gloves. Doesn't matter. He'll take this one. No problem at all. So, Saifur Rahman is the first wicket of this contest. Bilal Hamid gets the wicket. Ginebrecia 3 for 1. And what a good start for Fresh Tropical.
That's a great start for Fresh Tropical. Even if though Asim Ali does not have the gloves, but you can assure himself that he's safe under the ball, isn't he? He's so used to it, taking all those catches just behind the stumps. Just put him in the field, and I'm sure his teammates were like, yep, that's gone. That's going to be taken.
I kind of said this. I've got a confession. I'm a bit of an Azim Ali freak. I do like the way he plays his cricket, especially with the bat, because there's the right way, the wrong way, and the Azim Ali way. But it's like the wrong way, but faster. But it's a nice bit of fielding there. And this will bring Hassan Ahmed to the crease. And look, the longer this Italian summer's rolled on, the better Hassi has been batting. And he's a big game player. Right now, he's going to have to pick up the pieces with that early wicket.
Yeah, it's not great to lose that wicket first up, is it? Especially in this game. You really want to... I'm sure Ginebrecia elected to bat thinking they're going to get on a big total here, and they probably really back their bowling, don't they? So
yeah. Look, it's not great to lose an early wicket, but I think it's worse if you bat too conservatively. I think they've got a long batting order. You want to see that intent, and it just doesn't work out for Saifur Rahman. Tries to take that off the length, go over the top in the power play, but occasionally it's going to go wrong. He doesn't waste too many balls either. I want to say a quick hello to Shrug, as it looks like Rob Thompson's watching from New Zealand. He's welcoming you back, and a big welcome back from everyone here as well. And why don't you say hello to Nikki if you'd like. It's nice to have her being our special guest this week. And I know you've got plenty going on in the next month or so, right? Well, maybe we'll talk about that in a second. But first, let's have a look at Hassan Ahmed, who's facing up. Good contest this.
it is good to be back, though.
Hamid. Wide down leg side, not miles away from the leg stump. Yeah, I mean, you've got a bit going on in the UK when you go back.
Yeah.
With, mostly related to the 100, right?
Yeah, with the 100, and obviously back on the radio as well. As soon as I'm back, literally I land and I've got to go straight. So it's going to be a busy month. I think it's from as soon as I land tomorrow morning until like the 4th of September. It's going to be just busy with the 100 and radio when we've got other events going on as well. Hosting a few events as well, so it's gonna be it's gonna be crazy.
That's it. Oh, you can sleep when you're dead. That's what I used to say to myself sometimes. It's
sleep when you're dead.
Sleep when you're dead.
You're really encouraging it.
No, I mean, obviously you love what you do though.
No, it's so much fun. I just think the voice just went after. Like, it's been a long few weeks, and then it was all just maybe. I think that it was the aircon as well. We discussed it. It was just going in hot weather, aircon, hot weather, aircon.
Well, this is not a good delivery at all. That's going to go the journey. It's going to go all the way Maximo. Nawaz, he's another player that looks like he might be hitting his traps at the right time. And the first 6 of the contest had to go, and it did. Turns around the corner for 6.
That was a great shot, actually. I just think the way he just waited for it, and he just swiveled with the ball, actually, just to place it, you know? He knew exactly how he was going to do that. It looked pretty smart.
Yeah, into the over, 11 for 1. Let's see where we're at on finals day. And you can see Roma CC, they knocked the Cricket Stars out of the contest. So those teams had some epic battles during the week. Roma CC this time do get across the line in the chase. Remember, they lost by 4 runs on Thursday night in the rescheduled match 6. But this time they get some revenge. And Cricket Stars, they were so disappointed. So you can understand why. And wishing them the best, obviously, going forward. Ginebrecia and Fresh Tropical playing right now. The winner goes through to the final. The loser has to play Roma CC in qualifier 2. Of course, the winner of today's action will be going to the European Cricket League in 2023, where 30 of the best clubs in Europe will compete for that amazing trophy. Here's Zahid Chima in over number 2. Right on the money straight away. 2 ECN personalities going head-to-head with Chima versus Hassan Ahmed. I mean, it's a great experience for these players. Nikki, I mean, you can imagine what it would be like to have that experience, to be flown to Spain, to basically be treated like a pro for a
I
few
know,
days.
exactly. I was speaking to one of the Cricket Stars players yesterday, or like whispering at them, as you
Yeah,
could
go on.
say. Like, they tried to have a conversation with me, and they realized I couldn't talk, but they kept going on. Like, honestly, like, I was like,
Yeah, pretty good sign if they wanted to keep talking. I got a feeling this is a bit high. Didn't really see the line, but just felt like it was climbing from Chima. Let's have a look on the replay. That kind of length typically goes over, hits him outside the line, I think, anyway. So I don't think it's so much the height as the fact that the line wasn't quite right. Yeah, so what were they saying?
So-
Had they been before? I mean, there's a couple that have been to Khartoum. I know Rajmani
No.
has, Baba Hussain has.
no, they hadn't been before. They were like, this is the reason they're playing this,
Yeah.
and they've taken some vacation from work. They were, and that they just really want to go to Spain. They think it'll be a great opportunity. They literally said it'll be nice to feel like a pro. So
Yeah. I mean, it means so much to these guys. That's why it's so hard, I think, especially at this stage when these guys have gotten to the very last day of the competition. We're going to have to say goodbye. Well, basically, the 3/4 of these players today, they're not going to get that dream. 1/4 will. Yeah, speaking of Cricket Stars, they haven't as a team gone, but they did have Rajmani there who played for Italy in the ECC. They had Baba Hussain who played for Bresh CC in the ECL earlier this year. So they've had a few players with that experience, but yeah, as a team, they certainly haven't. It's Chima. Another one down leg side, called wide. But that's what I mean. I never like to see anyone hurt. That's part of sport, though, isn't it? Is copying the bad results. And Cricket Stars, we know that they didn't play to their potential, no doubt about it. I think they let themselves down a bit in the field in the first game. But Roma CC, they're the real story, aren't they? They are gathering speed, and they came from third in the Rome week to get through to this stage. Could they come from fourth to qualify for the ECL? What a story!
I'm sure they'd love that, wouldn't they? If they've played really good cricket. Yes, as you mentioned, come with some speed and with a lot of spin as well, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. It's a good tactic. Up in their block hole. Sheem gets this one on target. Just a single. Yeah, and I think going spin heavy is smart. I think you think these top order batters, they want pace on the ball, a lot of them. Just to have that variety. I'll be curious, though, if Roma CC do run into Gina Brescia in particular. Gina Brescia have a bunch of left-handers that they can throw at them as far as top order left-handers. And you're looking at players like Saifur Rahman, like Hassan Ahmed. And I just don't think the left-arm spinners are as effective to left-handed batters. So, yeah, it's a game of matchups and contests.
Yeah, the left arm spinners tend to be more effective just against the right hander.
Yeah, well, this is in the end. It's caught. Mohamed Imran takes the catch. It wasn't a good delivery from Chima. It's not one that he'll want to remember, but the full toss is scooped to cover. Mohamed Imran takes the catch. And so Gina Brescia will lose a second wicket now in the power play. Nawaz goes for 9. He's 16 for 2.
That was a great catch. Just look at that. He really mistimed that one. Didn't really put his all his might into that one. And just look, as he's falling down, he's just managed to keep that in his hands. Because I think those are actually quite hard. You know, when you've hit the ground,
Yeah.
it's just making sure you hold on to the ball just tight enough. Otherwise, it will just bounce out. And he held on to it
Yeah, I mean, does well to protect the ball. Gets 2 hands on it. I think Nawaz will be the man that feels that he's made a bit of a mental error there. Execution error, I suppose you'd call it. Because he's not sure, I don't think, whether he's going over the top or not with this. Full toss. Now, he could have driven it through the covers with the minimum of risk and hoped to pick a gap. In the end, he's kind of half and half. Bat kind of turns in his hands and he just slices it away. Very good catch. I mean, fielding's important. We've talked about it already a lot today. Mohamed Imran is a very good inclusion for Fresh Tropical, and he is the reason that Fresh Tropical pick up that second wicket. Here's a man who's coming into the Super Series for the first time, Janik Abbas. Again, he's a player who played for Italy last year in the ECC. So he's come in just for the finals day in the Super Series. Let's see if he can move the needle. Short, bottom edge into the body. Vast takes off. He'll be out if he hits here. Oh, and misses. So that was a chance to get Janik Abbas' very first ball.
That was a very close chance. Just, oh my goodness, it was just a few millimeters to the right. He would have got him. That was a great effort.
Oh, I did miss by much. Yeah, he probably misses to Zahid Chima's left. Vast, lucky to get away with that. And yeah, you can play well. The luck factor is still a huge thing in the 10-over format. Probably any format.
I think, yeah, definitely. The luck factor does play a huge part just because obviously everything just happens so quickly. Like, I'd probably be fair to say it's probably more a luck factor than it is a skill factor.
Chima's done this a few times to the left-hander. Pulls it down leg side. Yeah, well, there's a continuum I read an interesting book called The Success Equation, but it was to do with where things fall on the luck skill continuum. So, I mean, some things are exclusively luck in life, some things are almost exclusively skill, but it depends. Most are a mixture of both. Okay, so if you think you can do it on luck alone, forget about it. But you got all skillful teams still in the competition, no doubt about it. Skillful teams already having gone home as well.
Yeah, for sure.
If you get the luck, it could make the difference.
Yeah, the luck can have a huge hand in making a decision in the outcome of the game.
So we get to the end of the second over. Hassan Ahmed just pushes for one. And yeah, well, 2 early wickets. I think Fresh Tropical happy with their work so far. 19 for 2 after 2 overs.
Yeah, I don't think you can rely solely just on skill though. Like, it helps, but the luck factor. It's just such a quick-paced game, and then because obviously there's we've seen some absolute sorts going on, and it's it's definitely a very lucky competition in those senses.
Yeah, for sure. And well, it should be a really entertaining day, no doubt about it. The heat is on.
It is on. It's a very muggy day today.
Yeah. The Italian summer has been roasting, no doubt about it, but I wouldn't have wanted it any other way.
And apparently, according to the taxi driver yesterday, he's like, it's not even hot now. August gets hotter. I was like, what?
Well, you were also pretty clever, I noticed, because you happened to lose your voice, and then obviously you had the afternoon to try and recover. Meanwhile, we hit 300,000 subscribers yesterday, so we got ice bucketed.
I saw that, and I watched it. I went back to the hotel. I was just drinking tea and watching this live stream, and I was so annoyed. I saw you guys did it, and I was like, I wanted to do it.
I was going to say, you could have had a cold shower or something in sympathy, something like that. Thing is, actually, it was quite pleasant, I've got to say. Now, Charlie is in Portugal. He said that he may do it, but he also said he might do it on Sunday when it's 39 degrees over there. Oh, this one gets through. Running a vast.
I bet
a single.
I bet you dried off really quickly.
I did. By the end of the game, I was pretty much bone dry. Then I went up to the rooftop, and I actually had a bit of a moment thinking about it, and I actually realised something. It was 3 years to the day that I did my first game for ECN, which was on the first day of the ECL in 2019. It was the 29th of July, I should say.
Oh my goodness.
So this will be a thick edge, and Faisal Mohammed can eventually stop it, keep it to 1. So yeah, it was a bit of a coincidence. It was the first day of really what we'd call the ECN adventure. And that was 29th of July 2019. And so just a coincidence, 3 years to the day we hit 300,000 subscribers. So that was a special moment. And I went back and actually watched a little bit of a highlights package of one of those matches. It might have been St. Petersburg Lions versus Catalunya CC. And yeah, it just showed me how far we've come, really. Well, this is smashed. And you can forget about this. New balls, please. This one's out of here. Maximal. Hassan wakes up from his slumber and he slams this one over the fence.
Not just how far we've come, how far that ball's gone as well. It's gone over the fence into the farm.
It's absolutely whacked. Don't bother chasing it. Let's just get another one out there.
So have we had anyone on the live chat say who they back today?
Yeah, well, let us know. I mean, it's a bit of a mixed feelings. I think in all these games, FR Akash saying if Fresh Tropical fight, no other team can beat them. And asking if he's right. Well, yeah, probably. But I mean, you could also say that for most teams. Fresh Tropical, different way they go about it, no doubt about it. Misfield, and this is going to be 4. That hurts.
That's a bit sloppy. You can't afford to do that. No, not in this. This is a big game. It's a nail-biter game. It's literally telling you what's going to happen, and you can't afford to do that.
Shahzad Hamayun is the man who's regularly their wicketkeeper, but he's just struggling with a bit of an issue, so he doesn't have the gloves on. He might have needed them there. Does that one go straight through Jake the Pegs before? Yeah, so, I mean, I really don't know from here. I could have said at the start of the day, maybe Jenna Brescia, because they have superior performance in the group stages, but it doesn't count for that much now, especially after this game. Slower ball.
And obviously, yeah, at the beginning of the week, Jenna Brescia played really well, and so did Fresh Tropical, and I think just to see these two teams taking on each other, it's going to be a good day of cricket, and also whoever takes on Rome, because Rome have played really well, let's be honest.
Really hitting their straps at the right time. End of the power play, it's 31 for 2. So for me, maybe an even power play. I know there's a couple of wickets in there, but Jenna Brescia do bat deep. Jenna Brescia are a team that won almost everything last year in Italy. The only game they didn't win was the playoff to decide who would go to the ECL. That nature of last year's competition because we had some cancelled because of the pandemic. It was the 2020 champions, Brescia CC, versus the 2021 champions, Jenna Brescia, to find out who would go to this tournament. Brescia CC won that game. But Jenna Brescia, they won the Super Series and won pretty much everything else. But yeah, right now, both these teams 2 games away from glory. This is driven square for 1. And that's the other thing. Whoever does qualify, whoever it is today, they'll fancy their chances. I mean, Brescia CC ended up coming 3rd in the whole of Europe, just behind Pack-I-Care from Spain, and then the English champions, Tunbridge Wells, who were runners-up. So, you know, it's going to be a big day. It already is a big day on the calendar.
It looks like you've also, as you were talking and mentioning earlier, that it's going to look like a big year for 2023 as well.
Will be. Who knows how big it might be. Sharif. This one, I think, misses the leg stump. It'll be called a wide. Yeah, the question here is, does it go over the leg stump or does it go just to the left of the leg stump? And I think, you can see it's to the left. So even though it swings back, it will be called wide correctly. That is the application of that playing condition in ECN cricket. But pretty good stop that by Nutfeet, because that went heaps after it passed the stumps. Oh, he's gone. Janika Vas plays all around this. Look, never easy coming into a series late. Janika Vas is a dangerous player, but that's a really good nut that Sharif bowls. It straightens down the line. It pitches off, it hits off, and Janika Vas is off. It's 34 for 3.
That was a great delivery. He's gone all around the world with that, what he's trying to do. Like, look at him. He's just got himself completely stuck there.
Well, I was about to go up for LBW because I thought that was going to crash into his pads. In the end, it just swung around and swung straight into that off stump. So another very good player is removed. Janika, we know how dangerous he can be, but it's always hard to kind of get on that pace in this form of the game. You don't have too much time to settle, and he's got to go as the 3rd wicket, 34 for 3. And this will bring Bilal Masood to the crease.
Yeah, 3 down at the moment, but looking at roughly going at 10 and over still, which is still pretty good. Ideally, you just wouldn't want to have had those 3 wickets gone, but what can you do? They're trying to set a total here as well and maximise what they could have in the power play.
Yeah, for sure. No matter how many Jenna Brescia score, I think we're in for an entertaining second half when Fresh Tropical grab the bats. Masood faces up for the first time. It's a pretty good delivery from Sharif, who's another very good performer. Saw him playing for Italy in the European Cricket Championship last year, which is basically the Euros of cricket. And Sharif, very good with the bat and the ball. Class player. Class players normally step up when the pressure goes up. That's probably, that's so close to going onto the stump. Yeah, so this, they go up for LBW, but it's going miles over the top. But just have a look at this. And he gets in a bit of a tangle, so it's going up his inside edge anyway, then hits his arm, and then he hits his pad again, and then hits his pad again, and then this only just rolls past the stumps. Wow, it would have been unlucky if he went this way. Look at how many times this hits him. And it just rolls past the stumps.
That's so close. Oh, my goodness.
In the air and dropped. Mohamed Imran now he's got a chance for a run out, but he throws wide. So, I mean, it wasn't an easy one at all. Mohamed Imran had to take off. He does save a boundary. He doesn't grab Masood, who has another let off. Finally, he's off the mark. Bilal Masood, though, dropped on 0.
That was a great attempt, actually, of that catch, but unfortunately, he just didn't stick. He didn't have those sticky hands. Surprising, though, because it's so sticky out here today. Honestly, I sat over there, and it was just like, I'm just wiping myself.
Yeah, he took a very good catch earlier. You mentioned it, Mohamed Imran. But, yeah, he got 2 hands to that. He'll be probably more than a little upset he didn't hang on. Back to Hassan Ahmed on strike. He gets a good one that seams away and keeps going. It's the end of the 4th over as well. So the score now is 35 for 3. Another good one. Remember the one that got Vas? Went right to left. This one goes left to right. So good luck facing that. Sharif putting on a masterclass in seam bowling. And the score now 35 after 4 overs.
That was a good nut. That was a good ball. You know what else is pretty good, Vinny?
Yep.
I'm really liking Rico's yellow golden sunshine shirt. Like, it's as bright as the sun, if not brighter.
He certainly always brings it. He's always looking colourful.
As are you.
Yeah, he's He's just giving Diana a few tips, I think, at the moment about photography. So there we go. Like, this is where you use it. This is the button you press.
This is how you hold it. This is what you do. This is how
she's
you...
saying, yep, don't touch that, please.
Let me do my job.
And,
Okay.
yeah, well, I do say, looking pretty good. Diana looked pretty good yesterday with her Peacock Friday outfit, got to say as well. Anyway, here's Faisal Muhammad. And he gets Masood playing missing first ball. Here's something about Faisal Muhammad. He'd never bowled with a hard ball before this month. He'd never bowled with a hard ball before. It's a different kind of a background.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so I mean, these players, they all have different backgrounds they come from. Some have played organised cricket, some haven't. Some have played a lot of tape ball cricket and other forms of the game. But yeah, he's a guy. He's got a bit about him, bit of pace, likes to dig it in. This one, strike 2 for Masood. He just hasn't got going so far in the number 5 position.
That's crazy, but to think if this is what, the first time you said that you're bowling with a proper cricket ball, then he's doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, I mean, he's had a bit of practice now in the series, I suppose. But yeah, good areas. He's not getting too short at the moment. Might have jinxed him. Here we go. That's good length again. This will just be one. Shrug's talking about Vas and his availability. I mean, this is the thing, though. I mean, players always working around work commitments as well at this level of the game, so it's a bit unavoidable. I think when you've got a guy who's in the national team setup and there's so much on the line, I think that you're kind of playing around it. Obviously, the issue is it's a bit hard to get straight into the swing of things. I've seen that a few times. So Hassan Ahmed, for me, he is a real key, especially with Masood struggling at the other end. He gets going. He's the kind of guy that can really bang you some runs quickly. He's 15 off 9. He's facing Faisal Muhammad. Short and turned around the corner where it's almost a catch. It's going to be 4 in the end. That's pretty unlucky for Hassan Jamil, who in the end he can't get it on the full, so he just tries to smother it. Bounces off him to the boundary. Hassan will get 4. Maybe a little lucky to get away with it though, because it wasn't the direction of the fielder, but it will be 4 runs to Jinder Brescia.
Ooh, really just thought you need it pretty much.
Yeah, well, he didn't need it in the end because that one would be a bit nasty. But he does everything right there, Jamil. And it's very hard to predict how that ball's going to react off the surface. Better ball. I think that's a better length. You don't want to get too short to Hassan. You see a lift you over the leg side quite comfortably. So Masood, he's the one that needs to find his mojo pretty quickly. He's had a couple of close calls. He hasn't hurt him on the scoreboard as yet. He's 2 off 6 with the last ball before the mini drinks break coming up. Oh, hits this. Lucky he does, otherwise could have been in some trouble. So Masood survives, but he hasn't put too much scoreboard pressure on at the moment. He's 2 off 7, halfway through the first innings of qualifier number 1, Jinder Brescia. They won the toss, they elected to bat, and they are 41 for 3. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me. It's great to have you back in the commentary box. Nikki Chowdhury, Nikki C, welcome back.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, what do you make of it? It's been a big week, hasn't it? And we've brought you in as our special guest for basically one of the biggest weeks on the calendar, and I think right now you see these players are playing like there's a lot on the line.
Yeah, you can tell, and you can tell there's a lot of momentum amongst them as well. Just when they're up, can you hear it when the bowler's about to run in? You can just hear the buzz on them on the pitch, and you can tell they really want this. There's a lot of determination there, and
yeah, and I also think later in the afternoon, I think when we get to the final couple of matches, I mean, last Saturday we had a lot of kind of spectators around as well, making a bit of noise, and things were getting a little bit excitable in the crowd as well. So I think that's what we've got to look forward to as well. And when they say only mad dogs and Englishmen in the sun, I think this is an expression, but I think we certainly had a few here as well. So yeah, I mean, after this, I mean, you're probably first time seeing the T10 format in this kind of package. I mean, what do you think of it?
I think it's been a great week, honestly. We've seen some absolute screamers in terms of just on the field, and some actually great performances with the bat as well. I've really enjoyed it. It's been really fast paced. It's been entertaining. It's been a good week in Italy. Yeah,
I'm glad you've enjoyed it. We've enjoyed having you, of course, as our guest. And not often Rico and I have the luxury to to both work with somebody in ECS cricket. So we've loved having you, and obviously you mentioned you've got a lot going on over the next few weeks, right? You mentioned some work you're doing with the 100. What else you got going on? You got lots going on.
Oh, I've got stuff with the 100, which is pretty much taking up the whole of August, and then I've got obviously my radio show, plus I'm doing some extra radio bits because we got some colleagues on holiday. And then I'm also hosting a couple of events, some melas, which on behalf of the radio station. So
could be trouble, and he's dropped it well. He had more hats coming off than you can poke a stick at. Mohammed Imran, as he comes in, this comes flat to him, and you can just see he was never settled behind that catch. And that's a big one to drop. Hassan Ahmed is dropped on 21. Let's have a look here. He knows he's in trouble, doesn't even move, but look, it's just a commotion. And Mohammed Imran couldn't reel it in.
So
1 out of 3 on the catches now.
yeah, that was, I think that one took him by surprise, just the way he reacted to it. I think he just must have seen it pretty late.
Yeah, true. I think often fields will instinctively run in as we see an overthrow. Maybe another overthrow. If not careful here, and they will. A double overthrow time. They turn a 1 into a 3. A bit of a mess. And, Masood will grab a triple in the end. Yeah.
Can you hear the buzz? This is what I was talking about. You can just hear them. Every ball means something to them.
Yeah.
They know they can't afford to let it slide. You got to switch
sloppy.
on. Yeah, it can't be sloppy.
2 bad throws really
Yeah.
to the keeper and the bowler.
Just be extra alert. And I know it can be really exhausting as well. It's like a lot of mental fatigue in this format, I think, more than physical fatigue. Because if, let's say, for example, we saw Roma CC play on Tuesday or Wednesday, I think, when they played those 3 games back to back.
Yeah, on Wednesday.
Yeah, on Wednesday. So if you think about it, it's only 10, 20, 30 overs. So, like, it's not going to be as challenging on the body, but mentally, like we spoke about, playing like 2 T20s in a day back to back is actually much more exhausting because it's a faster paced game. You always have to be switched on. You need to know what the batsman's thinking, your tactics, and it's just constantly like a moment of like alertness. And I think alertness is just, it can drain you because of all that adrenaline. It's like when you come back from a theme park and you're absolutely shattered.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. And right now, not seeing too much bothering Masood, who's sprung to life with back-to-back boundaries. He drives the 4 and he cuts the 4. It's going to rub us. Back-to-back boundaries against him. That wasn't in the plan. 50's up now for Ginebrescia, despite a few wobbles. I mean, still going at 9+ and over with thanks to those 2 boundaries. I think you're exactly right about the mental aspect of the game. That's actually what gets you more tired than anything else. There's a lot of decision-making to be done quickly in this form of the game. This is straight over the stumps, so it won't be a wide.
And I think today also with the weather as well, I think the rest of the week's actually been fine. I don't think it's been that bad. I think today it's just actually kind of sticky. Like, it's that humidity. Like, ugh, it's like, ugh.
Yeah. I mean, the players are also pretty used to playing in hot conditions at this time of year, no doubt about it. But it's the intensity of these contests, I think, which is the difference. This is hit hard, and it's hit flat, and it's hit over the fence. Maximo Masood. Well, he couldn't hit a beach ball early on, but right now he's come good, and he's come good at a good time for Ginebrescia fans. That's 6 overs down, 58 for 3.
That was a great shot. Just look at that. It was brilliant. Just like skimming over the head of the fielder. He actually had no chance, let's be honest. He was just going at such a pace that I probably wouldn't even want to stick my hand up.
Exactly. Well, you had to be about 10 feet tall. Let's have a look at the bowling figures. Wickets for Hamid, Zahid Shima, and Amish Sharif. There's only Hamid's bowled out at this stage. They've got plenty of options. This is, I know Corey always says, this is a good place to be with your 5 bowlers after 6 overs, to have to have 4 bowlers available still to bowl over 7, 8, 9, 10. You can pretty much bowl them whatever overs you want. Fazal Muhammad's going to come back and bowl over number 7. This game very much hanging in the balance on 97 pace at the moment. Hassan Ahmed, and he had that life a second ago, didn't he? He's still there on 21. Fazal Muhammad will be bowling at him. What kind of a score can Ginebrescia get to? Too short. Fortunately, fresh tropical. Drilled straight at the fielder. Mohammed Imran, well, he's going to have leather poisoning the way things are going. Had a lot of the ball so far.
He's had a lot of it. You know, sometimes it's those days when you feel like the ball's just following you. It's like you've got a tracker on you and it's just...
Yeah, it happens. Again, took a very good catch early. Has spilt a couple since then. Not easy ones by any means, but still, I talked about the importance of fielding and holding your chances. Masood, he's got the hot hand at the moment. He's facing up. Puts him on the pad, going down the leg side. Come through for a single. Leg bye called? Or maybe. No, no signal. He felt there was some bat in that. Can't say I would agree. Oh, there's the leg bye signal. Comes eventually.
I don't know why, but Fresh Tropical t-shirt just reminds me of like a mojito.
I think it's meant to. They've got the two strips, don't forget. They've got the predominantly yellow and the predominantly green.
Yeah.
I like the yellow a bit better. It's the Australian in me. All right, top edge. Now, who's going to catch this? It hangs a long time. He can't even see it. And, yeah, literally did not see that. Jamil, well, now he might have a chance to gun him down. And he won't be able to. So, I mean, Hasanama gets a bit lucky as well. And, look, just have a look at the shadows here. Jamil sees nothing but sun here. And he's just, maybe at the last minute, throws out a hand of hope. And then, pretty alertly, Hassan Ahmed says, well, if you can't see it, I can see that you can't see it, and I'm going to take 2.
Yeah, see, that's what I mean, just being alert, the extra switched on, just making the most of any little mistake that anyone makes.
Yeah, look, I'm thankful for the sun for giving us the opportunity to experience life, but I've also been in a situation where the ball goes up, and even if you're playing at night, sometimes you'll, with the floodlights, I remember playing at the Wacken, it's like having 6 suns. Like, you had even just more obstacles when the white ball goes in there. You can forget about it. You can't see.
You've played at the Wacker?
I played at Wacker under lights. Yeah.
How was that? Who was that for and how was it?
That was in the WA final. Yeah, it was a really great experience. Big swing and a miss.
So how did you get into cricket?
That's a good question. I was asking you that question. Don't ask me. So I'm a bit unusual. I mean, I was born in Australia, and I have a father who was, or who is, of Indian origin, but he was born in Malaysia, so he didn't grow up with cricket at all.
Okay.
My mum's from the UK, but again, didn't really have too much of a sporting background, so I didn't really have that family connection like a lot of kids do. Well, this is going to be 6, and this is another one that we're going to lose forever. Maximo Hassan Ahmed making the most of an opportunity, and he finishes the 7 with a bang. Gina Brescia, 68 for 3 after 7 overs. I'll come back to that in a moment. But right now, I just want to quickly mention, speaking of some high-quality cricket, that we've got the ECC coming up. And I know we had a couple of bombshells surrounding this, didn't we, over the last couple of weeks? Just a little bit of a bonus to our Italian summer to get the news that ECC will be played under lights for the first time. International T10 cricket under lights, with the game starting a little bit later in the day. So flick the switch to prime time. We have 5 countries each week, starting with Group A. That's who we're going to see first. And look, we're only about 6-7 weeks away from this now. So we've got Ireland, Spain, Austria, Czech Republic and Portugal in that group. And you can see on the weekends, we've got the FanCode European Cricket T10 Spain. So we'll have 5 matches each day, except for finals day where we just have the 4. So 34 matches a week. In the air, this is away from Chima, and he's not going to stop it. So Masood, he's come good after a real shaky start. He'll move into the 20s. And Gina Brescia swing their way into the 70s. Good shot.
That was a great shot, but 34 matches a week. You're going to be in for a big ride, aren't you?
Yeah, it's going to be huge, no doubt about it. And our viewers are as well. It's all part of the experience. Yeah, so just going back to how I got into cricket. Well, I actually got out a library book when I was in the 2nd grade. I was about 7 years old, and I used to like going to the sports section because I was kind of into sports. Okay, this is in the air, and again, it's into the gap. And that one might have even gone all the way. It has Maximo. Well, Gina Brescia, this is why they're dangerous. Even when you feel like you've tied them down, they still swing their way to a pretty good score. And now they're up to 78. Yeah, so just have a look there. Yep, carries by about 1 metre. Yeah, so I got out a library book, and it was all about cricket. I said, that's pretty interesting. I read about the rules. And I would keep getting out more cricket books. This is when I was about 7 years of age. Well, this is driven, and it's going to get over the fielder. Maximo! Oh, Masood has now lapped Hassan Ahmed, and he's overtaken him 34-30 at the moment. The race is on, and it is Gina Brescia who are racing in this 8th over.
Yeah, they've really changed gears here now, haven't they? Really changed gears. They've upped it. They know let's up the antics and take it to a big score.
Just missing his spot a couple of times, Sharif. He's going for the block hole. He missed full, he missed short. Let's see if he can get it right. He's still got 3 balls to come, and they're pretty important deliveries. Just try and catch him in front. Well, this is going to go for 4 as well, somehow. And I've got a feeling that there wasn't a lot about on this. The umpire says there is some. We'll have a look at it on the replay. He's everything rolling, Gina Brescia. Well, it's a slower ball. Yeah, it's off the back of the bat. It's the leading edge, and that's how it ends up there.
Doesn't matter how it ends up there, as long as it ends up there, right?
Well, yeah, talk about the luck factor. I mean, that could have gone anywhere. It could have clunked up straight in the air. Instead, beats the fielder in the circle. Gina Brescia. This over's getting well out of hand at the moment. He's miscued this. This should be out. Taken. So you can see Fresh Tropical, a little bit flat. You can understand why. The wind taken out of their sails. Hassan Jamil. Well, there's one that he could see. No, it's not a problem of having a hat that's too small. He grabs onto that. 4 wickets down. Masood. Well, he really turned it on, didn't he, after a bit of a shaky start. He goes for 38 of 18. And Ginebresha are 88 for 4.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? He came in really like up the rampo and was like, right, I got a job to do. Let's make it a quick one.
Yeah.
And look how he's contributed.
Yeah, gets a good round of applause from his teammates. You can understand why this means everything to these players. So just finally, how I got into cricket, yeah, library books. And then I would get a new book out every week. And one book was all about games that you could play to improve your cricket skills and games you could play by yourself as well. So a lot of throwing the ball against the wall and trying to hit it, a lot of catching games. I just kind of got a little bit, I got interested in it. And then I'm the one actually got my dad into it, not the other way around.
Okay.
And actually he still can't bowl properly. He's got a suspicious action. He's well over the 15 degrees. But they were
So
very
clearly
supportive.
your coaching needs some work.
Well, I mean, sometimes people have lost cause. Last ball of the over. Pushes, runs, gets one. This is Rizwan Tanvir. Good to see him back for Ginebresha. This is the end of the 8th over. 89 for 4. Well, I know you kind of have the opposite situation because your dad coached you. I had to try and coach my dad. But really, I just made him bowl all the time anyway.
Yeah, so how did you end up going to like training then? Like, how did that...
So, I mean, once I had picked it up and
on your own?
Once I picked it up pretty much on my own, and then my parents looked into how I could play cricket, and I got into kind of that plastic bat and ball cricket in the beginning when I was about 8, I suppose. I started also watching it on TV, which obviously solidified my interest. I think the West Indies were playing. It was back in the late 80s, well before you were born. And yeah, I really loved it. Found it really exciting, watching cricket under lights, watching the big crowds, of course, Mexican waves, and people never used to wear shirts back then to the cricket. That looked like a good party, and that's pretty much been on the ride ever since. Here's Zahid Shima. Gently bowls the 2nd and 9th. It all happens in the 9th, and it starts right now with a single. I think it'll be a single, though they may want to take on the fielder. They will, because of a slight fumble. So they'll get 2. But yeah, but that's the thing. I mean, I think we're talking about getting kids into the game. Something we talk about a lot in Europe. A lot of people work hard to do that. But I think ultimately it has to get in the kids' blood so that when there aren't coaches or adults around, they're still working on their skills. And I think that it's infectious, basically.
Yeah, I think so. And like the fact you were saying about these books, like, I've never seen books that like about cricket in terms of that sort of sense.
It was just kind of the basic rules and things like that.
Yeah, I think those are pretty cool. There should be more of those around.
They still have books? I think they do.
They have books, but I think in terms of like, obviously like, Australia is like a strong cricket playing nation, so like you're more likely to be exposed to that sort of those sort of books anyway.
True.
I've never seen them though.
In a way, so we're in countries where cricket's not as established, obviously. You won't see it on mainstream TV or anything like that. But we live in an age where information and videos and footage can be more widely shared than ever before globally, right? So if you can spark that interest, there's plenty of cricket people can watch, no matter where they're watching from in the world. I think ECN's a big part of that, being available for free all around the world on our YouTube channel and also on FanCode. So yeah, it's got an unusual cricketing story, but yeah, obviously one.
So I'm intrigued, where did you first go then? Once they found a club for you, where did you go?
I went down to, it was called City Beach. It's a place between the city and the beach in Perth.
Okay.
And I remember I think you batted for 4 overs, and if you get out, you just lose runs. You're not, when you're out at that stage. Remember that? Hit towards the fielder. He won't get it. This will be 4. So placement's everything. Tanvir is warming up. Let's have a look at this. In fact, it might have gone all the way. So I thought for a second it just bounced before the line. Doesn't get a lot of it. Yeah, the fielder reaches out and, yep, just carries the line. Maximal 6 runs to Ginebresha. Well, they are certainly rebounding well in the second half of this innings. Remember, the winner of this game goes through to the final. The loser will have to front up against Roma CC. I don't think either of these teams want to have to deal with that at the moment. Shima, again, doesn't quite get the Yorker. This slices away over backward point, and this will be another boundary. Brings up the 100 for Ginebresha. And you wondered if they'd ever get there. Well, they've done it with time to spare, Nikki.
Yeah, they've done it with time to spare. There's definitely going to see a nice juicy total here. A good one, a good chase for Fresh Tropical is going to be on the cards.
Yeah, just thinking back to last year in the final rain issue. Was Fresh Tropical couldn't quite chase what Gina set them. Yeah,
it's not just the score as well, it's also the pressure that could get to them, because obviously when you know it's a big game and you're playing for that position, and you're going to want to play in the next match. And you know this is an all or nothing game.
Yeah, pressure of the chase. This one doesn't bounce as much as he thinks. This time a clean pickup. I don't think they'll get 2. It'll be the end of the over. So Tanvir has come out swinging straight away. He moves to 14 off 7. 9 overs down, 102 for 4. Yeah, so just finally touching on that. So I probably played a season or 2 of kind of the plastic cricket. Then I was probably, I think I was a year too young, but they still said I could play the hardball cricket. So I was I was still quite small, but I was playing a year up. And then I got into the structure of when you're out, you're out. It also meant that I think I cried every time I got out for at least the first 3 seasons. I wasn't quite equipped for that. I thought at the time,
You can keep going.
well, I really wanted to play for Australia, right? And I ended up playing for Australian indoor cricket, but not outdoor cricket. But I thought, well, if I was going to play for Australia, I should never be getting out. But if you ask any Test cricketer or any national cricketer, they got out heaps of times as a kid. In fact, some of them weren't even amongst the better players when they were a kid.
Some of them still go back to grade cricket and get out, so I think
yeah.
they're all right.
But I mean, when you're a kid, things are a bit different, right? Okay, this is in the air. It should be a chance. Chima is under it, and he will take it. So no problems there. Tanvir goes for a quick fire, 14. 5 balls to come. Ginebrescia, 102 for 5.
That's a good, comfortable catch there for Tanvir.
And it builds resilience cricket as well. I mean, because you have to take... It's a bit like a microcosm for life, I think, sometimes. Because sometimes it deals you some pretty rough hands, and you have to deal with it and kind of pick up the pieces. I mean, think of cricket stars today. They haven't had the week that they looked for. Having opportunities taken away. I think also of, sometimes players I've known that have been picked for international teams and been injured just before. It teaches you a lot about life, and even within the game, where sometimes you get a bad decision, might ruin your innings, or might be going through a bad trot.
So did you get coaching as such, or when?
I went into the system where we actually had some pretty good coaches, and that's kind of in the underage system in Western Australia. So yeah, I wouldn't say I was uncoachable. Even then, I had a slightly different style. But the funny thing is, all the things that were trying to coach into me, such as keeping the ball on the ground at all costs and all this, they all coach backwards now. And I had a few quirks in my batting technique that they tried to iron out. Now they just say, yeah, go for it if it works for you.
What quirks did you have?
I just used to move around a little at the crease. And, think of Steve Smith these days and these guys, where I think that coaching now, there's a bit more permission for players to be a little bit different.
Mm-hmm.
So, and the funny thing with me, though, is wicketkeeping became my main skill. I never even did that till I was 18. That's what I ended up doing professionally. Yeah.
How did that happen? That's crazy.
Well, first, we'll have a look at this. I feel like this innings has been a bit of a this is my life, but I don't mind. I've got a couple of balls to go. Yeah, I mean, I always liked the idea of wicket-keeping, but our team had a wicket-keeper who was the coach's son, so he was going to be the wicket-keeper no matter what. And I did bowl okay. I could do a bit of everything, so I would normally open the bowling. But then when I was 18 and I got senior cricket, I said, look, I think the way I'm going to move forward is to work on my wicket-keeping, and that's what I ended up doing, and that was kind of my skill. But I still batted like a bowler pretty much for the rest of my career. I think average 24. Probably not. It's okay, but not really good enough to crack it as it in the modern day as a keeper. Well, this is a slower ball, and it is adios, pelota, abracadabra. That one has disappeared. Well, Hassan Ahmed, through it all, he's been the rock in this innings. He came in very early, and he's still doing it there with 1 ball to go. Ginebrescia up to 109.
That's a good total there. In for a good chase here for S Tropical. That was a big one as well. Okay, last question.
Okay, go on.
Okay, last question. So when did you pack it?
Still have a whole half a game, by the way.
Yeah, but when did you pack it in then? When did you decide, right, okay,
You called a wide, so we'll get another ball so I can answer. It was a mixture of things. I think I got to the level where it's clear I probably wasn't going to quite get to the next level, which would have been first-class cricket, and I had a few other things going on, and the hosting picked up as well. I was fairly young. I was in my early 30s, and that's when I kind of stopped playing in a serious way, concentrated on a few other things. Anyway, I'm happy to be back, and cricket's part of my life full-time again right now. And Ginebrescia, I think they'll be happy with their work as well, as they have put 110 on the board, swing and a miss in the last ball. He wants a wide, but I don't think there was a wide at all. Hassan Ahmed will finish 36, not out of 19. Look, the funny thing about that innings for me is that he doesn't actually face that much of the bowling, because there's 56 balls that he was there for. He only faced 19 of them as we look back at some of the highlights. And it was Fresh Tropical that were forced to field first, although I don't think they mind that too much. That was a nice catch early. Nazim Ali getting Saifa Rahman for just 1. And then We saw Hassan Ahmed coming out to the crease. He'd end up being there right to the end. We saw Nawazi looked decent with a Maximo, but then he skewed one to Mohamed Imran. But then, Nikki, there were just a few of these missed chances that you feel Fresh Tropical had, including a chance to get rid of Hassan Ahmed in the middle.
Yeah, there were a few of those missed chances, actually, but I think, you know what, there's also some chances straight after that did occur. But yeah, you could have said if that was taken, then maybe they would have been chasing a lower score. But I think it's actually good. I think it's good to have a bit of a challenge in this game. I think it's going to really show who's got the grit and nerve to do it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, Janik Avas came in, didn't he? But he got a good nut, and it's never that easy coming in. You know, he's at the business end of a tournament. He's a good enough player to deal with that. We'll see him with the ball, no doubt. I mean, how about this, though? Mrs. Masood, and we talk about the luck factor. I mean, that could have easily rolled onto the stumps. Then he got dropped, and you thought, well, he's nowhere. I think he was 2 off 7 at one stage, but he'd end up whacking something like 36 off his next 11 balls. And, well, Rico giving Diana some photography tips. She said, thanks very much, but why don't you stick to what you're doing? But this was another close call for Hassan Ahmed. Bit of unlucky one for Jamil, who just kind of knocked it into the boundary. Imran had another opportunity, just never got set under that high ball. So, yeah, once again, I think the fielding just letting down Fresh Tropical at some key stages. But still, look, if they bat well enough, they can do this. But it's always going to be tough. And it takes me back to last year in the final. Gina Brescia scored 108 in the final. Fresh Tropical on that occasion were all out for 70. And it's a similar kind of total. Fresh Tropical, well, they'll want to make sure that this time they get over the line and book that place in the final.
Yeah, they definitely will. And I think I just want to see how they go about it, because it's going to be a sheer show of grit and determination. Who's going to take one for the team? They better come in with a plan, I think. I think they should really analyse. Obviously, it's not the first time they're playing each other. They know what Gina Brescia have up their sleeve in terms of the bowlers. They should just come in with a plan, know who they're going to attack, which bowlers to see off. Definitely Hassan Ali being one of them. As you know, he's been bowling brilliantly, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And so yeah, it's going to be a good display, and I think we're going to see that very soon as well, aren't we?
Yeah, Hassan Ali's been good. I mean, they've got Janik Avas as a bit of a wild card in there as well. Saw Sam Williams with a nice bit of fielding there for a while. But as far as their plan, what are they going to do? Attack. Who are they going to attack? Everybody. I mean, that's what I think Fresh Tropical are going to do. They are a team, like, even in the T10 format, I think they're a team that, look, if you could give them 110, you could give them 130, and if it's their day, they'll chase it. But also, we know the other side of the coin. Last time these two teams met on finals day, it was the final back on the 6th of November last year, and Gina Brescia posted a similar target. Fresh Tropical couldn't get it done on that occasion. Looking at the scorecard, Hassan Ahmed batted pretty much through the innings, came in after 4 balls, and he would end on 36 off 19, 3 maximos and 2 fours for him. But it was Masood that came back from a shaky start to top score, 38 off 18, including 3 big maximos of his own and 4 boundaries. And then towards the end, Tanvir, pretty handy contribution for him. He scored 14 off 8. Fareed was in there for the very last moments. Going to the bowling, well, no one really went the journey, you'd have to say. Faisal Muhammad was the most economical of the bowlers, but didn't take a wicket, none for 15 for him. Everyone else in double digits, but no one seriously so. 2 wickets for Sharif and singles for Hamid Chima and Sikandar Abbas. So that score ends up at 110. For me, if you asked me before this week what would be a pass score, I would have said 110. Having seen what I've said this week, I feel like it's probably closer to 95 or 100 now. But still, I think it'll be a really interesting second half to this one, Nikki.
Yeah, I think so too. You're definitely right with that one. And also, what's important to notice here is that Fresh Tropical, their extras were only 8 today, and that was much. It's been less. We've seen the extras go up to 12, 14, which is obviously that's quite a bit, especially in such a short format. So keeping it down to 8. Just actually also shows the credit of Gina Brescia in terms of how well they've actually batted there, because out of those 110, actually 102 has come off the bat. So it's been good. It's been a good spectacle.
Make them work for their runs, and I'd say 7 or 8 is probably par for the Whites. Okay, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be a quick one. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the chase. Fresh Tropical to book a place in the final. They need 110, and Gina Brescia, well, for them to do the same, they'll need to defend the 110. Should be a very, very interesting second half of qualifier number 1. Vinny Sandu here. I'm with Nikki C, and you're watching ECN. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the Roma Cricket Ground. This is the FanCode ECS Italy Super Series. And, well, believe it or not, sad to say, this is the last day of our Italian summer adventure. 5 weeks in Italy. We started in Milan in week 1, Brescia in week 2, Bologna week 3, Rome in week 4, and we stayed here for the Super Series. We have the top 5 teams in Italy competing this week. We went down to 4 after Albano fell by the wayside. And now it's down to 3 after Cricket Stars lost the eliminator to Roma CC, the hosts, this morning. So 3 teams are in the running for that coveted ECL spot in 2023. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. And I know that a lot of people, no matter where you're watching from, are very interested to see what happens in this game and, of course, the 2 following. Hassanali, the young left armour, is going to open the bowling for Gina Brescia. Second half of qualifier number 1, match 22. Gina Brescia put 110 on the board in the first half of this game. There's 41 in the first half and 69 in the second. So you see that they back-ended a lot of their scoring. Gina Brescia. It's a very similar score to the final last year. Let's go. Nakvi, he's back and he's facing Hassanali. And that's the first one. Go, has a look. Straightens a bit, it's got to be careful. Notice there's 2 types of leave. Yes, that's a good one. So, yeah, fresh tropical. And Gina Brescia, I was talking about the final last year. Similar format last year. The difference was the Super Series was way later in the year. So we came in February, it was March and April actually. We came back to the Super Series in the first week of November. It's a very different time of year. Oh, gets this wrong, and he's going to be gone. Well, there's the luck factor. This one gets big on Nakvi. Hassanali is a tall young man, and this one bounces more than the opener expects. So, a big blow for Fresh Tropical straight off the bat. It's clunked back to the bowler, and the first wicket falls without a run on the board. Big moment in the game, and I wondered if they'd open with Nakvi. That's what he'd normally do. It would normally be Nakvi and Sharif. And Nakvi had a very good Super Series last year in Rome, but obviously he's had some personal issues to deal with this week. Never easy coming back in. And he goes for a second ball duck. I would have thought maybe they would have opened up with Bilal Hussain, the man that's coming out at number 3, because he actually did a very good job in Nakvi's absence, and then maybe you can use Nakvi at 3. Hindsight's 2020. And again, we talk about the luck factor. We've seen batters get away with those before. And they just fall no man's land, but Hassanali, he wasn't going to miss that. It's about 3 or 4 steps to his right, and he is pumped. And how would you not be? Gina Brescia, there'll be a team that did enough to beat the ECL this year, but they fell by the wayside last year in that playoff with Brescia CC to determine the ECL qualifier. But they won pretty much everything else, and they've been building towards something for a long time. They feel this is their moment. So, Bilal Hussain, for me, he's been really impressive in a more leading role for Fresh Tropical this week. He gets one straight away. Surprises him for bounce as well. And Fresh Tropical, playing enough shots is not normally a problem for them, put it that way. It doesn't matter if will they come off or not. I mean, Sharif's at the other end. He hasn't faced the ball yet. He's a guy, I remember, along with Ahmed back last year for ECC, when they had to stay alive in the tournament, they knocked off 145 without losing a wicket against the Czech Republic. Worked away, this is a second, and it is! He gets it, he almost drops it. Wow, what is going on there? It goes pretty much straight to the fielder. And he had it once, he had it twice. He lost it, and then he got it on the 3rd attempt. So can you believe what you're seeing here? 2 wickets down before a run is scored. Bilal Hussain is the next man to go. And that's Faisal Shabir. Well, let's just say his heart rate went up off the charts around about now. He realizes that it's still there for the taking, like picking apples off a tree. So 2 have gone in the first over. A couple of second ballers. Hassanali turning it on, the left armour. It'll be one Hassan to another as Hassan Jamil comes out in the number 4 position. I don't think he was planning to bat just yet. Look, shades of the final in Milan last year, as it was Bergamo United had set Fresh Tropical 74. They were 9 for 4 at one stage. Did recover to win that one, but this target's a bit higher. So, thinking you'll miss it. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Nikki Chowdhury joins me. Well, what a good start this is.
This is a great start, isn't it, for Jinder Pressure? Like, what a start. Like, 0 for 2 here. Fresh Tropicals, they're going to be feeling the pressure for sure.
At least they haven't used up a lot of balls. That's probably the only silver lining. And I often say you're better off making a first or second ball dart than making 3 off 11 or something like that. You know, because it does give the other batters, who are all very capable, gives them a chance to be the hero. Just keep an eye on that run rate. I don't think they wanted to get north of 12. Currently already up to about 11.9 or so.
Yeah, they're going to try and keep that run rate down, aren't they? Otherwise, it's just going to cause unnecessary pressure on the batsman.
Oh, surprises him. You see the extra bounce he's getting. That one hits him in the midsection. And so for me, I'm interested. They haven't gone for Azim Ali at number 4. Now, he's a hyper-attacking batter. They've gone for a slightly more conservative option with Jamil. But a maiden, a double wicket maiden in the first over. Well, Maiden Waters, she'll be excited about that. It's 0 for 2 after 1. 8 matches without a golden ball now. Oh, I wonder, will we even hit double digits? I feel like we're due for one. And Nikki, you deserve a golden ball.
I deserve a golden ball. I missed out on the Ice Bucket Challenge. I should get a golden ball at least.
Well, who knows? Anything's possible. 3 teams left. Really, match to match, anyone can win them. No doubt about that. I mean, Jinder Pressure.
Can you imagine if the final had a golden ball? That
I
would.
can imagine it. We have never had a golden ball in an actual final. We've had it in like a qualifier 2, a qualifier 1, an eliminator, semi-final, quarter-final. Never had a golden ball in an actual final with a trophy on the line. Of course, there is the Super Series trophy up for grabs today as the champions of the ECS Italy. That will be certainly a target for these players, but also for me, it's all about booking that spot to Spain. Here's Jannika Vaz. And here's one guy. He can really bend the ball. I mean, he gets a lot of in-swing when he gets it right. I've seen him do some amazing thing. He can swing the ball around corners. You see just a bit of a loosener there. Yeah, but Jannika Vaz, no real luck with the bat, but that's, yeah, now we'll see what he can do with the ball. Finally, we have a run. Sharif off the mark, exposes Jamil to Jannika Vaz. Takes a bit of a chance. Goes across the line, but Jamil's off the mark finally. Well, Maiden Waters is in the chat, Nikki. She's always excited, and she's a big fan of yours as well.
Oh, how kind of her.
Double wicket maiden to commence the innings. Outstanding, says Maiden Waters. So what do you do in the winter then, Maiden Waters? Because I know it's not cricket season. I know that you're a cricket umpire and you're a big supporter of your kids. Let us know. I'd like to know a bit more about her. And Maiden Waters, I think, from New South Wales, right? So I'm assuming that you might be in rugby league territory down there. What do you and the family get up to in winter? Hello to Helix as well, who is watching from Australia as well. So quite a few of the Aussies tuning in at the moment, and New Zealanders as well.
So, talking about us, what are your plans for when you go back?
That's a good question. Take a second. Well, this one could be a 3rd wicket. Won't be an easy one, but Rizwan will hold it, no problem. And, well, he grabs it on the palm and says, well, guess what? Abracadabra, this one is going to disappear. He makes the batter disappear, and that's Sharif who's gone. So things go from bad to worse to whatever's worse than that. And right now, Fresh Tropical is 3 for 3.
What a catch that was. Also, it's just this sheer composure. Like, they know they're in the, like, this is a big game, and that was another one that was literally an easy take for him. But it was just to know that he didn't scramble under pressure to just, oh goodness, I need to take this one, because look at that scorecard now. You're going to be fidgeting if you're up under the dugout for the Fresh Tropical team.
Yeah, it's disastrous. It's probably not strong enough of a word. Shrug. Well, I want you to see what your comments are. He just says, game over, Fresh Tropical just haven't turned up today. Maybe they should switch back to their green kit. Well, perhaps, but certainly, there's one team you'd say could win the game from this position. You're probably looking at them. So 8.5 overs to go. Mohamed Imran has turned up, and he's a guy, he was the leading run scorer back in Milan in 2021 in that series. Just off the boil a little bit, though he did get them home in a close one last night. We talk about the double chance. This is exactly why it's important. If you have an off game and you do survive. Yeah, but and we were talking a bit about this yesterday, weren't we? They do plan to take. I mean, it's weird because most Australians, they will come to Europe in the middle of the year to escape the cold weather. I am going to try and go back and visit a few family and friends. I don't get back very often, so I'm just kind of mixing up. Bit of time in Europe, bit of time back in Australia, and then I'm back on the tour for the second half of Krefeld around the middle of August.
Oh, okay, so not that long in Australia then.
Not that long.
It's a long, far place to go.
Yeah, it is. Speaking of far places, that's gone far places. That's onto the roof. A roofer from Jamil Maximo. Well, Fresh Tropical hit their first shot in anger, and that'll help.
You needed that. That's going to be a bit of a phew, thank God that one went out the park and not down someone's throat.
Often I say don't judge him hitting too quickly. Yeah, it does look horrible at the moment, but, you know, let's say they can score at 10s in the next 3 overs or so. It won't look so bad. Kind of Gavas. Last ball of the over. This is cracked through the offside. This will be 4 more. Cuatro carreras más. Well, Jamil showing some class there. Well, he's trying to get things going for Fresh Tropical, and he does it. 6 and a 4. He's hungry for more. That's the end of the second over as well. 14 for 3. Much better over, though, for Fresh Tropical.
A much better over. They'll be like, phew, we didn't lose a wicket here. Thank goodness for that. Let's keep it going. Let's stick to this.
Yeah, I mean, the first one was terrible, obviously. Vast does get 1 wicket, but he also goes for 14. This is where these two teams were at the end of the group stage. Gina Brescia with 6 wins and Fresh Tropical with 5 wins. But when these two teams met, Gina Brescia won both contests, and they just kind of got the wood on Fresh Tropical. They also beat them in the Super Series final last year. Can Fresh Tropical break that hoodoo? Hassan Ali, no surprises, he's coming back for another over.
And as he should. He's been great this series, hasn't he? He's been absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, he's been really good. He's getting that extra bounce at the moment. Humped in run. Faces up. Swings it wide. So it will be called. Yeah, what else will I do while I'm home? I'll probably try and play a bit of indoor cricket. I mean, that's the game. When I stopped, just going back to what we were talking about the first half, just with a few commitments, I found it difficult to give away so much time to play the outdoor cricket game at the level that I was playing. So I stepped back from that, but I started playing a bit of baseball, which was a shorter game, similar skills. I also took my indoor cricket up as well. This one, if he hits, could be trouble. I think it would have been trouble. But he do get through, scrambling for a single. Jamil survives. Let's have a look at this on the replay. I just got a feeling this hits direct. He would have been gone. Oh, no, makes it. Yeah, so indoor cricket's a much shorter game. It's about an hour and a half to 2 hours. So I was lucky enough then, not so long ago actually, probably a few years ago now, but to go to South Africa for the Indoor Cricket World Cup.
Oh, wow.
Masters World Cup of Indoor Cricket in Cape Town, which is a beautiful place.
It's a really beautiful place, isn't it?
Played in Johannesburg and Pretoria a little bit. Here's Hassan Ali. Oh, this could have gone anywhere. Almost goes down onto the stumps. Again, Hassan Ali is asking the right questions, isn't he? He's got 2 for 2.
So doesn't it take, what, 2 days to get down to Australia?
So if I was to go from pretty much anywhere in Europe, say Berlin, it's about 7 hours to the Middle East and probably another 10 to the west coast of Australia. I live on the west coast. Oh, my family and friends are on the west coast, so it's a bit closer.
Still, that's a long flight.
You see this ball, won't be an easy stop, but the foot fielding is utilised from Sharuk Nawaz. And we'll come back for a couple though. See, I just call that a flight. All these European flights, and even though I've been here for a while now, I just think they're super short. So when people here say a 2.5 hour flight, they're thinking, oh, 2.5 hours. For me,
no, 2.5 isn't short. Long at all. It's really short. Like you blink and it's done.
Yeah.
But like, firstly, how do you cope with the jet lag? You must have like a
I'm
technique.
lucky. I do. Normally, I just try and set my watch to where I'm going. That's my key. Going back to Australia is a bit harder than if you're coming here because you gain time. Is there a little edge on this? There is. So he's going to have to go. Jamil gets a little feather on it. And 3 wickets for Hassan Ali. Well, how good has he been early on? He's getting the ball to talk, getting some good bounce as well. And so, unfortunately, Fresh Tropical lose a 4th wicket just as they were trying to stage a recovery. Hassan Ali says, I'm on fire here in qualifier 1. And now it's 18 for 4.
Yeah, and a bit of a sticky situation here. 18 for 4 here. Fresh Tropical, they've got a long way to go now. They're probably going to look at that and think, crikey, like, how are we going to get there? They just needed someone to give them a bit of a help, just to kickstart, get that car moving again, and then hopefully eventually just go through the gears.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Something made you laugh.
Well, I was just reading in the chat. Helix is talking about, might have started a Facebook war about. I can't quite follow it, Helix. You might need to reword it, but about using gloves to field. Saying try to catch that without a glove, then the fireworks started. Feels like a bit like a riddle. Maybe I just need more information on that. I've got a question for you though from Maiden Waters. And she said in the winter season they're a netball family. I know netball is played in the UK.
Oh, I used to play netball at
Played
school.
some netball.
Yeah.
Also, she said commenced pre-season cricket already. I think the season normally starts in kind of September, October down in Australia. And so she's asking you, Nikki, what do you do in the cricket off-season?
Oh my goodness.
I'll give you a ball to think about it. Have a think about it. Let's get up to a bit. Are you doing more cricket? Are you doing less cricket? Are you taking a break? Swing and a miss here. 3 for 4. The spell assist from Hassan Ali. Yeah, so what do you get up to in the off-season?
What I used to do is I would always take like September, October off. Like I wouldn't start doing anything until like November time. Actually, just because I'm someone actually personally, like I'm complete chalk and cheese to my dad. Like my dad is like, if he does not play cricket for like a week, for example, he will just
Gets withdrawal symptoms kind of thing.
not even withdrawal symptoms. He just like he goes a bit crazy in terms of thinking like he's underprepared or like he won't be hitting the ball as cleanly or whatever, for example.
Okay.
But like for me, if I have breaks, like I actually come back better. And it's kind of weird. Like I can take like a good 2 week, 3 week break, and I can go back, and it's like I wouldn't feel like I've taken a break.
Sometimes you need it, you know.
Like I can't. I've
There's a
never been someone.
Genuine square up on the wide call. I think he called one that wasn't. This one I think was wider. It's not called. Just have a look at this one. And this one might have been all right as well. Yeah, it probably is. But anyway, yeah. So
I've never been someone who can train every single day of the week. Like that's just. I just feel like I get burnt out.
yeah, I mean, if you go to, professional cricketers at almost all levels, this is what coaches are realising now, is you got to manage the player. You can't expect everyone to do the same things, but you obviously don't want everyone being completely different, but you have to work out what gets the best out of that player, right?
Like for me, like I could never do it every single day of the week, and there was a point when it was quite full on, I'd say, and I was just getting tired. Like I'd get bored, like, and if I'm bored, I can't put my mind to it. So for me, I think 3-4 days is a good one. Like that keeps me like fresh.
Yeah.
But I can't do more than that because it really just I find it difficult.
Right?
Yeah,
I
find it so difficult.
You
And
learn.
but I know some people who like when they play, they need to hit balls all the time or do it because for them that really affects them when they go and play games. And
it's great if you've got that capacity, but that's where it also comes back to, like, say, European cricket. And a lot of places, there's not the infrastructure. Some countries don't even have nets, for example. So you might say, yeah, you want to practice more and want to do that. But, I mean, it's very hard if you don't have the facilities.
Yeah.
So that's what these players are having to deal with. Here's Azam Ali, he's one of my secret favourites because I just think he's reckless. He's exactly the kind of guy you want to come in here right now. If he comes off, they might still be able to do this. But that's a really nice insight. How about any other sports? Have you ever really played any other sports or pretty much concentrated on cricket and that's it?
Pretty much just cricket. Like otherwise, like whilst I was at school, then we did netball. I tried to do hockey, but I just could not do it. Hockey really scares me.
Really? I would have thought you'd be an actual hockey. I used to play a bit of hockey.
Hockey really scares me.
Why is that?
Like,
More the sticks flying everywhere and the balls flying everywhere?
Yeah, and they just get so close to your head. And I saw actually whilst when I was at school, one of the senior girls, we went down to like the hockey court earlier, and there was an accident. So it was a short corner.
Oh yeah.
And
see where this is going. Yeah.
She stood in the goal, and the ball was hit, and she didn't move in time, and she got the ball straight like here.
Yeah.
There was.
Forward. Just wait for this ball where I think we'll just see one clunk down as Amali's off the mark. So she copped it pretty much on the scone.
She got it, and like there was blood like everywhere. Eesh. Like she had to rush. She was rushed to hospital. See, like I can't get my words out.
You see, that's
like
why
it was. Yeah. And then, like when she came back to school,
That was enough to put you off hockey. And she came back to school.
And then when she came back to school, like her whole like front of her head hair was stitched. She was like they had to shave her hair back up its hair.
Oh.
And she had a stitch and like it was bandaged and so it was horrible.
Well, if that happened to me, at least they wouldn't have to shave my hair back. So that's probably a benefit.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I actually
So, like, I saw
I've
that
copped a
and-
hockey ball or two myself.
And
So
it's just the proximity they go with the sticks, and you're like, excuse me.
we're talking about field hockey here for some of you guys. Oh, this is a terrible throw, and that's good running, or is it? Well, Hassan likes it. I got a feeling he's probably okay. They decide to go on the airmail on the overthrow. Hassan, though, yeah, he's going to be fine. So Azam Ali, good judge of a run. If he was out, it would have been a bad judge of a run. But it will be a couple. Yeah, I mean, field hockey, it has changed a lot. If you look back at the last 50 years or something, it used to be a bit crazy with the speed of the game. It was a lot slower. If you look at the hockey final in 1956 Olympics, for example, it was on the MCG, and it was India versus Pakistan. They're all playing bare feet in long grass and with these big hooks on the sticks. And hockey now, that's one game they do constantly change to try and make it faster and a bit more exciting.
And yeah, and that time when actually, like, if you look back at that was India used to be pretty good at hockey, and then as it.
I'll wait for this in a second because I think we're going to have a wicket, and we do. So Azam Ali's going to have to go. He's going to have to go for 3 or 6. He doesn't work out. Well, Fresh Tropical, lucky they got this double chance. I think they're going to need it at the moment because it has been a disastrous start to their batting innings. Right now, that's 4 overs down. They're 24 for 5.
Like, India used to be really good at hockey. Like, it was probably one of their top sports as well at a point. But then, as you mentioned, it used to be on grass back then. And as things have switched and it's gone on to AstroTurf, and the pace of the game has just taken off like crazy, right? There's the speed of a match.
Yeah.
And that's probably when it started to, like, drop a bit. That's what we noticed, actually. So if you put them on grass, it's actually... I think they're probably just better suited to it. I think as soon as they went on to Astro, then you had the other nations kind of became... Because they were probably used to playing that a bit more, and in India it was just more on grass fields. So.
Yeah, I used to play a bit of both, actually, depending where we were playing. So I probably played half-half. But it's a completely different game, hockey, whether you're playing on turf or you're playing on grass. There's different techniques. And it is pretty interesting. I had a teammate...
Indoor hockey is really scary.
Indoor hockey is even crazier.
That's like fly out.
It's like the ball can't leave the ground a millimetre unless you're shooting, then you can hit someone in the face.
Like... Maybe.
This is going to be 2, I think. It's going to the gap. Hamid in run, doing his best to keep him in it.
Like, maybe, the wicketkeeper grills that you get.
Yeah, yeah.
If you could wear that while playing hockey, then maybe I'd just be like, okay,
so here's the thing. You actually can if you're defending short corners now, I think. But the rest of the time, they don't allow it. I don't know if it's a vision thing or maybe a safety thing if people are crashing into each other. But, yeah, it's certainly a game that's changed a lot. Here's Rookie Ahmed, who's on, by the way. Coming off a 5 for early in the week. And he might get a wicket straight away here. Well, with potential collision. And, well, I think in the end, even though the catch goes down, this isn't a bad result because nobody gets hurt. As Rizwan was coming one way, Sharik Nawaz was coming the other. And they'll scramble back for 2. But, yeah, it certainly was a potential disaster here as that was pretty much right between the 2 outfielders.
Yeah, look at that. They just saved themselves from something that could have been as messy as the incident I saw on the hockey pitch.
Oh, this could be wide. How many? 2. 1 for the wide, 1 for the run. Hassan Ahmed not able to quite block that. Called wide in the end. Yeah, so, I mean, Nikki, it's great to have you with us, obviously. And we're going to see how your voice goes because, well, obviously, we'd love to have you in the next game as well, which was the intention today, but I know you also have to look after your voice a little bit because you are going back to some radio pretty much straight away, you said, right?
Yeah, pretty much. I literally land. I've got a few hours to get home and freshen up, and then I'm off.
Yep. No stranger to that. Quite often, obviously, on the tour, we'll land on a Sunday evening, sometimes pretty late. Not quite as late as you came in on Sunday night. Then, obviously,
it's been a pretty crazy week, hasn't it?
Yeah, but this is, I mean, you say it's a crazy week. This is my normality. So that's scary in itself, isn't it? I find it strange if I ever do take a little break like I'm about to because it just makes me realise how crazy my weeks are normally.
I think it was just with the flight being delayed and coming in so late.
We're glad that you made it, though. And we'll see another leg by, I think. Wait for the signal. This time it's just called a bye. Yeah, this one, let's have a look at exactly what happens here. Yeah, okay, it doesn't hit anything. Goes between the batter and the stumps, maybe over the leg stump. Hassan Ahmed can't deal with it. It's Shrug saying the farmers in Jersey trying to get an indoor facility built. Back to that in a second. Again, just losing his line a little bit, rookie, but he'll get away with it. Has this hit anything? Let's have a look. Could be a leg by again. It is. He said, yeah, farmers, which are a team in Jersey, they played in the ECL earlier this year, wanted to get an indoor facility built, but the government refused permission, even though it was privately funded and going to be available for public use. Ridiculous. Yeah, well, Shrug. I can't give too much of a comment on that, except to say that not everything makes sense in this world. But, yeah, it's a shame. Good keeping this time from Hasanami. This will be the end of the 5th over. The score is 32 for 5. You see a little bit of the outswing this time. So he's getting it to go a bit both ways, rookie. He's not the quickest, but he's normally around the mark. This is just a reminder of what's coming up over the next few weeks. And, well, Rico will take you through the whole of Germany. I'll be there for the very end of Krefeld, just the last week. But in the meantime, I'll have Tyrone Peters, who is currently coaching Portugal. He's going to take a break from that to be a special guest in the commentary box over the next 2 weeks in Dresden. And Ujwal Gadaraju, who you might remember from some of the T20 internationals last year, and also an MTV Stallions player. He will be covering me in week 1 of Krefeld. I'll be back in week 2. We'll be in Belgium for a couple of weeks. And then it will all kick off. European Cricket Championship, the second ever, starts on the 12th of September. It'll run 5 weeks this time. And there'll be no breaks in there because we'll have 5 weeks of ECC. And the weekends, the 4 weekends in the middle, will be FanCode ECS T10 Spain. And there'll be weekend 1, weekend 2, weekend 3, and then a championship weekend. So just a lot of cricket coming up, Nikki. It's going to be crazy. I know you've got a lot of cricket coming up as well with what you're doing.
Yeah, so much cricket. 34 games you mentioned, and I want to be part of that. I want to go. Can you, get me there,
We'll have to see if we can, yeah, I mean, your problem with you is that you're also so busy. So
Well, I'll make time here. You've got to tell me the dates, and I'll be at the airport.
we'll see. I have to try and lobby the powers that be, that's for sure. But, yeah, it should be exciting. It's just so
I'm
much
sure the
cricket coming
listeners
up.
want me, don't they? Come on.
Yeah. Come on. Let's get behind Nikki. Let's speak to Nikki's agent and see if we can free her up a little bit. I know that.
You got to speak to your higher powers first.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we'll have a little word, see what we can do. Anyway, we're coming back in the last half. They need plenty. They need 79. So up to about
I'll get some vocal coaching done in the
16
meantime.
over. Yeah, you have your own little secret tea that we'll make for you. Okay, this is an up and under job, and it should be caught. It is dropped. Once again, you see the sun's a factor there. He looks straight down at the fingers. Well, you feel like he could have caught that with his eyes closed. And now we know he can't, because I think maybe his eyes were closed, looking straight into the sun. Not the first time we've seen that, not the last time we've seen it. Mohamed Imran gets lucky, gets a single.
That sort of moment, I'm sure he just wished that the ground just made a hole and it just swallowed him into it. Those can be quite hard, especially when they're just easy ones, those, aren't they? So you just wish you were just swallowed and gobbled him by the ground. You know, and then the ball always tends to follow you after. So
It's true. This one gets through everybody. So I finally worked out what Helix was talking about. He made a comment on like a Facebook video about a baseball catch, and he said something like, try doing that without the glove, or the glove's cheating or something like that. And it all kicked off. And I know exactly what you're talking about now, Helix. Thanks for clarifying. I will say, though, that, yeah, Americans do find it amazing we can catch the hard ball without a glove. This is coming from a guy who always wore 2 gloves. So for me, cricket was more gloves than baseball. But thanks for clarifying, Helix. I hope you didn't kick off too much. This one's in the air, and it's going to fly out of the ground or stand and deliver. Sikandar Abbas, well, he's better than your average number 7, and he's a finals day specialist. He gets off the mark with a Maximo.
that was a big one. And it's going to be a needed one as well for Fresh Tropical. Talking about baseball, actually, I was at an event before I came here, working on something with 100.
MLB, right?
Yeah, the MLB stuff. Firstly, I feel baseballers have it easy. It's really, the ball's not as hard. Like, come on. Like,
it's still pretty hard, I'll be honest with you. This is in the air, and it'll be into the gap. I think this will go for 4. It will. So Sikandar Abbas will move into double figures.
It didn't feel as hard. It was pretty squidgy, but like, what is hard is how hard they can throw it.
So this is the thing. I've played kind of the lowest levels of professional cricket and the lowest levels of professional baseball. So this is something that I've got. So I've experienced both. Baseballers make fun of cricketers because we throw so slow. Like when they're warming up, and you would have seen it, right?
Crazy.
They are
like,
Banging it. And we're talking in the warm-up, right?
I think like you should learn from baseballers.
Well, funny you say that. I mean, I know that the Australian team had Mike Young, who is he's an American baseball coach, as their fielding coach for a while. And that has been something definitely that's been creeping in the Australian game in the last 20 years of how you can get in better positions, power positions to throw, and yeah, accuracy, power, those kinds of things.
And that's funny you mentioned that, actually. I'll just mention it. I'll continue with it after this ball.
Okay, his last ball, the over from Shabir, has gone for 12. Swings, gets lucky. Maybe we'll get 2 here. Maybe not. Eventually they jump on it. So that's the end of the 6th over. The score is 45 for 5. Yeah, go on.
So with the Major League Baseball event, so there was like professional baseballers over from America.
Yeah.
And then they were like speaking with the cricketers involved. It was like a mixed event with the 100.
Yeah.
That how the baseballers, especially in, like, the batters, they've actually now been like told, or they've started watching cricketers. On how they hit, because with baseball, yes, it is a bottom-handed shot more so, but they've started to emphasize the importance of having your top hand whilst you're playing the shot a bit more, because otherwise what they were showing with the bat is actually that you can tend to just like roll your wrists over it, and you can't it kind of stops you from hitting, what's it called, like it's pretty straight where you got to aim right, so
it stops you hitting your foul balls, as we'd say, in baseball. That's interesting. I mean, I think that sports, this is the thing. Well, I find it interesting that I've played both now, that there's a lot to be learned if you do understand both. And for me, one of the things is, especially in the short forms of cricket, it has a lot more similarities, such as who you're batting, where you're batting, and basically what your priorities are. Baseball is a power-first game. Worry about getting out as a secondary thing. And cricket typically is the opposite. You're careful first in cricket, and then if you can score, then you score. But in baseball, because when you hit it, you have to run. There's no point miss-hitting balls. You'd rather swing and miss completely than miss-hit a ball and just get run out, basically. So, it's something that's pretty interesting. For me, in baseball, the speed of the ball off the bat is so much quicker than cricket, because the dynamics of the bat and some of these high balls go so high. Well, speaking of high balls, there's one, and that's not getting caught by anybody on the field anyway. Maximo! Mohamed Imran, he's one guy that they want to click. And so hopefully the longer he stays out there, the more he regains his touch. That one takes him to 14.
That was a big one, wasn't it? That was a big one. He's hit that one like a baseball, hasn't he?
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, actually, and I think also the pace of the ball, I don't know how they throw it so hard. I'd love to be able to throw it that high.
So baseball, they will routinely get people close to that 160 k's an hour, that 100 miles an hour mark with their pitching. And so it makes baseball different. They can throw, obviously, with a bent arm, which means it goes quicker, but they don't get a run-up. So that obviously counteracts it a bit. Typically, the professional baseballers will be around about 10% quicker than probably your fastest bowlers in cricket. But then, also...
Just fielders, though, like when they throw, like it
goes
even like a rocket.
Absolutely. And one thing I found really difficult when I started batting in baseball was picking slower balls or off-speed pitches, because when you see a guy running in, you kind of have a rhythm, and then you're batting, and then you'll see something.
Cues.
There's cues, exactly. There's visual cues. In baseball, their arm speed doesn't change, so you really have to watch the ball closely, and it's a really tough one.
Yeah, one of them was showing like how they bowled a knuckleball. I'm not joking. They literally have like 4 of their knuckles, and like proper knuckles as well, like digging in from.
This one is going to be whipped away for 1. It'll be the end of the 7th over. And the score 55 for 5. Does seem like Fresh Tropical just falling off the pace in this one after a disastrous start. This is where we are, though, and this is what's coming up. So it does seem to me that Brescia, unless we see something remarkable, it will be them, the first team to book their place in the final. It means that Fresh Tropical will have to play Roma CC qualifying number 2. Whoever it is, they'll be starting in around about an hour and a half from now. So it's 11:30 GMT, which is 1:30 p.m. in Central Europe and 5 p.m. in India. Roma CC, they've had a little bit of a break, and I think they've got that belief, don't they? And so the winner of Qualifier 2 will meet whoever wins this game in the final. And the winner of the final today, not only do they walk away with the Super Series trophy for ECS Italy, they also book their place in ECL 2023. So an interesting one here, a question in the chat from Helix. Do we think there's a place for a nominated designated hitter in T10? So do you know what a designated hitter is in baseball? I'll explain in a second. Then we can debate it. Maybe this over. Ghulam Fareed will be the bowler. Dragged out. Should just be a single. Yeah, so in baseball, like, pitchers are typically terrible batters. A bit like cricket, in a way. You know, no, not always. But in cricket, we still make the bowlers bat, right? Even if they're right down the bottom of the order. In baseball, in professional baseball anyway, the pitchers, they don't make them bat. They'll have a guy that comes in just to bat in their spot, and they don't have to field. They're often, let's just say, a bit less athletic, but they're in there to smack it, basically.
Oh, okay, that's...
So I guess the question is, do you think there's a place for that in cricket, where you maybe have a bowler that doesn't bat, you just have a guy that just bats, doesn't field? What do you think? Different.
Yeah, it's different. I'm not sure. I feel like it's going to take things quite... I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I think about this. And there's been experiments in the past with things like super subs, right? Or even sometimes where you can have 12 in your team and it's 11 bat or 11 bowl. I got to say, one of the charms about cricket is getting the balance of your team just right. Do you know what I mean? So you take the other extreme example, like American football, where everyone's a specialist. Imagine if you had 11 batters, all they do is bat, and you have 11 fielders, all they do is field and bowl. You're almost separate teams, right? So for me, I think there's a bit of a charm in getting the balance right. So I don't think I'd like to see that come in.
Yeah.
But it's a really interesting question that you pose, for sure. Yes, for Reed. Point to Mohamed Imran. He smacks this, and this one will be out of the ground. Maximo! Well, this is the silver lining, I think, if Mohamed Imran can whack a 30 or a 40 here, because he's one guy, I think, for them to go all the way, they need more production out of him. Clears the front leg, smacks it away, over wide, long on for 6.
Yeah, big one. But they still need roughly 20 and over here. So, like, approximately going off my terrible mathematics skills. It's still a long way to go. So he's going to have to do a fair bit of contribution, Mohamed Imran.
And the man, just mentioning, he's watching from New York, actually. Hello, the man. He's explaining, and it's exactly what I was thinking. Baseball throws, they rocket them because you don't care about hurting the guy at the other end because they've got the glove.
Yeah, but, like, the keeper's got the glove. If
True. Yeah, but I'm just speaking from experience that
So if I was
they throw so hard. I mean, you could say to cricketers, okay, throw as hard as you like at a baseball guy with a glove. Nowhere near it.
Yeah,
Nowhere
I
near
understand, but, like...
Still, cricketers can throw hard.
They can, but
baseball's
not.
next
That's
level.
a different level. But, like, if you are throwing to the hands of the keeper and they want to take a run out, if you can throw harder and it gets... You save yourself milliseconds that can make a difference in a run out.
You also
So why don't we get baseball fielders or pitchers to come and coach cricketers how to throw?
This is the full toss, and this is hanging in the air. 2 fielders converge. One gets out the way, one catches it. Well, that's one way to do it, and it's a guy who's having a very good game. Hassan Ali ends up getting the responsibility, and of course, he doesn't let his team down. Abbas gets a full toss, but he's not able to get out of the park. He hits it straight down deep mid-wicket straight. He's out for 14. The score now is 64 for 6. Yeah, no, this is what I'm saying. Mike Young, who was a player, who was a baseball player and then coach in the US, and then he was coaching Perth Heat, which actually was the baseball team in my city. He ended up coaching with the Australian cricket team as their fielding coach. I think that you can learn a lot from baseball, but also conversely, I think baseball has learned a lot from cricket as far as the mechanics of it. A bit different. I mean, for me, I've batted in both, and I found it wasn't too difficult going one to the other because they were quite different techniques. But it often does come down to just that basic hand-eye coordination.
Yeah, I feel a lot of that basic hand-eye coordination. If you've got it, it can just make things slightly easier. The transition doesn't feel like too much of a jump.
Yeah. So.
But this is going to feel like a jump, trying to get to 111 here.
Can't see it's getting there, but who knows? These two teams might have another tussle before the end of the day. Maybe, maybe not. Swing and a miss for Bilal Hamid. So, yeah, Fareed's been pretty good here as well. His over goes 1 for 9. 8 overs down. The score is 64 for 6. And Helix, you haven't really started another cricket-baseball war. It's more just an interesting comparison. And I find it interesting borrowing things from other sports. I think you can learn a lot from other sports, not just cricket and baseball, but lots of other sports as well, about, for example, how you manage squads, how you deal with tournament play, and things of that nature. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. baseball's very situational compared to cricket. That's what I learned as well when you're fielding. So I think when I started playing third base. You got to know how many outs there are, how fast the guys are on the bases, what you're going to do basically if you get the ball. Well, this is a headhunter, and it's going to be just dragged down to deep square leg for one. So probably one of the hardest things in baseball was working out, okay, if I get the ball, what am I going to do with it? Cricket, you kind of know what you're going to do with it.
Oh, is it confusing?
You might be throwing to second or first, or you might be checking a guy isn't running and then throwing to first.
Oh, like
or
a bit
throwing
like
to catcher.
rounders.
Yeah, it really depends on the situation of the game. It does make your brain hurt. In a lot of ways, I was as good as a professional baseballer. In a lot of ways, I was like a 6-year-old as a baseballer. It was an interesting mix. All right, here we go in the ninth. Free hit after the beamer. And so next one isn't really put away. Stay inside the boundary just for a single. And he says, no, that didn't hit the boundary. But see here, fumbles it first up, off the leg. And unfortunately, just pulls it back before it hits the rope. And the man's made a good point about cricket and golf similarities. And I agree, cricket and golf are actually way more different than you think. I'm a terrible golfer. Some cricketers are really good. Some are terrible.
Now some cricketers just play golf on their off days now, don't they?
Yeah,
That's what they do.
You play golf much?
I've tried to play golf. I end up slicing everything to cover.
100%.
Like,
I end up having to aim like 45 degrees to the left. I've given up on not slicing anymore.
it's so hard.
Because I like trying to smack it. Golf is 100% technique. But there are some cricketers that are really good golfers.
Yeah, some
Ricky
of them.
Ponting's a very good golfer. Some of them can really play, competitive golf quite well. But then some are awful. That's always funny when they play together. I mean, I need a bucket of balls if I'm going to play 18 holes. There's a lot of them you're not getting back.
Yeah, I went to a place called Top Golf and...
Oh, Top Golf.
Oh,
that's
my
great.
goodness.
Where did you go to Top Golf?
There's a Top Golf place near my house.
Is there?
Yeah.
Is there one in London?
There's quite a few in London.
I've been to the one in Vegas. Top Golf is fantastic. Just look it up if you're not sure. And do yourself a favour, maybe in the break between this game and the next, look up Top Golf fails, because they do serve alcohol.
They do.
And let's just say that it can go badly. Especially I was at the one in Las Vegas as well, right? So
I'm sure that was just carnage on a different level.
Little bit. Very nice though. Goes for this. This one should be out. Again, wrestle the sun. And it will be taken. That's Saifur Rahman that takes the catch. So things ending with a whimper for Fresh Tropical. They lose the 7th wicket. Shabir is able to nab one here in qualifier number 1. 68 for 7.
Ooh. I can pretty much tell who's going to be playing that next game against Roma. I'm sure you can as well.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
But yeah, Top Golf is quite fun, especially if you've had a few of those 2-for-1 cocktails that they offer us. But like, it just helps.
Basically, is a recipe for disaster.
No, it gives
Someone
you a
will
lot
be
of
swinging a
confidence.
club and they'll say, please don't go in this zone, which you can only tell with tape on the ground. Meanwhile, the cocktails are coming. Another round of drinks. There's hot dogs flying around. I would love...
It is really fun.
I don't want to see anyone get hurt. But let's just... And also, it's multi-story, right? I'm assuming the one you went to is multi-story.
It's multi-story.
So you got to have like a safety netting in case people fall off the front. And there's just do yourself a favour.
So you make sure you stay on the lower
Look it up.
panel if you really
Yeah, I mean, slightly more likely to live, I suppose.
if you're really gonna like not trust yourself, then I would pick the lower panel. But actually, the top pane is actually quite fun.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Shrug saying, have I seen the video of Broad and Anderson playing golf, and Anderson smacks ball into the tree and it bounces back, nearly knocks his head off? I have seen that. Have you seen that video?
No, I
It's a
haven't
pretty good
seen
one.
that video. I've seen something very similar happen right in front of me, and that's just another story. So I'll tell you that in a second.
Here is Shabir. Well, low full toss. Doesn't get much of it. Fielder. He tries to turn it into a catch. Can't quite get there, Hassan Ali. Pretty much everything he's touched has turned to gold at the moment. 9 overs down. We're heading to the last over of this one. 70 for 7.
So yeah, I was actually in India, and my dad and I had gone to the golf range one morning. We were like, we'll go play in the range, and then we'll go get breakfast. And this is my dad's first hand at golf, so like they took one of the coaches that were available.
Yeah.
He got told how to do it. I'm not kidding. So we were at the end. So there's like a wall next to us. My dad's gone in. He swung this club with all his might, literally edged it on the club. It's hit the wall, ricocheted back onto him.
Yeah.
Like, it was a mess. Like, there was this ball flying around. Like, everyone's like, where's this come from? Like, 'cause it's ricocheted and it's...
Golf balls. You want to talk about balls travelling fast? Don't get much faster than golf balls. Anyway, here we go with Gulam Fareed. Last over. Asad Ali looks in the rush to get back into the dugout, I think. Because this one, to me, seemed probably the ball that would normally be called wide. He grabs a bit of the line, but he says, no, let's just get on with it. So I want to say hello to Charlie Hunt in the chat. How was it having a day without a golden ball, Charlie? Are you okay? He says lurking, and he also does the zip mouth emoji. Down the ground. This will just be one. And so, yeah, Shrugs just said, you got your ice ready, Charlie? It's a bit of a cop-out from Charlie. He said that he will do it on Sunday when it's 39 degrees. Well, they do have 3 matches on Sunday, so maybe he'll need it to cool off. But nice to have you with us, Charlie. Great work last night. A lot happening in the world of European cricket. Fareed, 4 to come in this one. We'll put it to bed. Yun's come out now. Muhammad Imran, I suppose, he hasn't set the world on fire, but time in the middle for him. He's hit 2 sixes in his 26. Again, becomes how do you use him? I mean, he's a guy that normally would bat 3 for them ordinarily, but he's just in a bit of a form slump, you'd have to say. Shorter cricket, not quite the man we saw lead the run score in Milan last year.
Oh my goodness, this is going to be a wide one. It's like, that one's ended up in China.
Yeah, well, let's pull it wide.
My voice is going to get some water, hold on.
Well, we're wondering if you get through the game. But I think you've done a pretty good job. I guess you've got an hour. We'll see if we can get you up for the next one.
3 balls left. Oh my gosh.
Oh no. I thought I had Rico back with me for a second there. Here's Fareed. Oh no, that one's going to hurt. That will be a no ball. Not exactly what you want when the game's meandering to a conclusion.
It's pretty much gone, hasn't it?
He won't even get to face the free hit because Hammer-Yun gets to cash in. I feel like if you get hit with a free hit or with a no ball, wow, that's a nasty one.
Ouch, ouch, ouch. That's not going to be a nice one. That'll be a bruise there, but it's a warrior bruise.
That's true.
What's happened?
Free hit time. Strap yourselves in. Swing and a miss. That one won't be a wide. Don't know if there might have been a little edge on that, and everyone's yelling, saying, why isn't that out? Why isn't that out? It was a free hit. So, Hassan knew. He's saying, everyone settle down. So, Maiden Waters saying the best golf story she's heard, the one that Alan Bordery told about Warney and the gold earring. Yeah, look that up. That was a very good one, Maiden Waters. All right, 2 to come. Oh, still 2 to come. Someone cancel my lunch. We're running late now. But just don't forget, it's about an hour and 15 minutes until qualifier number 2. Will be Fresh Tropical versus Roma CC in that one. And then the final a little bit later on today. About 4 hours and a quarter from the final. Hammer-Yun gets the ball on the stumps. Just knocks into leg side for 1.
You know what I'm really excited to see is the celebration from Jinder Brescia at the end of this ball.
Yeah, see, I think they'll be happy, but I don't think they will be over the top celebrating. They know that's half their job done today. They've really got their eyes on the prize of winning the final.
They've done a good job, though.
Helix saying, would have been a bench clear in baseball. I know exactly what you mean. Helix, here's the last ball, thankfully, of qualifier number 1. It wasn't quite the contest we wanted in the end. Imran will end up at least facing 24 balls. And maybe that helps him. Does get a couple away, but again, not quite finding his touch. Hammer-Yun will finish on 3. Jinder Brescia, like I said, they're happy, they're satisfied, no doubt about it. But they will know that they really want that qualification spot. And they've done the first step of their plan to at least make the final. They'll meet either Fresh Tropical or Roma CC later on today. And Fresh Tropical, well, it's just one of those performances, particularly with the bat, where it didn't work for them up the top. They lost 3 very quick wickets. The top 3 combined to just score 1. And it was always going to be hard work from there. Jamil Comes in at number 4, scores 13. Mohamed Imran ends up top scoring with 28, but he was just scoring 117 strike rate. So, again, probably not quite the pace he wanted. Sikander Abbas with 14. But in the end, a fair bit of distance between the two teams. The final score here in qualifier number 1 is Gina Brescia 110, Fresh Tropical 78, 32 runs the margin. A lot of mutual respect between these two teams. And similar to last year, really, where it was 38 runs to the margin. I think it was 108 to 70 on that occasion. And for me, I think Fresh Tropical, just considering how they've chased and how badly they've chased against Fresh Tropical, maybe against Gina Brescia, I should say, maybe if they do win the toss in the final, if they get that far, they should consider batting first just to mix it up. So there we go. We have the updated qualifier number 2, Fresh Tropical versus Roma CC, and that one is coming in around about an hour and 15 minutes. The toss will come very shortly. We'll put the result in the chat and also on our website. What do you think about that Fresh Tropical versus Roma CC clash coming up, Nikki?
Oh, I think it's going to be a good one because obviously Roma CC have played really well so far, haven't they? And Fresh Tropical know that this... I don't know how to do it. I just think it's going to be a great game.
They're hard to describe, Fresh Tropical, to be fair. And, well, don't really know how to describe this start as well. Mentioned the top 3 all going for just 1 run combined.
They've got a chance now, though. Obviously, they didn't go to their plan this game, but they've got a chance now. They can just forget about what happened now and just go again, clear mindset and just go, come on, last chance.
And Shrug makes a really good point. He said a performance like that, it's exactly why I said yesterday it was crucial Fresh Tropical finishing the top 2 because he couldn't see them stringing 3 games in a row. That was a shocker, no doubt about it. But, you know, they can bounce back and, look, if they don't play better, they won't win any. And he makes a good point there. But, I mean, they are the kind of team, they can turn it on and, well, maybe if they can put in a good performance against Roma CC, they can take some momentum into the final. But it was all about Gina Brescia early on. And how about that guy, the left armer, Hassan Ali? Hasn't he been great for Gina?
He's been so good. Ali's been definitely one of their main men. He's been great to watch with the ball. He really has those little tricks up his sleeve, and you can tell he's been difficult to face by the batsmen as well.
Yeah, and so they were trying what they could, but even Azim Ali, he's another guy who's a bit of a live wire, ends up batting in the 6th position. He fell for 3 of 6 in the end. It was one of those things. Gina, I don't think they learned too much out of that because the game did seem dead for a fair bit in the second half, but they'll know that they deservedly will be favourites in the final. Doesn't matter who they are playing. Yeah, and the next game just is an interesting one. Roma CC, we talked about the fact that they're gaining momentum. They seem to be working things out. Fresh Tropical, though, I don't even think they're a momentum side. They're up or they're down. You never know what you're going to get. They're like a box of chocolates. And late on, Mohamed Imran, we did clear the boundaries a couple of times. Again, he's a man who is just trying to recapture the sort of form that saw him as the top run scorer in Milan 2021. Hassan Ali finished things off with a catch as well. Gina Brescia, they've got 1 foot on that plane to Spain, but to secure their place, they have to win 1 more match, the crucial match at the end of the day.
Yep, and it's going to be a great match to watch. I can't wait.
It should be good. Late on, they were all forming an orderly queue, weren't they? Catches went up, 7 wickets fell in the 10 overs in the end. And, yeah, Sting had gone out of the game. We're going to see a fair bit of intense cricket today, no doubt about it. But the last few overs weren't really that, even though tell that to Mohamed Imran, who cups one on the back arm. There are a couple that just got away from the bowlers. Good call by the umps. They've been brilliant so far for the whole Italian summer, really. But particularly the guys out there have got the biggest day of the season, and they're handling themselves very well at the moment. And, well, in the end, like I said, fair bit between the two teams. 32 runs. Gina Brescia, the victors in qualifier number 1. And they will go through to the final now. You can see they're the first team that have booked their place. And in the other game today will be qualifier number 2. That's the next one between Fresh Tropical and Roma CC. Very hard to call. Gina Brescia, well, they'll be pretty happy now. On a hot day, they get to go, have a bit of a rest. They'll sit, maybe have something to eat, something to drink, stay cool, stay hydrated. But they'll be ready to go, I'm sure, when it hits 4:30 Central European time later on today, 8 p.m. in India. That will be the big one, the biggest match of our Italian summer. Let's look at the scorecards, and you can see that things never got going. In fact, Nikki, doesn't get too much worse than when you're 3 for 3. You can see Zain Naqvi on his return went second ball, just 1 for Sharif and a duck for Hussain. Although they had a bit more production in the middle order, it was never going to be enough.
No, it never was going to be enough. It just was far too short. If you look, Naqvi, Sharif, Hussain, they didn't really have much of a contribution. Mohamed Imran came in with 27, but he needed someone to help him out. He needed to have a partner in crime, and unfortunately he didn't really get that. And yeah, Fresh Tropical didn't really have the performance they wanted to. Could have had a bit of less pressure to put on themselves, but now they've got to do it all again. I think the best way for them to go about it is just forget about what's happened, start afresh, and just say, and go in with all their might and determination.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's look at the bowling figures, and really there's one guy I want to highlight there, Hassan Ali, who started things with a double wicket maiden. And that was just a terrible start, to say the least, for Fresh Tropical. And then he picked up a third wicket in second over, finished with figures of 3 for 5. But it was a good team performance, really. But no one went double digits economy. Everyone was 19 or less off their 2 overs. They went with the 5 bowlers. Janik Vass, could see him get a couple of wickets on his return for the team. Didn't really click with the bat, but certainly had a leading role in keeping Fresh Tropical down early. And although there was 8 wides and 2 no balls in the innings, that's something they might be able to work on a little bit. I don't think they were too worried about it as they ran out comfortable winners in qualifier number 1. Okay, we'll take a quick break. Nikki, we'll have to work on your voice, and we'll see if you can maybe join Rico for the 3rd game. Otherwise, we wish you all the best, obviously, going forward. And we'd love to have you again. But I got a feeling that with a bit of tea and lemon, we might be all right to get one more game out of you. Anyway, make sure that you enjoy your little break. We will be getting on the toss very, very shortly for qualifier number 2 between Fresh Tropical and Roma CC. Until then, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo alongside Nikki Chowdhury. Rico Full will be with you as well for the next game when we return in just over an hour's time for more Finals Day action from Rome. This is the FanCode ECS Italy Super Series.
Hello and welcome back to the Roma Cricket Ground. I'm out here in the middle and I'm sure there's plenty more that is going to be done out here before the end of the day. And of course we will know at the end of the day exactly who will represent Italy in the ECL 2023. It's down to 3 teams. Brescia, it could be them. We know they're already through to the final. They'll play the winner of this match, qualifier number 2 between Fresh Tropical and Roma CC. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. It's a big coin toss. It's a big game. It's a big tournament referee, Rob Gemming. Let's see what happens and let's see who wins it.
Your call. Yep. Heads is called. Heads is called. All good. And it's tails.
We're gonna bat first.
So it is Fresh Tropical that have won the toss. Their captain, Bilal Hamid, has elected to bat first. Look, I do think that's an interesting decision from him. A slight change of tactic, but I think it's a good one. I think that obviously chasing so badly before, it was an awful power play. They lost 3 wickets for just 3 runs. And it just gives them a little bit of a different look. They can bat with freedom. I think, look, they want to play their way. So they're not going to be encumbered by any kind of target. Look, it might work, it might not. But if it does work, they could put a big score on the board. No doubt about that. Disappointment for Zain Naqvi, who unfortunately wasn't able to, excuse me a second, he wasn't able to get any runs in the first match on his return. He scored a second ball duck. But yeah, ultimately, I think he is a danger player to watch. Also will likely have the gloves for Fresh Tropical. Roma CC, though, they seem to be just timing their run at the right time. Talk a lot about their engine room. Maragi's a bit of a wild card at the top as well. They will be chasing. They chased successfully this morning. They'll have to do it again if they're going to get over the line in this one. Let's go over to the commentary box. News from the toss here in match 23. Qualifier number 2, Fresh Tropical. Well, they look like they're ready to bang some all over the park. I almost copped one then. Let's go over to the commentary box and let's get this game started.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo in his Sandu. Well, you got to be careful out there. They always say that, don't they? Always never turn your back to the ball. I certainly remember that from my days of going to the nets. You don't go out there and start having a conversation with kookaburras are flying around. But Mr. Maximo, he gets lucky, almost takes a Maximo there. And look, these two teams, it's going to be a tough one, isn't it? Look, both of them, Roma, they're going to be coming into this match on a high because remember, they had to beat the Cricket Stars to earn the right to get this opportunity to make it into the final. And what a massive prize is at stake there. Brescia have made it already. Fresh Tropical, they're going to be on a slight downer maybe, but the good thing is they've had over an hour to try and prepare for this match and get themselves in a positive frame of mind after getting that thumping from Brescia. 110 to 78. It was an easy victory in the end. Fresh Tropical, we do know that their batting can be hot and cold. It was cold in that one when they were chasing. But this time round, I think that's a positive move. They've decided we're going to have a bat, and they're hoping that that is going to get them the victory. They won't want to have a look at what the bat versus ball wall is saying. That's predicting that Roma will be 105 to 99. So it's sort of expecting another below par score from Fresh Tropical. My instincts tell me that Fresh Tropical in this one going to come good. And I think somebody like maybe Amir Sharif, who has really been such a hard worker throughout this series, that maybe he's going to get luck on his side. Maybe somebody like Naqvi is going to show us just how thunderous he can be if he gets going. That's just an inkling though, but Roma, they're not going to be easy to beat because I just think that as a team, they've got their plans right. I think they know what they want to be doing here. They know they've got a plan at stake. They know where they want to be and where they want these balls to be pitched up to these Fresh Tropical batters. It's going to be an interesting contest, and I'm certainly up for it. I hope you are as well. Welcome to everybody. Hope you made the most of your break. Hope you've had a nice bit of lunch, and I hope you settled down with a beverage or two. It is a weekend, so you are allowed a beverage or two ready for the start of this match. Here we go. First ball. And it's going to be called a wide. Just trying to keep this out of the reach of the batters who he knows are going to want him to go out on the onside and go big or go straight. So wide to start off with from Ratanaikas. Bowling to Naqvi. Naqvi was 2 ball duck for him on his return. In the air and just gets it over the man inside the circle. And he starts with a boundary this time. Well, it was at this point, the second ball that he got out last time, but this one he cracked it pretty hard. It doesn't sail over that man, but he gets enough power on it. It's a good shot really to play in the power play. Remember, only 2 men can be outside the circle. They've got long on back, just scanning around. It's long on and man at extra cover. And this is a missed slice. Can somebody get to it? And they can't. Well, he gets lucky. It's a miscue, isn't it, out on the offside? And it was chased hard by Akash. Gets the dive in, but Wadu Walagame just couldn't get a hand onto this. So a bit of luck for Zain Nakvi. Sometimes that's all Fresh Tropical need. A bit of luck goes their way and they can go on to score big scores. Samir Sharif to face his first delivery. Slower ball, cleverly bowled. Really well bowled, nicely disguised. And Sharif, he wasn't in a hurry to charge at it to do anything like that, so he's managed to negotiate that one. Wide signaled. Good quick hands from Rila. Let's have a look. First of all, it's definitely a wide. And at that foot, it doesn't look like it gets raised at all. But Rila, I think early stages, the captain, Sujit, is just letting the batter know that I'm there. And he's saying, you do realise, every time you miss it, I've got it. And I'm watching. Just trying to play on the mind of the batter, I think. Once again, it's wide, but this time, Amir gets plenty of it. Oh, this takes a vicious bounce. And he needed the helmet, not for the bowling, but for the throw that came in. There we go, just watch this one take off. Catches Lathanaikas quite awkwardly on the fingers as well. Nakvi goes back on strike, 8 on the board. What a big match this is. I mean, you've got to say that this one, I mean, whoever gets to the final, that would be the biggest match that they've ever played, probably the biggest match in the history of their clubs. But this one, well, this is going to be number 2 right up there, because this gives them the right to try and get into ECL 23. Well bowled, just this one gets this to drift away from the right-hander. Nakvi is still going for his big shot down the ground. And he's just not able to get to the pitch of it. You see there, he's that foot, his front foot hasn't really gone across enough. He's really leaning into the shot, but not getting himself in the right position. Rila right there once more. Shorter in the air, chance. And it goes down. Well, Nakvi, not only does he get lucky with one that doesn't carry, where has this hit the fielder? Now, looks to me like he's holding his head. Oh, I hope this isn't serious. He's diving forward. Here's the fielder, Nathan Digate. And I think that might be the way he rolls forward awkwardly on his neck. He is getting up now, which is good. But yeah, I think when he hits the deck there and he's rolling over, because he's really lunged forward as he's rolled, I think he's strained his neck slightly. And maybe worthwhile getting a medic out there just to put some freeze spray on it really before it stiffens up. And well, while he receives maybe some attention, just have a look at how the teams have got here. Roma, like I said, they earned the right to be here with that win over the Cricket Stars in the eliminated today. Ginebrescia, well, they easily beat Fresh Tropical. And so the opponents of Roma here, Fresh Tropical, they've then gone into this second qualifier knowing, though they're getting that second chance, and they earned that second chance by finishing in the top 2. Well, you've got to take it, because if you don't win this one, then you're not going to be going into the final. That will be the final match here of this Super Series, match number 24. Ginebrescia, the top team, and they have been the top team in Italian cricket for a while. They have booked their place there. End of the first over. And pleased to report that Nathan Digate, he is fine. Score 8, but just keep a note of that. Nakvi being dropped, and being dropped when he was on 5. Tense. Rila just doing some stretching behind the stumps. Wide delivery, but I think he's just keeping this in. Well, he's seems okay, doesn't he? I mean, this was Nathan Digate, the one who went for that catch. Unfortunately, slipped out of his hands, but he landed really awkwardly. just keeping that one in. It looked wider than it was actually. Maybe it just goes to show where how far down the leg side the batter is standing. Short, and this one probably will be called a wide. It is. Gets too much bounce on it. Well, it's prepared to take on Amir Sharif. Fires in the short ball. Says, here you go. Have a sniff of this. And he says, I can't. It's too high. Forget about it being anywhere near me nose. I can't get my head to it. Over the head it goes. So that will be called a wide. And also, that's the one for the over. So he's used it early. And that basically means any delivery that goes over the shoulder height now will be called a no ball. This is hit very hard, but right on cue. This is the difference for me between Roma and one or two of the other sides, and cricket stars who will no longer play a part in this Super Series, and maybe even the likes of Fresh Tropical and Gina Brescia. I think the field, if anything's going to let them down, it's going to be the fielding. Roma, one thing that may not let them down is their fielding, because they are pretty hot out there in the deep. Good stop, just a single. Nakvi now on strike. And nothing Digate. That's not out. I think he knows it as well. I think the wicket keeper gets a bit of an appeal in. And as that goes around the ground, the bowler gets in there on the act. It's a long way away from this, but he'd love to get the wicket, wouldn't he? Nothing Digate, because he was the one that put that. I mean, it was a very difficult chance of getting Nakvi. He was the one that put it down. So he's trying to make amends without Nakvi adding more, other than the one that he has done when that chance went down. This one goes through. Rila is able to recover. Perhaps Amir Sharif, if he was a bit quicker, seeing it and backing up, could have gone and taken the bye there. It certainly wasn't under control. Wasn't the best of shots, really. Takes his eye off the ball pretty early there, Nakvi. Just playing a little bit too early, Nakvi here. Just needs to, maybe, sometimes they say, as the bowler comes in, just count one and then play your shot. This is played nicely down the ground, and they don't take the single. Well, Nakvi, I think he acknowledges the fact that here that perhaps he should have gone, but he decides to wait for it to pass his non-striker before he sort of thinks about it, and then by that time the ball's already in the fielder's hand and they decide no. See, that's the other thing, because they know that Roma is so good in the field. Samara Kuhn was the one who did the fielding. They're reluctant to take them on. This was a wide, so a couple of wides in the over. It's the only thing that's really helped the scoring so far. This one just starts wide and continues down that line down the leg side. Nakvi not able to get anything on it. The good news, maybe, if you're out there in the middle, is that the breeze has picked up slightly, which is certainly going to help the fielders. May not help the batters, because I think it's blowing from behind us, which means it may just hold up anything that's hit straight. It gives you an idea there, but it's not going to hold anything that's hit here. And he doesn't time this very well, though. It's sort of, once again, directed into the body of Nakvi. Nakvi not able to get a full swing on it. At the end of the second over, so it's not really at the pace that Fresh Tropical are used to going. Again, at 6 and over at the moment, 12 goes on the board, but I suppose the key thing is they've still got all wickets intact, even though there was that one chance, that very difficult one, that the bowler who just completes that second over, Nathaniel had to remove Nakvi. They're going to continue with Rathanaikas. He'll be starting the over once again to Nakvi. So Nakvi, 8 deliveries, 6 runs on the board. He'll be feeling, this being the last in the power play, that he wants to go boom boom. Tries, misses out, good delivery. Slightly quicker, I think, this one for Rathanaikas. And you can see there, this is how the teams got those golden tickets to get to this, the Super Series. Albano and Cricket Stars no longer playing a part in it. One of these two, Fresh Tropical and Roma, will also have their name removed from the lights. And the two teams that remain in lights will be playing the final. And what a final it will be. A lot of people wondering, could the team in red, Roma, Lovely kid, I have to say. Could they do what they did last week? Win all 3 games on finals day and become crowned the champions. Slower delivery, throws the bat at this, well dealt with by the fielder. These are always tricky. You got to not only try and get the ball stopped, but you've got to allow for the vicious spin that's going to happen here. And he really does well, gives himself room to do it and adjust himself well. So Arthur Nika, good stop. Roma doing well at the moment, and remember they've got those spinners to come into the equation as well. And no, too many teams have got them away. No, nothing on this. This one, oh, that's marvellous. Absolutely sensational. Now that's 2 stops that have been made there. Well, that man, Athanaikos, that's absolutely brilliant. How about this? And this is just what we're talking about. This is what they have. They have a spring in their step, don't they? They have that abundance of youth out there. They throw themselves around. They're super fit. And in the field, you see the virtues of that. They're saving runs and getting the congratulations there of Walagami. This one will be called a wide. So another wide in the over. Tense, fresh tropical, they won a boundary. Firmly struck, good stop once more. Then comes to throw, oh, if this hits it would have been out for sure. Another piece of good work. Nothing to get this time. First of all, he has to make the stop. Thinks about the catch, but the ball dips viciously. But look how quickly he recovers, gets the throw in. I think the batter may have just got there because Nathan Diga had a bit of work to do to catch up with the ball afterwards because it was hit well. But already I'm seeing probably 10 runs saved in the field. That's how important it is. 10 runs saved already. Slower delivery, no pace on it. And this one, well, there may be no pace, but there's plenty of power from Nakvi. Nakvi finally sends one out of here. And right on cue, they wanted a boundary, and they get one. This goes all the way. Boom! Shukalagia! Only 1-4 up until that one. So that's a 4 and a 6. That's the first Maximo in this very important match. The winner eyeing up a chance to play Gina Brescia in the final and make it through to the 2023 European Cricket League, the Champions League of cricket. Power play comes to an end. The boundary they were after, and they got one. 22 on the board at the end of the power play. Importantly, though, still no wickets down. Nakvi, he's the man who hits that big 6. Amir Sharif, he's got a 4 to his name. Interesting now, you've got Cash. Wadu Walagate to come on to bowl. It's been a good introduction to their team. Sprays down the leg side, and this will be helped along the way. It goes for 4 runs. Not a good start from Wadu Walagate. One thing that you know for sure is if you bowl badly and if you get your line wrong, well, Fresh Tropical, they will get the boundary. They will put you away. That's what they're waiting for. You've got to bowl well to them. You've got to try and create the false shot. Better, but a good shot, a good response. He's timed this perfectly. Over it goes. There is a catch taken. The other side is a crowd catch there. Not quite sure who that is. He's got a big rucksack on his back. We'll forget that for a moment. Have a look at this shot. Puts his foot down, goes down on one knee. And that's a sweep slog from Zain Nakvi. 6 more to him. Well caught there. The other side of the fence. So after that slow start, they're starting to get a move on here. Good reply. Decided not to try and go full and straight again to allow Nakvi to get down on one knee and play another sweep. A sweep slog. He's nailed a couple of them. Wants to try and, I think he needs to try and go wider. Get him playing out on the offside. Well, he doesn't go shorter. but keeps the pace off it. The fielder just struggles to get it under control, but does. That'll just be a single. It's tense here at the Roma CC ground. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. It is the end, or coming to the end of the Italian summer. Rico Full here, and alongside me, pleased to welcome back Mr. Maximo.
It's good to be back. Yeah, nice to be back, Rico.
Nicely hit, and this is going to go all the way. It does. Well, this is in the ambulance territory. Well, does it hit it? Does it not? I think it just bypasses it. Big shot, 6 more, Vinny.
Yeah, there's always going to be a battle of how they take on the left arm spin attack of Roma CC. And yeah, that one sails out of the ground. So yeah, time for think music. And if you wondered how Fresh Tropical would take on the spin attack of Roma CC, you don't have to be a genius to work out aggressively. That's how they play their cricket. Kind of like the move for them to bat first. Chasing hasn't worked for them lately. Sometimes you just got to have a short memory and work out, okay, let's just change something up. Quicker one. Now, is there a little edge? There is. So Sharif's going to go. And Wadu Walagi is the man who just puts a bit more on this one. Sharif tries to use the pace, but he gets a little feather edge. And how about Sajith Rilagadagi? He has been so good behind the stumps for Roma CC, leading their team and leading the charge from behind. Fresh Tropical lose their first wicket. Breaks the opening partnership of Sharif and Nakvi. The score at the end of 4 overs is 39 for 1. Yeah, big moment in the game. Just felt they had to break these two up. Fresh Tropical, we know they can get off to fast starts. We know they can collapse. What are we going to see from them? We'll have to find out. At the moment, the game, for me, it's a bit of a draw. I think looking at the run rates, we've seen typically in the 9s is par. I still feel like it's a bit thin, but I mean, there's a few games adding up now. We have seen some scores in the 90s holding up. So Nakvi goes for 19. Let's see who they send out next, because I think this will tell you how they're feeling. If Azam Ali comes out, oh, there he is. Azam Ali is out there, not strikers end though. They are going all out attack. And they're going to have to deal with the right armour now, Krishan Kalugamage. So yeah, I can see, if you want to call Kalugamage a spinner, which I guess he's kind of a hybrid, basically got 4 spinners in this lineup. But he does bowl a fair bit of what I call medium pace. This one is going at a pace to the square boundary. Nakvi moves into the 20s. We had a bit of luck, no doubt about that early. Could have gone cheaply twice on finals day, but he has survived. Now he finds himself with a critical role in this first innings. Fresh Tropical move into the 40s. I want to say a big thank you to everybody at the ground that's looking after us as well. He has just stopped for a spot of lunch. Thanks to our hosts, Roma CC. We had a bit of a presentation in the break. That's the leggy from Kalugamage. Pretty well pitched and played back to him for a dot. So yeah, to Lorena and to Prabhath and to Leslie, and also to Anuja, who's driven us around. Thank you so much. And it's thanks very much as well for Nakvi. He's going to get another boundary. I think this one's gone for 4. But I'll let you know. This is another attempted leg spinner. Just kind of goes the one hand in the end, doesn't he, Nakvi? And where does this one bounce? It is going to be 4. One bounce, 4 runs. Still not a good delivery. Kalugamage, one of his weaknesses is that he's so good at everything, he can't really work out what he's doing. He can bowl pace, he can bowl spin both ways. Tries another leg spinner. This time it might work out. It's hanging in the air. Digo's hunting it, won't quite get there. Yeah, that one just didn't quite have the hang time to get down to the outfielder. Well, you thought it was going to be exciting? It is exciting. That's what I'm going to say about that. Hello to Mandrake as well. Just casting my eye back in the chat. I saw that Czech Republic pulled off a big chase, chasing 184 against Switzerland. Sasi Buyan getting some runs, as well as the Beast and Dylan Stain as well. Mandrake's asking, is it cooler out there with the wind? A little bit. Well, that's 6. Goodbye. Adios, Pelota. Another ground catch. This time it's spilt. It's in the dirt. Well, he almost takes 2, doesn't he? He caught one earlier. This one going straight over the bar. But Maximo Azam Ali playing the way Azam Ali does. He summarily dispatches that one for 6. So, yeah, and thanks to everyone in the chat. If you'd like to throw a comment again, you can. Know that Kaibai saying that thought these 2 teams might have made the final. Well, that won't be the case now. Swing and a miss to finish the over. So 15 come off the 5th. And the score now is 54 for 1. And some people saying that it's very comforting having Rico Full's tones on the commentary. Well, if you like that, you'll like the fact that he'll be with us for a fair few of the next couple of months, probably just taking just the 2 weeks off in the next couple of months, as Belgium will be done by myself and Charlie Hunt. And this was the big news, wasn't it? In the last week, we had a bombshell that we won't just have cricket Monday to Friday in Carlton, but we'll also have cricket Saturday and Sunday in the FanCode European Cricket T10. So those matches will involve 3 local teams every week. They'll play each other 3 times and have a final. So 10 matches in total in a weekend. The winner of the weekend goes to the 4th and final championship weekend. And so we'll see the top 3 teams there going at it, and there will be a trophy, a FanCode European Cricket T10 trophy on offer for that. So there's an extra 40 games of cricket to squeeze in to September and October. Make sure you join us. 17th of September will be the first match in the FanCode European Cricket T10 Spain. 54 for 1 off 5. Any other questions you've got? Throw them in the chat. But yeah, we had a nice presentation to our host club here, Roma CC. Obviously, we love all the teams here. I've got a soft spot for Fresh Tropical and really all the teams that are here, to be honest. Ginebrecia, of course, very popular team as well. Unlucky not to make the ECL this year. But as the host club, it's always a bit tougher because there's a lot of work off the field. So we're really thankful that Roma CC have been so hospitable to us. Kai Bay saying, the freshmen, the Fresh Tropical, making a great start this game. The opposite to last game. They're totally unpredictable. Well, if you had to sum up ECN cricket in one word, I think I would call it unpredictable. So they're going back to the pace against Nakvi, who seem to have the measure of the left arm spin. We haven't seen that go down too much. Wadua Walagi copped it a bit. Design, so they're going to go back to pace on. Nuttige is going to bowl over number 6. So a slight change in tactics. Not going with a wall-to-wall spin. Attack in the middle overs. Knocked into the leg side. This will be 1. We also want to mention a big thanks to Nikki Chowdhury, of course, who was down to do this game, but I know that she's got a busy schedule ahead and her voice was almost leaving us. It did come back, and it was nice to get her on for finals day in that last game, qualifier number 1. But yeah, Nikki, I think she'll probably sit this one in the final out, but I know that she had a very warm reception. Thanks to everyone in the chat and all the feedback regarding that, and obviously we're really happy to have Nikki on board this week. This will just be 1. Got to say, I really liked some of her insights into kind of what's happening at the professional level of the game. Currently, obviously, been out of it a fair bit now, but yeah, some of the crossovers that she was talking about, some of the little technical things, pretty useful. Shrug saying, if ECN was a cricket team, it would be Fresh Tropical. Unpredictable, but always entertaining. You know, that's true. No doubt about that. Rico has also gone silent. Don't worry about that too much. He'll be back in a minute. He's just making quick work of his lunch, which is a nice little chicken and vegetables number. Thanks again to the host club, Roma CC. Pitched up and whipped away. We should just be 1. Very, very good standards. I mean, you talk about good fielding standards and good fielding teams. To me, it's no coincidence they've got a very good wicketkeeper. Sujith Rilagadagi. He sets the standard behind the stumps. And I talk a bit about the wall, don't I? The 4 outfielders they often have out. They'll have Samaragi, Nuttige, Samarakun, and Kalugamagate. It's a 4-man boundary wall, like a force. Don't miss too much. Down leg side. Nutdige can hit the stumps here and it'll be out. And he's gone and he can't believe it. Azam Ali, he's thrown it away. He challenged Nuttige. Well, he's a man. He's taken it in the face. Looks like he's gone down his shoulder there. What he has done is hit the stumps. And Azam Ali is ropeable with himself. He basically challenges Nuttige and says, look, I'm taking you on. You've got a lot to do. Had to go after the ball. Picked it up one-handed and hit the stumps. But we're talking about good fielding teams. And Nuttige, well, he's not a part of the 4-man boundary wall right now. But off his own bowling, you see that gets ahead of the batter, picks it up, throws before he's balanced. What an excellent piece of fielding that is to remove Azam Ali. Nutton 2 fingers up in the air, and it's not too long before he's swarmed by teammates. Azam Ali run out for 7, and the second wicket falls in the 6th over, 57 for 2. Unbelievable piece of work. I mean, it's going the wrong way in his follow-through. Has to change direction, has to kind of get ahead of the non-striker. But that was first-class stuff from Achinta Nutton. So often come up with the goods when his team have needed him to. Better out there, Sikandar Abbas. Not a bad time for him to come to the crease, but it is Nutfi that's facing up. Going down the leg side. Nutfi becomes even more important now for me. I know they've got heaps of batting to come, but he's the man that's in his set. Hasn't really gone at the pace we know he's capable of just yet either. Going at 136 strike rate. We still had a lot higher last year. Had a very good Super Series last year, actually, Nutfi, when it was uninterrupted. This one will find Samarakun. There's that part of that wall we were talking about. So this will be the end of the over. Nutton, very good one from him. He only goes for 8. He comes up with a mercurial run out. 6 overs down. The score is 58 for 2. And we look at the bowling figures. And this is what I talk about when we talk about having options. I know they have gone spin heavy, but because the 2 overs of spin, even Kalo Gamage's kind of Suda spin, went for 15. Waduo Alagi went for 17. Did pick up a wicket though. I'm not so sure I would be abandoning the spin attack just yet though. And there were a couple of good shots in there. You got Nutton obviously to have another one. I think he bowled very well then. But yeah, we're talking about options and having flexibility. As we welcome back Rico Full into the commentary box, and looks like they are thinking, look, the pace worked well, so we're going to go another over of pace. And this looks like Tamika Adnaka, who's going to come into the attack in over number 7.
Yeah, I mean, they're sticking with what's working so far. I mean, Fresh Tropical haven't really got hold of the seam as yet. That will help. It's another dot, both the batters. Think about taking a bye, opt against it, but what about that bit of work for
That was special, wasn't it?
It was special, but again, it just underlines the thing we're talking about with Roma CC. I mean, we know they've got good batters, they've got good bowlers as well, but they back it up with sensational fielding. They really do.
No doubt about it.
This is hit well. It's out in the offside, but again, there's always a red jersey there or thereabout, isn't there? And that man there, Akash Oduwalage, he seems to be covering a lot of ground. They've got a spring in their step, haven't they? That's one way to describe it. The difference between Roma out there in the field and some of the other teams, there's a spring in their step.
Yeah.
They've just got the energy.
That's a really good observation. So Fresh Trouble, it just depends, I think, how many they're defending and how they're feeling.
Abbas, he wants to go big. 1 or 2 screams out there from the Roma guys, thinking that maybe that's taken a bit of an edge. It hasn't. Abbas has been good. He's probably been one man that's been quite reliable for Fresh Tropical. And also Mohammed Imran, who's yet to come out there. So they've still got some batting to come. Plenty of it, in fact. Hits this out the toe end, but he's going to get this. He's going to go all the way. Balle, Kinasora, Shaka, well, one thing that I was taught when I was a youngster and I was batting was, well, look, if you're going to swing it, swing hard. Because if you swing hard, you can get a little bit of luck go your way as well. He does swing hard. He gets the toe end of the bat, but it goes all the way to the boundary.
Bit of wind assistance, I think. The wind's picked up behind the bowler, so that edge flies miles. Abbas off the mark. I know some people in Australia that have never hit a 6. And when they see stuff like that, they go, well, hold on, what's going on there?
Yeah, they'll say it's just not fair.
Naka.
This is hit really hard. Work to do for the fielder. He can't get anywhere near this. This is a top shot. Well, there may have been poquito de suerte involved in the first one. That went for 6. Nothing lucky about this. This is a glorious stroke.
Cracking shot. It's pretty still there, isn't it? Pretty still. Hits the ball, hits it hard, and then kind of just accepts what the world gives him. And it does happen to go into a gap. And the fielder probably didn't have that far to go on the boundary. It was hit so well, he just didn't have a chance.
Well, I'm starting to realise what you and Corey were on about last week when the wind picked up. And Corey was knocked out a few times by the tent. starting to happen here now. And, this is like a sail.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that if I don't deal with it soon, Vinny, that we may be commentating from a different position.
Yeah. We had a bit of Corey being attacked by the cube last week. Now, after 2 weeks, the cube probably doesn't look so cubic anymore. Definitely got a lean to it. Anyway, it does take us to the end of 7 overs. And yeah, this one right in the balance at the moment, 69 for 2. Join us on social media at Mr. Maximo. And you can also get Rico at Rico Full. I might even do an Instagram live. Maybe I'll do it at the start of the next innings just to get us going and get a bit more interaction, of course. Some of our viewers that are watching on FanCode in the Indian subcontinent, of course. And, well, we can still tell you that we might as well start the journey to 400,000 subscribers on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. So we don't stop now. Keep growing the community. Obviously, it's going to be a huge couple of months ahead when you consider that we are rolling into one of the showpiece events of the season. Probably the biggest event now of the season with 160 matches from Kartsma over 5 weeks. It's going to be massive. So get everyone involved. If you do play cricket, if you're in a cricket community, tell them about ECN. And we'd love to welcome them into our very special group of people. All right, here we go with spin again. Wadua Walagi comes
Could be a
back.
chance. And it's been taken. Spin to win. We know that about Roma, and that's what happens here. Wadua Walagi comes in. It's been hit hard, but, well, Samaragi, he is not going to mess this up. Good catch. Look, and finally, well, they do get the wicket of Nakvi. He's performed pretty well, though, hasn't he? He's got to 32. He was dropped on 5. Don't forget that. So this is all valuable runs that he's made after having that chance. It was a spicy one, but he made the most of it. But they've got him out now in a critical stage. 69 for 2.
That's why this field's been so effective. This 4-man wall, Samaragi is the man at deep cover. Often with a left-arm spinner, if you weren't so confident about them being able to hit their lengths, you'd have the cover up in the circle, and then it opens up that shot over cover. But they've pretty much just gone long on, long off, deep mid-wicket, deep cover, 4-man wall. No infielders to worry about, and they know the first drop will want to hit it over them. If they miss it like that, then you got yourself a wicket. That's what Wadua Walagi does.
And it's 2 in 2. Shot to Maria Ganda. Bappers. Agia Banda, this is not the way to do it. Well, he goes out there and he has a big old swing at this. No shape, body is all over the place. 2 in 2. And, well, Wadua Walagi is on a hat-trick just like that.
Well, Mohamed Imran might have had a bit of a look last game, faced 24 deliveries. He'll only face the one in this game. Yeah, just goes for it from the get-go. He was the hero last night, wasn't he, against Cricket Stars, securing the double chance. And they needed that double chance. He's got to go for a golden, and suddenly Wadua Walagi is on a hat-trick. We had one earlier in this week from Prithivi Samaragi. Well, could his teammate be the next name on that list? We're searching for hat-trick number 19 now.
We certainly are. Well, we had a nice spot of lunch. It was a bit of chicken. We love the chicken. Well, the chicken's gone. And now it's time for duck. Because that's what that was. That was the golden. Hey, listen, I know you're going away for a couple of days. You're taking Diana with you. You and Diana on a holiday?
Diana's
Because
having a
Diana's
break as
last
well.
day today as well for a few weeks.
She'll be heading back to Romania. I don't think I'll get to visit her there.
Hat-trick ball.
Here we go.
Oh, it could be. Can he get there? Oh, he can't get there. Well, well, well.
Well, he stops. He doesn't have a follow-through, right? He's just stopped. And then he's like, well, hold on a second. He's actually stopped. And then he takes a little skip step, saying, I'm not going to reach that, am I?
Oh.
It's one step short in the end.
What did you reckon? A little dive forward there? Didn't fancy it, did he? Wadu?
Pretty hard surface.
This one's drifted on the legs, and that means it's going to be drifted up and over the mountain over there. That's going over the mountain, over the Red Mountains. It's gone into a massive hole at the other side. Well, that's where the earth's been all excavated. Well, this one's been put away, and it's Bilal Hamid, the captain, who says, I've had enough of this messing around. I'm going up the order, show you guys how to do it. Good shot, 6 runs.
Quickly things can change, hey? So here's the next ball. And he's gone. And so, well, a 6 and out situation. Fresh tropical storm. It's raining Maximos with a chance of wickets. And that's exactly what we're seeing at the moment. Everything going on. Wadua Walagi, 6s and Ws. The score now, 75 for 5.
Well, keep up with this. Well, this is a scorer's nightmare. Well, one moment there's a wicket. The next moment there's a 6. And Bilal Hamid has broken his bat. It's all happening. Well, you're not supposed to hit the deck. You're supposed to hit the ball. And Bilal Hamid is very frustrated as he's got to make his way. What an over this is.
Okay, listen to me. I've got some news.
Hold on.
I've got some news.
What's the news?
I checked the scorecard. Wadua Walagi did take a hat trick because he took a wicket last ball of his first over, and then he took 2 wickets at the start of this over. So he did take a hat trick, Rico.
Oh, we got
and we
another
didn't
hat
notice.
trick? Really?
He bowled the 4th over, and yeah, off the last ball of the 4th over, it was Sharif that was out. And so yeah, he's actually taken a hat trick, and he slipped it under the radar.
Oh, well, it was a sneaky one.
I don't think that they knew either.
No, there was no celebrations at all. Well, there you go. Should we tell them?
Well, I think
We
they
should
heard
tell
me
him.
because I yelled it pretty loud. But
We should tell him.
anyway, here's the last ball of the over. 75 for 5. Here is Hussain now.
Well bowled. And this match is changing like anything. So that's the 8th that's been completed. The score is 75 for 5. The news, hot on the press, is that there was a hat-trick there for Akash Waduwalaga. He takes 4 for 23. Hey, I'm going to let them all know. Hey, Nathan Diga, you know that was a hat-trick? That was a hat-trick, you know that? You
now
know
they
you don't know. You
Yeah.
didn't know.
He
You're
didn't know.
fibbing, you little fibber. Look, the smile on his face tells me. But look, well bowled. So I know that's another name that's going to go up there in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, it'll go up there. And yeah, very interesting over. It goes wicket, wicket, dot, 6 wicket, dot. So just a 6 off the over. 3 wickets, 2 dots. Left arm spin. But Bilal Hussain, he was the man that was filling in for Naqvi at the top of the order while he was
What's he
gone.
doing coming in here?
Now, here he is. He's batting 7.
Yeah, what's happened
So,
there?
I mean, okay, silver lining. Pretty
Yeah.
good guy to have come in.
Yeah.
The run rate's not terrible. It's about bang on par for this
Do you
venue
think?
at the moment.
Do you think this is Fresh Tropical saying, here's a man that can play spin pretty well, so let's hold him back?
I just think it's just fact there's a few wild cards to throw in before him. They blew themselves up. 9th over. Let's go.
Chance in the air. It's got to be taken. It will be taken. They don't drop him. That's another one. And, well, it's another wicket. So Sikandar Abbas, he has to depart. He gets to 10, but now they're just fraying bat at ball and getting themselves out. This is where tactics come into play. Look, your runs that you got on the board are not, they're not nothing. They're not bad. You got to think of the number of balls that you got to come, and you got to say to yourself, what you got to say to yourself before you got out there. And they should have been doing that really at the end of the 7th over. When you got 18 balls to come, 69 for 2, you're saying to yourself, right, okay, look, go out there, partnerships, take the singles as well, try and take the 2s, bad ball, put it away. Don't go out there swinging, getting out, and getting these dot balls going and putting ourselves under pressure. They should be thinking the same here. A runner ball definitely, because that gets Fresh Tropical to a score they can defend. We know they're great defenders, that's for sure. Put away the bad balls, you can still end up with a 90-plus score. But not if they keep doing this. Nobody's listening to me! Nobody's listening to me! What am I going to do about this? Big swing across the line. Another wicket goes down. Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, well, here's the
My
thing.
coaching career is over.
Yeah, well, if you're going to try and coach Fresh Tropical like a regular cricket team, you've got something coming. It's their team. They're going to live by the sword. They're going to die by the sword. And oh my word, Fresh Tropical, this is a storm of wickets. Jamil, the last victim. And so pace, spin, it's all coming up trumps at the moment for Roma CC. And with that one, I'm going to say the score is 75 for 7.
Yeah,
This collapse. Do you know about this collapse? I mean, they were 69 for 2. That means they've lost their last 5 wickets for just 6 runs.
Yeah. I mean, we say it, don't we, quite often. Fresh Tropical, they can be dynamic and they're back with no fear. They can also collapse, and this is another collapse. And is this another hat-trick? Come remind me. I was too busy trying to coach again. I think it is, isn't it? 2
trying
and
to
2?
keep up.
I think it was 2 and 2.
We're on a
he's on a
hat-trick.
hat-trick.
Let's go.
And it's up in the air, but it will bounce a couple of times before it goes to the fielder. Plays it right off his stumps. And Krishan Kalamangage will do the fielding. Roma on the up, heads are up, tails are up. Fresh Tropical, they need a hero. They need somebody to bang a few shots. And, well, they've got Hamyoon who comes back into the side here. Bilal Hussain can give it a thump. He tries to give it a thump. He'll get a single. He'll get off the mark.
So we had the hat-trick drought. Do you know we've had 4 in the last week? It's crazy. Everything okay over there?
Just murdered a wasp. It was time to do
Don't
it.
get him angry.
It was time to do it.
Rico. Just needs a moment. This is in the air, and it's just going to be blocked. I know it's not. And it will be 4 runs. This is Welly Gamagi, who seems to get a fair bit of a hand on this. Ends up sneaking away to the boundary. Fresh Tropical. They're not done yet. They're not putting away the shots. If you think they're going to stop attacking, forget about it. And that will be a handy little boundary down there. Hama Ewan is the man that's come in now. That's his first one. He moves along to 5.
I'm done. One less.
Okay.
Yeah, one less.
Doesn't that make the rest of them angry, though?
I don't know. It makes me feel better. It could have been the one that stung you this morning.
That's a bigger swing than we've seen from any of the batters. And this is Fresh Tropical. Well, this should be out. And here's Samaragi is the man that takes it. So the collapse continues. Having said that, I mean, there's only 6 balls to go, so you might as well attack. Hama Ewan goes 4 and out. Another wicket to Naika, who's been brilliant. He's just a bit of a... He's turned into a bit of a reserve option as a paceman now, but he finishes with 3 for 17. So that is the end of the 9th over. The score is 81 for 8.
Yeah, 81 for 8. Look, one thing I will say, I mean, there's probably a lot of people, including myself, a little bit frustrated with this collapse, but we know Fresh Tropical, how many times did they in Milan post this sort of score in the 80s, and win quite comfortably because of their bowling attack? So they will still believe that take the opportunity here. I mean, they've lost 8 wickets, so bear that in mind, but take the opportunity here to get that score to about 90. And though they're going to have to be at their extreme best, something like their captain, Milan Hamid, would have to be its best. And, of course, they've got Zahid Chima. If they bowl well, they can do it. But I think 10 more runs here, game on.
Here's Kalagamagay, who's coming back for over number 10. Who we got? Who we down to? We've got Zahid Chima in there now, but he's not facing Bilal Hussain, who, look, like I said, he's been opening the batting all week.
Yeah.
He finds himself having faced 2 balls. There's an over to go. So he's the kind of guy, he could easily take 15 or 20 off this over. Will they even survive the over? That's the other question. 10th overtime, seatbelts on.
It's only going to be a single, I think. I don't think they're going to try to get a double here. So Chima, and that's clever throw as well, making sure that it goes to the keeper. So if they do try to sacrifice Chima when it won't work.
You can't really sacrifice with only 2 wickets in hand, right?
Nah. So
you can go for a dicey one, but you can't go for like a suicidal one.
Zahid here, what will he do? Will he just try and get the same back on strike, or will he try to go for glory? He goes for glory, misses, he gets through, dot ball. Win-win for Roma here at the moment. And the bowler nicely bowled there by Kalagamagay. It's another dot. Well,
now I think you just got to take your medicine and take one. Or,
yeah.
Or at least make sure you don't miss it. I was getting cold at the other end. Well, there you go.
Gotta go. And they will. So it comes courtesy of a bye. This was quite a feisty delivery. I'll be interested to see exactly where this catches Rilla. Because
Yeah,
it
I think
really
he gets
does.
gloves on it. Made a glovey sort of sound, maybe end of the fingers. He's a tough nut. He'll be fine. 3 to come. Bilal Hussain. He wants to launch one here. Can he grab him up into the 90s?
He does launch one. He's going up, 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 and he goes all the way over. How does this go over there? I have no idea. He certainly hasn't flicked this backwards, has he? How does this go?
It's just an attempted kind of swat over mid-wicket. But with the wind, just have a look at the flags in the background. Yeah. The wind is turning this into a vortex. So the right-handers have had a couple of these. A lucky moment, but a moment nonetheless. 89 with the ball to go.
So will it be 90? Whatever happens, they've got to run here. Well, it's gone up in the air, and it may not be 90 because it may be caught. It is caught. So the score will finish on 89 for 9. 90 will be the target. It's been a tremendous effort once again from Roma. Just to remind you, at the halfway point, I think the score was about 54 for 1. So it's been a tremendous fight back this. And Roma, again, courtesy of the fielding. How many runs do you reckon, Vinny, that they've saved out there in the field?
Yeah, I'd say 15 to 20.
Yeah,
honestly,
easy.
I think they have. And that's the difference, I suppose, between chasing a score on the high side of par or on the low side of par, which this is, let's be honest. It's a very defendable total for Fresh Tropical if they bowl and field well. And look, it's a kind of total that Roma CC, sometimes they've chased, sometimes they haven't. And I know it'll be interesting to see their tactics. That was a scary moment for Nuttendigo. He turned out to shake it off. He would be fine. They saw a lot of balls flying in this area with the wind. A lot were fielded, of course. There's some that you couldn't do anything about if they went over the fence. But look, Nukvi, he was the man, wasn't he? Had a bit of luck early. He did survive. Ended up carrying them to a fairly strong position. They did fall off the wagon a little bit at the end, but still 89 for me. This game is right in the balance.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's there's so much at stake. That's the other thing you have to remember here. When there is so much at stake, I mean, it's not a big score, but a score around 90 is going to take some getting, especially when you take into the equation the bowling attack that's going to come at you. Bilal Hamid, the captain, the opening bowler, he is going to be fired up. And then Zahid Chima, well, we know what he's all about. But, if those two get going, if they rip out the 3 early wickets or 4 wickets early on, then anything can happen. So that score from Naqvi, how important that is. I mean, this was sensational. This is what I'm talking about with Roma. The way they make things happen. I mean, no other team, no other bowler is going to get to that, pick it up, hit the stumps and run out. Asim Ali.
Yeah.
Asim Ali was looking good.
He's so
and then
dynamic.
From that moment on, wicket just kept on falling.
Yeah, battle of dynamic players, because Asim Ali can hurt you pretty quickly, and he was ruining that piece of fielding. And look, yeah, like I said, the wall we talked about, that 4-man straight boundary riding wall, again doing its job for the most part. And then we had this. We had an under-the-radar hat-trick because Wadua Walagi took a wicket off the last ball of his first over, came back about 4 overs later, took 2 in 2, and we thought that he wasn't able to grasp the hat-trick chance. Turns out, if he had, it would have been 4 in 4.
Yeah.
And we did have hat-trick number 19 in the end.
We did, and he picked up exactly 4 wickets. Well, that was the dismissal of Bilal Hamid. You can see how angry he is here. Well, that's another wasp that we say goodbye to. We've had a few in here. Well, Bilal Hamid, I think, got one out there as well. He's not a happy man. He's going to come out firing. And this was another one taken. Take your pick. Who wants it? I want it, he says. Give it to me. Give it to me. Put my name in the book. Well, and then this was not a good shot at all. From a man we know he can score runs, but didn't want to hang around, did he? And another one bites the dust.
Yeah, here's the thing. There was Rico still having a go at the Wasps in the cube. I was just mildly amused with that.
I'm getting there
But,
before they
you
get
know,
me.
A bit like that Wasp that ran out a bit of energy at the end of the innings, Fresh Tropical. They scored 54 in the first half. They only scored 35 in the second half, and it was a lot to do with the fact they lost a bunch of wickets, a hatful of wickets. I mean, got a bit lucky there with the edge for his 6. In the end, the last ball was a wicket. Well caught out there on the boundary. And, well, 90 will be the chase. Won't be an easy one. Fresh Tropical, go back to Milan. These are the kind of scores. They have defended them successfully before. But, for me, Roma CC, they will be reasonably happy they're just chasing 90 here. They know Fresh Tropical can blow you away in the first innings. And they're right in the game. They're going to have to bat well. But really, they've done their job with the ball, I think. And some really good performers there for the host, Roma CC.
Yeah, I mean, look, if there's any blip, you got to say is that half chance that went down with Nakbi on 5. I mean, if you got him early, well, you can imagine what that score was going to be. It was going to be around about 60. And to say Nakvi, look, credit to him, a man that has got so much on his mind at the moment. I mean, once again, condolences to the whole family, the Nakvi family. Just a few days ago when he lost his grandfather. That's why he went back to Milan. He's come back today. Didn't start well. Got a 2-ball duck in the first match. But he's come back, hasn't he? He's done what they require him to do. 32 runs from him, the top scorer there. Bit of support there from Amir Sharif, but he's going to be gutted the way that he's got out. And also Asim Ali, you can imagine what is going through his mind. And you can see when he got out, he knew that is going to open the door for Roma, and Roma took it.
It's a calculated risk, though, Asim Ali. I mean, he doesn't expect to be run out like that, but he was. And I've got to say, it was a great bit of work by Nuttendigo, who didn't take a wicket, but only conceded 8 runs. Of course, that run out, we were talking about that as well, weren't we? Brett Nikes was decent early, didn't get blown away, went for 18. 4 for 23, including a hat-trick split over 2 overs from Walagi, as Kalagamagate picked up 1. And at Nike, again, he was a bit of a wild card. We talked about how spin-heavy they were. They never even bowl Samaragi, and they don't even bowl Maragi because the pace was working so well. And that's what sometimes we go with. You might have plans, but sometimes you can throw them out in a game where, just go with what's working. The pace seemed to work against Fresh Tropical in that innings, and they have restricted them to 89 for 9. So when we return, it will be Roma CC, the hosts, trying for a spot in the final. They'll need 90 runs off their 10 overs if they're to do so. Join us very, very shortly. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, Rico Fool with me. Hope you're having a great day. We're having a wonderful finals day, the last day of our summer adventure, and we'll see you soon for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to this match between Fresh Tropical and Roma CC. It's very evenly poised. It's going to be one of those, so it's not going to be a high scoring classic. It's going to be one of those grady 80 ones. It's Fresh Tropical having a bat first, and though they made a reasonable start thanks to Zain Zakvi, 54 coming at the first 5. Well, the second 5 didn't go so well. Only 35 runs came from it and wickets fell quickly thanks to a hat-trick. Yeah, we've had another one. Akashwadu Walagate picking up 4 wickets, and there was also wickets there from Athanaikas as well. He picked up 3, so it's another very healthy start. A bit of bowling from Roma. Now what can Fresh Tropical do here? They know they're going to have to be at their best. And we know that they are a team that when they're fired up, when they're pumped, they can come at you and they can defend small totals. A lot will depend on the bowling of the captain, Bilal Hamid. Here he comes, the first delivery. In the air, got one bounce to the man at third. Doesn't go for a slip. Now one thing that Fresh Tropical do a fair bit, and I've seen Gina Brescia do it a lot as well, they do deploy a slip, but I think maybe Hamid is thinking that he hasn't got enough runs on the board. So now straight away, the change in the field to the left-hander, Samara Kuhn. Wide ball, just not getting the line right to the lefty. Very, very annoyed with themselves was the captain Hamid when he got himself out. Hit a big shot, a beautiful shot it was as well, and then got himself cleaned up the very next ball. A lot of frustration on his mind. This is better, maybe a little bit short. They'll have a go. Oh, well, this was close. I don't think it was close. If it hits, this was out. I don't think a throw to the bowler would have had the same effect. I think if this is a direct hit, it's gone. And let's have a look. Yeah, I think if this goes to Hamid, he wouldn't have had time to get it on to knock it onto the stumps. That was really close. In the air, is he going to get lucky? He is. This is going to go all the way, I believe. Manos arriba, Vidro, porque eso es 6 carreras. And Dinadu Marage once more. He just throws everything at this, including the kitchen sink. And it just keeps going, going, going. You heard Vinny Sanders say in the first innings that the way this wind is now, if you're hitting straight, you're hitting into the wind. And it's not going to go all the way. But anything blowing in that direction, well, it's going to go for 6 runs. And this one will go for 6 as well. Kinna Sona Shaka Lagya. Boom Plastic. A lovely shot. 6 more. And Roma are piling the pressure on. Fresh Tropical. Six more. Time to think. Hamid under attack, 15 off his 4 balls so far. Not the start Fresh Tropical wanted. This is in the air as well, but it's been beautifully placed. What a lovely stroke this is from Dinadu Marage. Well, okay, you could say the 6 that went over the keeper all the way to the boundary was maybe a bit of luck. But you've got to ride your luck. You've got to make your luck sometimes. But that is epic. That is top draw. What a shot that is. Beautifully played. 19 on the board. 5 balls in. Target is 90. Perfect start at the moment here for Roma. Roma doing a bit of Fresh Tropical on Fresh Tropical. This is dragged down on Tion. They're taking it on and they'll get there. So the first over does go magical. Rico Full here of the European Cricket Network. And alongside me is Mr. Maximo himself, Vinny Sandu.
Felt like we're in the Goldilocks zone for Golden Ball here, Rico. I know I've said it a fair bit.
Do you? That 20 just came in that first
No, well,
over,
that's what
buddy.
I thought in the first, before a ball was bowled in this innings. Look, a lot can happen, though.
Yeah.
You know, that means Roma CC, they've often felt a little bit short in the chase. How about this, though? How about a sneaky hat trick? Look who's popped into the list. Akash Wadua-Walagi with 4 for 23 of his 2 overs. And, yeah, he has taken the 19th hat trick of the season. Congratulations to him. Took it over 2 overs that were kind of spaced apart, so we didn't notice straight away. But now we're searching for hat trick number 20. And what a week we've had. We've had, well, how many is that now? We've had 3 hat tricks, I'm going to say.
No, it's got to be more, isn't it?
No, we've had 4 hat tricks in Rome.
Yeah, 4 in Rome, 1 in
five since we got to Rome, is what I should say.
Okay, yeah.
So I'll go back to that. We had Gagandeep Singh for Royal Roma, took 1 on the 18th of July. And then we had Ajitha Danuwan took that double hat trick at 4 and 4 when they ended up losing the game anyway for Sri Lanka. Taj Muhammad took 1 over in Portugal. And Samarage and Wadua-Walagi, both of Roma CC, taking hat tricks. So it's been a good time for hat tricks.
It certainly has. It's been a good time for bowlers, hasn't it? But not necessarily for batters.
Yeah, true. No one seems to be able to boss it and go on with it. We haven't even seen anything close to a century.
Good delivery, but very well played. This is just clipped away. This is such a good shot. I tell you what, when you look at this delivery again, you're thinking it's a good ball. I'm about to say this is a good ball. It was a good ball, but look at the way it's been put away. What a shot that is from Dinadu.
Yeah, Maragi's an X factor. He has not really clicked. He's handed a decent 30 this morning, but I mean, when he's going, he can go big.
Yeah.
And we haven't seen that from him really at any point in this series. Often he'll do it when it counts. It doesn't count much more than now. Trying to keep their ECL hopes alive. Sliced away, and this is going to go into the vortex. That's 6. Maximo, once again, Well, give me a bat that's all edges, Rico, because these ones are flying for miles. Another 6 over third man.
That's quite amazing. This is the second time that this has happened. And, well, it's just effortless, really, isn't it? So runs really pile on. Fresh Tropical are under immense pressure here. Immense.
Maybe I'm a bit unfair calling that an edge, because he certainly opens the face.
Yeah, it wasn't
He opens the
quite
face and kind of slashes late. But, you know, they've got fielders guarding that area, but you can't do much about that. I want to say a quick hello to Naima Nadim, who said he's a big fan. Well, hello to you, Naima. I hope you're well.
Hello, Naima.
Hello to Shrug, to Maiden Waters as well. Neville Russ. William Canfield says, does Rico get paid by the decibel? If you were, Rico, you would be a millionaire. That was my reply.
Sorry if I've punctured anyone's
Look, you do you.
eardrums.
People have got the volume switch. They can just set it so it's just right. All right, Miragi, he's on a hot streak.
Oh, well, this one, is it missing? Is it straight? Well, Zahid Shima, he's very annoyed.
Oh.
Calm down, son, calm down. Don't let your emotions take over. Look, I can understand why, but this for me, umpire's call. Umpire's got to decide if he thinks that this is going to go and miss the leg stick. I have to say, from what I'm seeing here now, I'm going to say that's going to hit the leg stick.
I'm going to say I agree with you. I probably wasn't hitting the middle leg stump. I couldn't see it missing, though. Umpire wasn't sure. Gives it not out. Suppose that's an umpire's call. Just when I saw it live as well, I thought, thanks for coming. So Dinadu then gets a slice of luck. That one certainly could have gone either way. I think more often than not it's given out, but he survives. Samurakun faces up now.
Down the ground, this is sweet, this is 6. Ball! And if Chima was upset before, well, he's going to be upset even more now. 6 runs right after that one.
He will be. Going to be ropeable about that LBW still. I mean, can't picture a universe where that's missing. It may be slightly. No one ever will find out. Doesn't really matter now either.
Amazing start. And well, a bit of discussion happening here. And don't think this is looking probably too good for Chima, because Chima's had to turn around to show the umpire's number. So I think maybe the umpire here, Hetty, is probably in a little bit of a chat with the tournament referee, and I think probably Hetty Emila is just saying to Zahid Chima, look, I know you were upset, I know this is a big match, I know your emotions are high, but look, just try to calm things down a little bit. And now he's just having a chat with the captain as well. Just
See,
to
I don't
say,
know so much
hey,
about
Skip.
this. I mean, I think the captain's saying, well, what is he doing? He's at the end of his mark. He's minding his own business. And
Yeah,
okay,
if you're going to do it, you do it there and then.
He's a bit upset at the time, and he's kind of muttered something to himself. But I get it. But I feel like the situation had dissipated, and then they've kind of reminded Chima how frustrated he is, which he doesn't need reminding at the moment. Anyway, he's gone for 16. He's got 1 ball to go. Again, 1 wicket changes everything here. Still plenty to get. Zahid Chima.
You think this might be a short ball?
Oh, I think he'll go at the stumps here to Samarakun.
Over, and this is going to be 1 bounce for 4. And Chima also goes magical in his over. I don't think I've quite seen 2 magical overs being the 2 opening overs. We saw the first one go for 20. That one of Chima also going for 20. It is 40 on the board of 2 overs. It's almost like these 2 teams have swapped jerseys. This is what you'd expect from Fresh Tropical.
Yeah, dream start. That's all I'll say about that 41 for no loss after 2. This is something we've talked about a fair bit since we've been in Rome, in that we now have the information that the European Cricket Championship will be played under lights for the first time. International cricket under lights is a first for ECM. We're really excited to bring it to you. 5 matches a day, so every day we'll have 5 matches from Khartoum. Finals day we'll just have the 4 as per usual, but that's 34 matches a week. And on the Saturday and the Sunday we'll have the FanCode European Cricket T10 Spain. We're looking forward to that as well. I see 9 domestic Spanish teams going head-to-head in the format. All right, here's Sharif. Can he turn the tide? Well, maybe not, because this is going to rocket, and I think that's gone. I'm going to say 4. But Miragi, again, this wind's suiting him, isn't he? Isn't it? Because he likes to kind of hit the ball square. He likes to kind of use those wrists. And right now, he has gotten Roma CC, along with Samarakun, off to a flying start. They're up to 45.
Yeah, the ball is being motored along to the boundary in all parts of the ground. This is a sensational, it's a blistering start. Well, The sun is hot, it's sticky, but it's also spicy, and it's spicy out there in the middle at the moment. Roma, this is an amazing, amazing approach from the amazing start.
Under run a ball now.
Well, this one probably could be out, and the umpire says no. Keep an eye on the umpire. Is there any signal? The batters think about two, they don't. What's the signal going to be here?
Oh,
Well, at the
he's
moment,
signaling
he's signaling leg
here.
bite. So, well, again, what is that one missing? The umpire deciding that's probably going to go on and miss the leg stick, perhaps.
If you were frustrated before as a bowler, you'll be frustrated now. Don't see what that's missing. Have to be honest with you. Umpire standing stump to stump. Well,
Not out the decision.
you can probably gather from my tone what I thought about that one. Square up.
This one probably is not.
The
I'm
appeal.
saying this one, it could be the height. It's also going down.
I do have an appeal that
but
I have a
yeah,
theory.
this one's definitely not. It's pitching
Yeah,
outside
I
leg.
know, but I have a theory. The third appeal's out. Have I ever told you about that?
yeah, you
that my
have.
theory. That's the
said
third appeal. So I'm feeling on that
not
one.
all umpires work on that basis. I know what you're thinking. I know what you're thinking.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, man, Drake. See
Dinner
where you're
do.
going. See where you're heading with that in the chat. Two big decisions going against Fresh Tropical, no doubt about it.
Yeah, I got to agree with you. I think. Thing is, though, look, I will say this, and we have to say this, of course, and because it's true. I think the officials have been fantastic all the way through, not just this series here, the
Yeah,
Super
no
Series,
doubt.
but in Italy. They're only human, and they've got to be absolutely sure. If there's any doubt in their mind, they don't give it, and there must have been doubt on those ones. No doubt about this one, says the ump. This is wide, and he calls it. Umpires out there, Mohammed Shahid, bowler's end, and Hetty Miller.
Yeah, I mean, you can never be 100% sure about anything, right? So it's kind of,
Yeah.
for me, it's beyond reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
It's probably the same as a criminal matter. I think that's beyond reasonable doubt with those ones. Yeah, but the umpires, it's a long week for them, no doubt about it, and you can understand them being a little bit fatigued and a lot of decisions to make. Every ball they're doing so much, aren't they, Rico? They're not just doing the things you notice, but they're also doing things like checking fielders, checking movements. Obviously the power play currently in play as well.
You're right. There's just so many things that they've got to keep an eye on, you know. Short, doesn't get hold of it. It drops. A chance of a run out, and this is good work. I think this probably will be out. Yeah, really good there from the fielder. Rather than go for glory and try and throw and shot at the stumps and knock him out, he knows he's got the time to get the ball into the hands of the bowler. He does. Gets it to Sharif, and Sharif finishes it off. So finally they do get the breakthrough. He doesn't get the catch he was hoping for, but look, good work from the fielder.
Yeah.
It's a long way short.
Yeah, he is. And look, he spikes the ball into the ground as well. But Samarakun just goes on the hit. Meragi's kind of happy to go for the run. But here's the issue. He's a long way back in the crease when he has to start, and he's only got little legs. So it was going to take a long time for him to get down there. In the end, they get him by a step. Sharif was smart to get down and back to the stumps pretty quickly. End of a very entertaining power play, but it does end with a wicket. That's the second time today Meragi's been out off the last ball of the power play, you know. Right now it's 48 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, so to get the breakthrough, but look, what a start this is, though. I mean, it's an outstanding start. That rate, look, just to tell you, that rate is less than runnable. So if they should please to do it, and Roma, though they're not always hitting at a blistering pace, they can do it. But they can just take singles, but I'm pretty sure that's not the plan here because, they've got a lot of attacking batters to come in. And, of course, the quicker they finish, if they do win this, then the longer time they've got to adjust. They're going for Faisal Mohammed here. Faisal is a very exciting bowler. Remember, until he started playing here in Italy, hadn't played with a proper cricket ball before. I've done a lot of playing with tape ball. So he's just adjusted to bowling with the kookaburra and adjusted pretty well. He does also like to bang the ball in, likes to get the fiery short delivery in at times as well. So I think this is a bit of a gamble that Bilal Hamid has taken. He's decided that he hasn't bowled particularly well in the first over. Zahid Chima hasn't, so he's making a change straight away. Faisal coming in.
Let's go. Over number 4. I was going to say Chima, well, misses it. Now he's got a chance. And he goes over the stumps.
He misses. And well, he's probably saying, I thought there was somebody there. And nobody's going to get there. From where? From where, Faisal? From where?
Well, if you're allowed slightly taller stumps, if you're a slightly taller human being, then this would have been out. Because I think this goes straight over the stumps. You don't expect a throw to go over from an underarm. But there you go.
That's a big opportunity there. And that was...
I was trying to say
yeah, that
Cheeman only bowls the 2nd and 9th, so I think they'll stick with that plan. I mean, maybe unless Roma CC look like they're going to finish this early, which could be a possibility at this stage.
Squeeze them up a little with that delivery.
Hey, I want to say congratulations. Well, firstly, hello to Lily Panda in the chat, watching from New Zealand. Hello, Lily. Hope you're well. Hello to Yuvraj Singh. Nice to see Yuvraj in there. I did hear a brah a little while ago, just saying. And also, congratulations, Rico. It looks like Papua New Guinea just won a silver medal in the Commonwealth Games.
Thank you very much. I told you my coaching and the old, the FaceTime I'll be doing with them was going to be beneficial.
If you want to coach Papua New Guinea, you should start with Fresh Tropical, they were saying.
Edge, and this will race away for 4 runs. When it's not your day, this is the sort of things that happen, and for Fresh Tropical, it doesn't look like it is their day at the moment. They need things to happen. This is a genuine edge. But the thing is, 2 things in the favour of the batter. 1, he's brave and he's willing to swing hard. Secondly, that wind. That wind is going to take anything that goes in that way. Just going to suck it up to the boundary.
Can't do too much about this. I mean, a thinner edge gets caught by the keeper, right?
Yeah.
So, the universe seems to be conspiring against Fresh Tropical here. But we know from their style of play, things can change pretty quickly.
No ball called, and this is going to be no ball and 4 byes. No ball takes precedence all the time, so that's why the no ball gets called first and not the wide. It's a foot fault.
It's got big feet, but no bit of the foot was behind the line there. And look, either way, it was going to be 5 and an extra delivery. This way, it'll be a free hit. But yeah, Nakvi, he's not really a regular keeper, but yeah, that one just kind of rolls on him. Yeah, not looking good for Fresh Tropical, is it? They've had a finals day to forget so far. 50's up now for Roma CC. Free hit, Horn.
Hits it pretty well. Will get taken. The fielder dives at it. Didn't probably have to. He that was risky because he gets this wrong. It could have been 4.
I don't think
just focused on blocking it.
I don't think Muhammad Imran knows it was a free hit. He looks pretty disappointed, but it wouldn't have been out either way.
Nope.
Does make the stop. That's where you don't want to catch it and throw it over the boundary.
Well, Muhammad Imran, he dropped one close to where I was around the boundary in the last match. And he was showing, he was showing me high, and he's got a nice tattoo of the seam on his palm. Bad ball, wide.
Well, Mandrake's confident in the chat. He said, Vinny, just put RCC's name on the ECL 23 team list. And he's liking it. What about Ginebrescia, though? I mean, they're just quiet achievers at the moment. Not so much buzz about them because they're just in the background at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Ginebrescia, they're a team. They've been in this situation before. Yeah. They soak up pressure so well.
They're the defending champions of the Super Series. Yeah. If they can do it again, they're going to the ECL. But anyway, Fresh Tropical, mountain to climb. 29 off 38 required for Roma CC.
Clever batting. I mean, this is. I was drawing attention to this before with Roma CC. I think they're a team that they don't just do all their work out there in the middle. I think they put a lot of work into the planning and preparation of every match, and the way they're going to go about things, the way they're going to use the bowlers, what the batter's role are. And I think these two, they're doing the same there. They've assessed the situation. They don't need big shots. They can do it in singles. So why take a risk if you don't have to? Well bowled. That's a good delivery. And a bit unlucky that doesn't go on to the stump. So it is the end of Faisal Mohammed's over. It doesn't bowl too badly at all. It will go for 10. And the score will move on to 62 for that 1 wicket.
Yeah, so is there any way back? I mean, give us, if you're talking to Fresh Tropical, if you're coaching them, you're warming up for coaching Papua New Guinea.
Uh-huh.
Right. What are you telling them right now? I mean, because it's all or nothing. This isn't just a group game where you can kind of bounce back from it.
I'm telling you, what I'm telling them right now is, look, there's no point moving the fielders in when there's just a handful of runs needed. Do it now.
Okay.
You need wickets. Get people in wicket-taking positions now.
Sharif's a good player. It's back for over number 5.
Going down a leg, I think. Yeah. The umpire straight away shakes the head and says, nah, leg by is the signal.
Yeah. See this one just doing a bit too much. Heading down the leg side. Yeah. I mean, I suppose, they flipped the script. We have seen some pretty big batting collapses, haven't we? We have seen Roma CC sometimes struggling just with the last few runs. I mean, a lot's got to happen to get them in that position. I mean, we haven't really seen most of the engine room yet. They've got Kalagamagate. He's in at 3, facing up right now.
Good seed, nicely bowled. So, I mean, Sharif, as you'd expect, he never gives up. I mentioned him yesterday. I've been so impressed with his energy levels and his commitment. And he just keeps trying and trying, though it has to be fair to say that he's probably another name to mention this Fresh Tropical side when it comes to the batting hasn't clicked. But with the ball, he's been 100%. And that's why he's been given this second over to see if he can make something happen. Was involved in the first wicket, the run out, of course. This one, he turns the batter inside out, getting this ball to come back in from around about the leg stick. Got the bit of edge on it, take the single.
Yeah, I suppose what I'd say is, look, yes, it's a big hill to climb, but you got to start with the smallest step and just try and win the battle in front of you. You know, just try and obviously take a wicket or force a dot ball, bowl a good delivery. And you saw it, pretty good one from Sharif to Kalagamagate a few moments ago. Those can all stack up and just slowly build the pressure.
Yeah. Right into the body of the batter. But this is the other thing, you know, Roma, that did do so well. I mean, that's a single taken there. It's going to be a bye. But how many other teams would have done that? How many other teams would have run that and got that run? And they're doing it when they need under 5 and over. So they're not saying, don't worry, I'm going to hit the ball for 6. That's the difference in mentality. It's about getting to the win, no matter how you do it, whether you make it do it ugly, whether you do it with singles, or, well, actually, no, I'm not taking the run because I want to hit the ball to the boundary. Yeah. And by doing that, you get yourself out. The new batter comes in. If they have the same philosophy, want to hit the ball big rather than take the singles, then you lose a few wickets. All of a sudden, you're under pressure. Roma, they don't look like they're going to make that mistake. And, you know, it's coming up to the drinks break here now. If I was the Fresh Tropical coach, I'm running out there and I'm asking them one question. Guys, if you're going to win this game, if you're going to earn the right to play Ginebresh in the final, what do you need to do? Yeah. Take wickets. Well, all right, we'll get your field set for taking wickets.
They've bowled some good seeds, haven't they?
Yeah.
But Roma CC, they're running away with it. They get 66 in the first half. They just need 24 in the second half. It is 66 for 1 after 5 overs. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me, Rico Four, and also a big shout out to Nikki Chowdhury. Thank you so much for your contribution this week, Nikki. She's been a great special guest for us, and wishing her the best. I know she's doing a lot of stuff with the 100. She's a very busy person. She goes back to doing her radio tomorrow as well, so hopefully the voice holds up for that. Yeah, but I mean, there's a lot of cricket going on in the ECN universe right now. We are here in Rome. Last day of the Super Series will be in Germany on Monday. I know that you'll just have to survive without me for a little bit. I think you'll be just fine.
I got you right. You just enjoy your holiday with Diana. Okay? Just look after Diana when you take it to Australia.
Tell you what,
she's fond of kangaroos, so make sure you go and take her to see the kangaroos.
I don't think they'd let Diana in at the moment. Definitely
you don't think?
Definitely not with me at the moment. Not unaccompanied anyway. Anyway, let's have a look at what's happening tonight in Portugal. Matches 21 and 22. Marlow are taking on Gamblers SC, and so 2 matches there. Starting 4 p.m. GMT, 6 o'clock in Central Europe, and 9:30 in India. There'll be a little bit of an overlap. So after the final today, you can just flick over to Portugal, and a lot of great cricket going over there. Geez, they've had a lot of close matches, and 2 golden balls in the first few days, and the first week is crazy, isn't it?
Yeah. So the team out there doing a great job. Charlie, of course, and you got Max there as well. Shub. Tyrone's probably, I don't know if he's left by now. Yeah. Tyrone is going to be taking your place.
Yeah, Tyrone. So I'm really excited.
I'm going to get a further stiff net looking up to Tyrone because he's even taller than
Tyrone.
him. And I mean, I mentioned that Diana Ora's not going to be here, but we got her brother coming to take the photos.
Dennis will be here.
We're looking forward to seeing Dennis again.
Tyrone is going to be a really interesting commentator. I mean, we heard a bit of him in Romania as well. Yeah. He's seen so many aspects of the game. He had a lot to do with Ari Kavalis, who's doing great things in county cricket now, back when they shared some time together in South Africa. He's also obviously got a decent cricket brain in his coaching career. He's coaching Portugal at the moment. It's really great to have Tyrone in that capacity. And I think you'll have a really good 2 weeks together. I'm looking forward to listening to you guys. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it as well. Tyrone, of course, also just recently engaged as well. Yes. So congratulations. You'll have Amy in the chat all the time. To Amy, yeah. Okay, back to this match. Let's turn our focus onto this. It's Sikander Abbas who's being given the ball. So this is a good guy to bowl. Would you just very quick question? Yeah, go on. Would you having had that drinks break and Fresh Tropical say, look, okay, it didn't start well for us, but we know we got wicket takers in the terms of the captain Hamid and Zahid Chima, just to say, right, okay, let's start again. Next 5 overs, give the ball maybe. Bilal Hamid or Zahid Chima taking the ball again and saying, right, we've had a bad over, but the next one could be a dream over. I think Abbas is a good choice. You know why? Because he performed well on finals day in Milan. he was their best player on finals day.
Yeah.
And so you go to people that have shown they can do it in tough situations and tough spots. Right now, maybe it's just a slight technical issue, but we should get going fairly shortly, I'm
where
sure.
are we? Let's just give folks a reminder, 24 in 20, so the rate required is less than runnable.
Let's say 24 in 30, right? So I think we're just trying to work out what the issue is, but yeah, maybe some confusion about that. The no ball and 4 buys, perhaps. So yeah, that's just something that's getting fixed up at the moment, but it won't change the score. So 66 for 1 after 5. 24 required off the second half. Look, like I said, we do see overs, don't we, that go for not many. On a 2, 3, 4, even 0. But you need to string some together. So you need to obviously have a little luck. You got to believe, though. Here we go. That's at the moment, Roma CC push and run. They force a fumble. Now they'll get 2. These guys are so fast between the wickets as well, and they so quick at pouncing on any opportunities for extra runs.
Yeah. Oh well, I tell you, it's a good job that the keeper was alert there, Zayn Naqvi, because if that went past him, they would have taken 3.
Yeah. Well, they already turned a potential 0 into a 1 and a 1 into a 2. See, when the ball comes in, Naqvi, he's fast asleep. Gets a hand on it.
Play down the ground, take another single. So you see, just like that, with that, the one that got turned into 2, the single there, they're already almost there, what they need of the over. So they just got to, Roma, they've got to be pressured. You've got to apply pressure on them. Otherwise, they're going to do this, just keep taking the singles and keep hitting the ball into the gap. These two run so quick as well. Off the pad and pitching outside the leg. So again, you see there, this is just like a gentle little push at it from Samarakun. He just wants to get a bit of bat on this and say, yeah, come on, let's just take another single.
I'm going to say credit to Samarakun. I mean, they made the move late to take him up top of the order. Found himself in the middle order, found himself lower, like 8 or 9 even. He's gone all the way up, played a really good role. He's okay here, pitches outside leg stump. But, you know, he's found that balance, I think, between being stable but then also not being bogged down. He's still is typically scoring off most deliveries. Plays some good cricket shots. And, yeah, right now he's kind of playing his role perfectly and just creating some stability in the chase.
Yeah, what did you call him? The power play something?
Power play watchman.
Yeah, and I think that's such a good phrase. It's a new one that you've invented. Good stop. And take another single. That's the 5 of
What
the
I meant by that is they've got what I call the engine room, which is basically 3, 4, 5, 6. They've got Kalagamagay that you see here. They've got Wadua Walagi. They've got Samaragi. And they've got Nutandige. And that's who they want kind of doing the job in the middle overs. Now, they're not too fussed now because they've got the game under control. But I think his job is to bat the power play, see that off, and score a few runs along the way, along with Maragi.
Yeah.
And then probably get out the way if he's not scoring as quick. He's not as big a hitter as some of those guys.
Yeah.
But, you know, he's played his role to perfection, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that's the sort of thing that worked pretty well for one or two of the other teams. I think in terms of Gina Brescia, that Safiur Rahman has played that role really well for them. And what that shows me, because you see Roma do it here as well, it does work. Oh, that's a wild throw. They think about 2, but 1 because they've been backed up pretty well. It does work, and I think that's something which the likes of Fresh Tropical could also deploy pretty well. And I think to a degree we saw cricket stars do it as well when they had Rajmani and Mumpreet. I mean, Mumpreet was the one who was a little bit slower. But I think even though you got this smaller format, there is a place for a batter who's not all and out, aggressive, and it works. And Roma is showing that.
Different teams, different tactics as well. Yeah. You know, a lot of times you have these big hitters that I want to get out there straight away. I want to attack the power play. That's what I want to do. But some batters would prefer, and I'm one of them myself. I tend to like to come in at a certain time in the innings.
Yeah. Look, question for you, right?
Yeah.
In this series, how many 50s being scored this week?
Good question. I'm going to say 3.
Well, I believe it's 2.
Okay.
150, 50-something, and a 73, which has been the high score.
I was
Only
guessing.
2. So that's why I think the likes of what Rajmani was saying to me the other day when I interviewed him.
Yeah.
He said, we know it's not high scoring. We know after this delivery, slower ball, and that's beautifully placed. Such a good ball. Zahid Chima, they do call upon him again. somebody who has been instrumental for them in the past, to see if he can make something happen. The first one, slightly slower delivery, goes wide, and that's a delightful shot play by Samarakun. But yeah, and he was saying to Rajmani, we know it's not high scoring, so we know that if we apply ourselves, if one batter stays there, one of the openers, and we get to 100, 110, we can win matches. We will win most matches.
Yeah.
And that is true, and that's what Roma are doing.
Yeah, well said. Give me some specifics on that. And of course, as usual, you are spot on. How good was that cover drive, by the way, by Samarakun? Almost classical. Yeah, Rizwan Tanvir scored 73 not out of 27 against Albano. And Manpreet Singh scored 57 off 31 against Ginebrescia. Yeah. The one that I thought may have got there, but he didn't quite, Saif Rahman for Ginebrescia scored 48 not out against Cricket Stars. But yeah, you're right. I think it's a lot to do with the fact that if you get 100, typically you give up a few chances. And if the fielders take those chances, you don't get to the 100.
That's really well bowled. This is out this time, yeah. If there's no bat on this is going on to go straight onto the stump. So Zahid Chima, he has been brought back on. The first ball went to the boundary, but he gets the wicket. Could this be the start of the rot?
I think it's a good call as well. Seen a couple of marginal ones not given. Chima this time gets the decision. That seemed to hit him more or less on middle stump. And although it was angling in, I think it still was crashing into the stumps. Yeah. So to get good batters out, you've got to bowl good balls. That was a good ball from Zahid Chima. And it's the end of Kalagamagate. He will go the score now, 78 for 2. Gives a chance to Kaniska Welligamagate, who's into the side. Yeah, he's a guy we have seen a little bit of before, but he has been propelled into the 11 for this game, and obviously giving him the opportunity to finish things off here.
Yeah, but do they believe, Vinny? Do they believe? That's only the second wicket down. The target is 90, so you know that's 12 runs in 21 balls to just over 3 and over. Do they believe? Well, the only way you're going to get there is, like I said before, take wickets. They've got to be prepared to take wickets. I just still think they're just a little bit too defensive. Attack a bit more. Have a man in close either side in a catching position. That's what I'd be saying.
Welligamagate played 5 games back in the 2021 series, had a high score of 44 against Rome Bangla Morning Sun. And he gets the opportunity now to bat against Zahid Chima.
Plays into the ground and will take the single.
I quite like this move as well. It doesn't seem like you're gonna lose the game. And look, he's obviously someone that's very capable in the middle order. How I'm not sure, not so sure that they'll bat him above some of these other guys in a more pressure situation.
Chima, 2 balls to go in his spell, 1 for 26 so far. Wouldn't he love another? Samarakun, nicely played. He just doesn't get flustered, does he? He's not one of those batters. You know, there's so many European batters who, in this position that Samarakun's in now, he's been there. That's the 15th ball he's faced. He's just under 20. He knows that the match is almost won. He's not thinking, let me finish this with a couple of boundaries. He's thinking, let me get the win. That's all he's thinking. Win the match. Win the match. Doesn't have to do it with a big shot, so he's quite happy to push and take the single. Showing good character. Gami gets beaten there. The last ball from Zahid Chima's spell.
Yeah, Chima's given everything, no doubt about it. He'll finish 1 for 27 off 2. Just wasn't his day with the ball, was it? 80 for 2 off 7. So we can't put this in just yet, but it would seem Roma CC going to do the job here. And what a final that will be. Ginebrescia versus Roma CC. It's the reigning champions versus the hosts. Remember Roma CC, they didn't even qualify for the Super Series last year. They ended up losing the Rome final to Royal Roma. And well, Royal Roma last year didn't really impress in the Super Series. They only won 1 out of 8 games. But Roma CC representing the region with distinction here. And of course, what a prize. That's 24. The winner of that will be going to the ECL in 2023. And now they are bringing back the captain, Bilal Hamid, in over number 8.
Yeah, good point that you made, though. I'm going to go on to it after this delivery from Hamid to Samarakun. And just right on cue, like I said last time, he's not interested in trying to hit big, and now they're going to take 2 here. It's another misfield, and it's a wild throw, which again, Nakvi has to stop. So 2 runs from nothing there. But yeah, one thing that you touched on, which I think it's so key, is Roma CC coming into today, they know that they've already beaten every team that remained in this series. So they've had a victory against any team. So they're going into, I mean, you would think they're going into the final knowing they can, and they have beaten Ginebrescia. Just paddled away. the onside for a single. Bit of a half-hearted appeal from the captain, Bilal Hamid, and 1 or 2 players, but that's off the bat.
Yeah, so just 8 to win.
Almost there.
It's been a tough one for Fresh Trouble to swallow. Like Quick Stars earlier today, it's always hard to see teams go. And they're a team that did finish second last year. Went down by about 30-odd in the final to Gina Brescia. Looks like this time they're going to miss out on the big dance.
Interesting to see all the players, the Roma players, nobody standing up. It's almost like they're all so superstitious. They're saying, no, we stay where we are. We're not getting up. We're not getting ready to pitch invade. We stay where we are and wait until we do it. Very much the same like the batters out there in the middle. Nice looking shot. Gets it through the gap and he's going to get 4 runs. Beautiful shot there from Willigame. Just rocks back, plays it through the gap. There's nobody out there at the moment because they know that this game is almost done. Need the bodies inside the 30-yard circle. What a lovely shot that is for 4 runs. And they're almost there. And once again, I just look to the right where the Roma players are, but they're sat. They're waiting patiently. 87 for 2. 3 runs away from what would be, well, what a famous victory this is going to be. And you've got to say, they've earned it. Pitched up. This time goes to the fielder. Oh, he's misfielded. And this ball, well, they're just going to have to keep running. The take 2. The Fresh Tropical player is not even interested in chasing it down. That's 2 runs, which will tie the score. To be fair, they could have run the 3rd, and that would have been it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's hard not to feel 15s and 8 going home with such a big prize on the line. But I mean, Roma CC, they have earned this. They will thoroughly deserve their victory. Score's tied. Anything wins it for Roma CC.
And that'll be it. That gets sucked into the vortex all the way along the ground. And now the Roma players do get up on their feet. They've done it, and they've done it in style. They've done it with 12 balls to go. And well batted to some raccoon out there who finishes 21, not out of 17. Willigame, he scores the winning runs, 11 of 6. But the man who started it all off again, well, is going to be another fine knock from Dinadu Marage. And Vinny, can I just say, it's probably 3 innings ago when we were talking about Dinadu Marage out there swinging, missing, and saying they've got to pull him off.
Yeah.
How he's responded.
Well, that's what's so amazing about cricket is you can have the same player, different game, sometimes not even a different day. It can be completely different. And, well, he certainly got them off to a flyer in that chase, and from there they could just cruise. So, yeah, it's with a heavy heart that we have to say goodbye to another team, Fresh Tropical. Yeah, one of our crowd favourites, and there's no doubt why. It's just because they are born entertainers. Look, when they're good, they're really good. When they're bad, it's hard to watch. And unfortunately for them, it just wasn't their day on this finals day. Obviously, we love what they're doing with their club and wishing them all the best for the rest of the season. We hope we see them again on ECN next year. And they've got such a talent base to work from. But yeah, it wasn't their day. A little bit like Cricket Stars, a team full of talent, full of potential, but it just couldn't put it together today on the last day of the Super Series. Now we'll have to dim the lights on Fresh Tropical. It leaves 2 teams in with a chance of that spot in ECL 23. It's going to be a cracking final. It's coming up in around about an hour and a half. And we'll make sure you don't go too far because you don't want to miss this. It'll be probably the biggest ECS match of the year, I think, when you consider what's on the line.
Yeah, the lights went out on Albano yesterday. They went out on Cricket Stars this morning, and they've been turned off for Fresh Tropical here and now. 2 lights remain. That means 2 teams. Those 2 teams, Gina Brescia and Roma CC, the home side, will be playing in the final coming up in just over an hour's time. And what a victory it has been for Roma. They went out there and they did it in style. Hamid, the captain, went for 20 off the first over, and Roma didn't stop there. That wasn't enough for them. They also went after the other opener, Zahid Chima. 21 came off that second over, and by then they knew they were up and running. This one, that's the one that had Zahid really fired up. He was sure that he had his man leg before wicket then, but the umpire thought otherwise, and the next ball went sailing over his head for a big 6. And that was the story here. Zahid Chima had to have a bit of a talking to just to calm him down a little bit. Fresh Tropical, look, I'm going to say you guys, you really do entertain. You play with no fear, and you play some outstanding cricket at times, not just with the bat but with the ball as well. But in this series, this week, it just didn't all click for you. The batting didn't quite work. There were a few things that didn't go their way, but they still played some outstanding cricket. But Roma were up to the task, the home side. Roma had done their homework, and Roma have won this match and have booked their place in the final. But they had a bit of luck as well. Sometimes you do say you need the rub off the green slightly, and the rub of the green here maybe was in Roma's favour. Remember when Roma were out there earlier, there was 1 or 2 catches that they put down as well, but it wasn't about the catches here today. I think it was just about the class. They're classy in the field. They made some great stops. I'm pretty sure that there's 15, 20 runs that they didn't give away. In the end, I mean, you may not think it, but having had those 15, 20 runs more on the board, it could have been a different ball game. But the way that Roma went about this reply was outstanding, and it just goes to show when we look at the scorecard for Roma and we look at the batters that we didn't even see, it just goes to show just how much depth that they have in their team.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And the thing is, we only really saw a glimpse of the engine room in that chase. You know, didn't require a lot of their batting lineup, which is a long one, no doubt about it. Well, Shrug made a couple of good points, said in his opinion the 2 best wicket keepers will meet in the final, and that's a nice way for me to sign off before my vacation time. But then also he liked the way that Roma CC went to kind of amped up with that. They're very happy to win, but they feel the job isn't quite done yet. And we saw much the same for Gina Brescia as well. And now we know that Gina Brescia will take on Roma CC in match 24, the final. And that game is starting around about an hour and 20 minutes from now. That's, like I say, I'm not exaggerating. It's not hyperbole. It is probably the biggest match we'll see in the European cricket series this year.
There's no probably about it, mate.
Because
It
of
is,
what's on
it's
the line.
The biggest. What's on line here.
Whoever wins that game, they'll have a target on their back on the ECL, because remember, Brescia CC went all the way to 3rd out of 30 teams this year. So join us in around about an hour and 20 minutes for match 24, the final of this Super Series, match 122 of our Italian summer. And it's been a pleasure to be here for all of this time. And you see the beautiful Roma cricket ground. Well, it looks like an oasis in quite a difficult environment. It certainly is, in my opinion, the most beautiful cricket ground in Italy, and there's big plans for it as well in the future. Looking at the scorecard, Maragi gets them off to a flyer. And if there was a word that meant more than a flyer, I probably would have used that. He was out off the last ball of the power play, 32 or 14 for him. Samra Kun played a smart role there, I think, 21 or 17. Just kept it moving, had it under control, made sure we weren't going to see any late drama. Kalagamage made a dozen. Welly Gamage, he was into the side for the first time in this series, and he finished with 11 not out of 6. Nice little chance to give him a knock. We didn't even see the rest of the engine room. Nuttendige, Walagi, and also Samaragi not required. They just have a lot of options, a lot of flexibility. I think the challenge for them in the final will be how you deal with the left-handers of Gina Brescia, but they showed actually Roma CC with a variety of options, including at Nike, that they've got a few tricks up their sleeve. They've got a very versatile attack. As far as Fresh Tropical went, well, it wasn't quite their time, was it? Sharif only conceded 7 off his 2 overs. I think bowled really well. Abbas just got the 1, conceded 5. Chima just couldn't get the rub of the green. He looked frustrated out there. And we saw a couple of marginal ones go against Fresh Tropical. Chima was the only wicket taker in the end, 1 for 27. The other wicket was a run out. So we hope you're enjoying the action so far today. There's plenty more to come. Set your watches. An hour and 20 minutes from now, we will see match 24, the final of the Super Series. The winner will go to ECL 23. Remember this moment. It's a moment in history. We'll be recalling it next year when we are in Spain. And we are at the Champions League of European Cricket. But for now, this is Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, on behalf of Rico Full. Also, Nikki Chowdhury. Hope you're having a great day. We'll see you shortly for more action. The conclusion of our Italian summer and the final of this FanCode ECS Italy Super Series.
5 weeks of our Italian summer adventure coming to an end. 121 matches, 32 teams we saw. It comes down to these two. Ginebrescia did everything but qualify for ECL last year. They desperately want their shot at glory, and Roma CC are flying. Both these teams haven't lost a final yet, but one of them will today and one of them will miss out. One of them is going to ECL in 2023 and one of them is taking this trophy. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode ECS Italy Super Series final, and it starts right now. Welcome back to the Roma Cricket Ground. I can tell you there has been a lot of action. This ambulance has been under attack. There's kookaburras everywhere as well. And this is the big one. It's been 5 weeks of our Italian summer. And now we are heading for the final. We started with 32 teams at the start of our adventure. Now only 2 remain. It's the champs versus the hosts. It's Ginebrescia, who won the Super Series last year, taking on Roma Cricket Club. The big one, match 24 of the final. I know that Rob Kemming, the tournament referee, he's with the 2 captains in the middle for the coin toss.
Heads is called. Heads is tails.
We will bat first.
So it is Ginebrescia that have won the toss and elected to bat here in the final. Big toss to win. I know that Roma CC don't mind chasing. They've actually chased pretty well, especially on finals day. Neither one of these teams have lost a final so far in the Italian summer, but one of them will lose today and lose out on that opportunity to represent Italy in the ECL in 2023. Ginebrescia, well, you got to feel sorry for them last year. They won the Super Series, but it wasn't enough for them to qualify for ECL, so they get their shot at glory today. But they're running into a red-hot Roma CC team, and the hosts, well, they've been juggling some responsibilities, haven't they, here in the Roma Cricket Ground. They've been so great to us and we have loved their hospitality. And on the field, well, they have come good at the right time, haven't they? They seem to always time their run. Clash of the Titans here. I do like the decision of Rookie Ahmed to bat first. I think they've defended really well. And, well, anything can happen. Anything will happen. And here's a man, well, I know that I'm going to enjoy my last game of the Italian summer with Rico Full. Well, all to play for, Rico. Let's get ready for the first ball of the final. It is Ginebrescia. They've won the toss. They're going to have a bat. Over to you, and I'll keep practicing my juggling.
Thank you very much. A man of many talents there, Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu, leading us into the final. This is it. This is where it all comes down to 5 weeks we've had here in Italy. Our Italian summer, it started in Milan. We went to Brescia, we went to Bologna, then we came to Rome. On our way, well, they say all roads lead to Rome. Well, they did. Well, they did for 5 teams. They came together here, but little by little, they've been whittled away just to these 2. Ginebrescia taking on taking on Roma. The Royal Roma with those colours they've got, the Royal Colours of Rome. This is what the bat versus ball wall is telling us, that Ginebrescia 112 to 106 in favour of a team. Now, let's face it, they're a top team in Italy. They've won many things. They won everything they wished to win here last year, apart from one thing. One thing eluded them. One thing disappointed them, and that was that it was Brescia that made it to the European Cricket League in 2022 and not them. So they are trying to put that right here today. But they've got to get past Roma. Roma won it themselves. They proved last week in the European Cricket Series here that they won. They became the champions to come back again to their home ground to compete in this. They proved that they're a team that you never write off. They won 3 on the spin last Saturday to be crowned the champions of Rome, and now they're trying to do the same thing to be crowned the super champions and go into the well, what you call it, it is the Euros, if you like, the Champions League of Cricket. That's what they're playing for here, a place in the European Cricket League 2023. We are ready to start. Nawaz is opening the batting on the left-hander. It is Safi-ur-Rahman is at the non-strikers end. Here comes the first ball. And it's been played away nicely. Good bit of timing, finds the gap. This is all about the length of the delivery. Just a tad short from Rathanaikas. And Nawaz, he just waits for it. He knows exactly what he wants to do with it. Puts it through the gap. 4 runs from the very first ball. Welcome to everyone to the final. I hope you He made the most of the hour, 20 minutes he had between the end of the last game and this one. I hope you've had something to eat. I hope you prepared a snack bowl, maybe a bit of popcorn, got all the drinks ready, because you do not want to move away from your seats for the next, hour or so, because we have got a tremendous battle on our hands. This is the final. Well, he's gone for the same shot again, but this time they plugged the gap, but they've allowed the single. Nawaz, he's away straight away after being called by Safiur Rahman. Take the single, 5 off the first couple of deliveries. Now it's the chance for Rahman to get on strike, and he's been very impressive. Gina Brescia, they haven't been without their problems, especially with 1 or 2 of their top players, especially batters, not being available. And this man has stepped in to the role perfectly well. Safiur Rahman, he's been stable, steady, and he's helped them along the way. Can he help them to the championship? Nicely bowled, a wicket-to-wicket line, not trying to do too much with it. And, well, there's a attempt at the run out. The side comes in, but the batter's not able to make the most of it. Can't get the overthrows in, but we'll take the single. Both batters now off the mark. That was just a defensive push. It was easily in, but thankfully for the fielder that was backing up. Roma, we know, they've entertained us with, without fail, some of the best fielding in this series. Slow delivery, there is an edge here. There is a definite edge. It goes down. Well, a man that has been so good for them behind the stumps there, captain Sujith Rila. And this time, well, he does everything right. He needs that to stick, it doesn't. And then he gets off balance a little bit. Slides, slips and slides as he tries to then make up for it. Can't get there. His feet go from under him. The first opportunity goes down. This time Nawaz just strokes it out. Will take the single and he will get there. So Nawaz gets a life. He gets dropped on 5. And, how important could that be? He's the man that's batted really well. Scored before the start of this final, 157 to his name. I mean, that's where Gina Brescia have been strong. They've got 4 batters that have scored over the 150 runs. Hassan Ahmed, 199. Rizwan Tanveer, 161. Played a miss, and Rahman keeps that toe planted. If this foot comes up, it's an opportunity, so he just keeps his balance. And, well, Rila does reach and knock the barrels over, but he stays inside. I mentioned Nawaz on 157, and then you also got his other partner at the other end, Safiur Rahman, 154. So, plenty of batting there. Well, once again, there are the 2 names in lights. That's why they're in this final, Gina Brescia and Roma. Which one will represent Italy in the European Cricket League ECL 2023? End of the first over, 7 on the board. And a fine time for me to welcome into, well, it's quite a hot commentary position at the moment. The heat has really been turned up, well, fittingly so, because it is the final after all. Vinny Sandhu, welcome.
Yeah, it's good to be back. Happy finals, everyone. 122 matches in this Italian summer. It's been such an exciting adventure. One of the most ambitious things we've done. We're just going to keep making things more ambitious, though, over the next couple of months. Here's Nathan Deegate. What can he do in the final? Well, first, he solicits a big heave out of Nawaz. He's nowhere near that. Doesn't really get up. Well blocked behind the stumps. Really good Agi. Look, I don't think you can really criticise the keeper for that one that went down in the last over. Took a big deflection. Doesn't look like it on the screen. Definitely takes it away from the middle of his hands and almost pops up to be caught again. He just really couldn't get balanced enough to get a decent step in. That's the other side of the coin. If you're going to get up there, get those stumpings, get those opportunities, some of those regulation nicks that if he was back, he catches it easily, they're going to go down. And that's just kind of the price of that tactic. Around the wicket now to Safiur Rahman. He has to reach for this. They got the deep backward point. So have a look at this field. They've decided to go with a 3rd man and a deep backward point. So that tells me they're trying to bowl really wide of that off stump, not quite a wide, and get Safiur Rahman reaching just like that.
Yeah, and they've done their homework. I told you that before. That's one thing Roma do. It's a shot that Rahman plays a lot. He gives himself a bit of room, and as he goes towards leg stump, and just guides the ball down into that area. So they're trying to plug that shot.
Oh, he decides to go with the bounce, and it works beautifully. Well, that one is out of here. Maximo, a backwards Maximo. Maximo time to was. He saw the bounce. I think this is over his head. He gets out his tennis racket, and he still smacks it for 6.
Well, I tell you what, I've seen some uppercuts, but that is glorious. That is as best as you've ever seen. What a shot this is. It's got the height on it, but he's not deterred from playing his shot. Gets into perfect position and plays it all the way for 6. Cracking shot from Nawaz.
He just lets that wrist go at the very perfect millisecond there. And that's what you have to do. So fairly even start this. Going at 10, it's not D-Gate. Would love an early wicket. This one's a little bit short. Turn around the corner. Long chase, and it's going to be an unsuccessful chase for Roma CC. That's at Naika, who can't do too much about it. So 6 and 4, hungry for more, and Ginebrescia trying to put a score on the board here in the final.
Yeah, lovely shot there played. Just tickles this around after hitting the uppercut for 6. So he moves nicely on to 16.
So this is going to be a really interesting game of cat and mouse about which bowlers they use in this innings as well. They've got lots of options. Roma CC. Outswinger, this will be 4 as well. Gets it wrong, gets the ball to move a bit, but it's moving pretty fast off the bat. Gets it wrong lengthwise. Nawaz, in quick-fire fashion, is 20 not out.
Yeah, ball in the chin segi leg side segi both full segi. Batsman the easy shots he got. Placement, timing, 4 runs.
Yeah, not there. You'll be disappointed with this over. It's been one of the shining lights of their campaign. Roma CC, they just seem to have timed their run every time to perfection. They played 5 matches in finals cricket in this Italian summer, won all 5. Snakes down the leg side. And well, going back to Ginebrescia, we know that they're a very good side as well. They won both of their finals they got to play in. But I suppose Roma CC finishing outside the top 2 in both of their weeks in this ECS summer. They've had to do it the hard way. This is their 6th final. Ginebrescia, it's only their 4th final.
Yeah.
So, all counts for nothing now, though. All on this match. The winner gets that ACL adventure in 2023. Oh, it does a bit more.
That's a beaut.
Yeah, this is what this pitch is known for. We haven't seen it that much, but Nat Dige really gets this one to take off. And Nawaz is lucky he doesn't nick that. That's the end of the over. So 2 overs down, the score is 24 without loss. So, yeah, very kind of interesting start. I'd say probably slightly favouring Ginebrescia at this stage with the 12 and over, but a lot still to be written. This is how these 2 teams got here today. You can see that Roma CC finished 3rd after the group stage on net run rate ahead of Cricket Stars, and they were able to take care of the Stars in the first match of the day. Then Fresh Tropical with their next victim in qualifier 2, and Ginebrescia, they also got here by beating Fresh Tropical in qualifier 1. So straight sets for Fresh Tropical. They'll be disappointed with the way their tournament finished. Just wasn't their day. These 2 teams basically got a situation where we've got the defending champions against the hosts. So very exciting stuff. Sticking with pace on. This is Ratnakis, who's going to get driven for 4. Nice looking shot, Uraman. There's class in this. He just gets it into the gap. He drives, doesn't hit it too hard. Pure timing, and that's 4 to start the over.
Yeah, this goes back to the point that I was making a bit earlier when we saw Roma dismantle Fresh Tropical and we were talking about Samarakun. And I think this man here, Safi Rahman, has played exactly the same type of role. He's not in a hurry. He backs himself. He knows that his role is to try and bat through the innings, and he does that really well. He supports the hard-hitting batters, and he has had a really good series. That's why he's right up there as a batter now who's touching on, well, going towards 190 runs in this series.
Goes after this, gets lucky, and this gets through the fielder. But how much? Just for 1. Well, that's a win, in a sense, for Naika. This goes straight through his legs. It grabs something along the way. I think it might have clunked off his leg or something, but it slowed it down enough to stop it going to the rope.
Yeah, it does. I think it just clucks the inside of his shin, doesn't it?
Maybe his shoe. Good shoes, those. So, yeah, Roma CC known for their fielding. I mean, that has been one of the reasons they have been so effective during this 2 weeks. This one's called a wide. It's marginal.
Asking the question. The umpire is, I think he's given a shake of the head there, but worth seeing. Look, this is how quick relay is. Foot stays down. Yeah.
Yep. Good call.
Yeah. Look, you know, you're talking about Roma saying the reason why they're there because they're fielding. You're absolutely right. But the other thing is this. If anybody wants to dispute why these two teams are here, Gina Brescia, they've got 4 batters that have scored over 150 runs.
Yeah.
So have Roma. And then in terms of the wicket takers, Ruxar Ahmed, 18. Samargate, 17. Then they've got Kalamargate, who has got 13. They've got Hassan Ali on 13. In terms of all the disciplines, okay, these two teams are even. Roma on top, though, with the fielding.
Yeah, true. This one gets past the batter. Bit of outswing. It's shaping to maybe run out Rahman at the other end. You know, we were talking about MVP conversation this week. Super hard. I mean,
seriously hard.
There's a lot of players that you could say have a shot. It's not like we've seen 1 or 2 players dominating. Even with these teams, there's been a lot of players that have contributed.
It's almost to a point as this one, as the single is turned down, it's almost at a point where you could turn around and say a player of the match performance here in the final could determine who that award goes to.
100%.
Because you said it, like you said, it is so tight.
Definitely. So power play just slowing down a little bit. Fall off the first ball. We haven't seen a boundary since then. It's funny when we say it's been 3 balls without a boundary. You say it's slowing down. This one is going to sneak in. Well, he's had 2 there, I think, and they're 50-50s. He doesn't get away with the first one. He does get away with the second one. You see the foot stays down. And this, for me, might have been a little bit lucky to get away with that one.
Yeah, he's fortunate, isn't he? I think that ball is definitely catching the line. And the batter, well, he wants it. The umpire this time deciding it's not to be.
Talk a bit more about the bowling options Roma CC have got in a second. First, let's look at last ball, the power play. And this one gets past everybody, and this is that extra bounce. In fact, it's taken a little edge along the way, so Rilak can't take a trick at the moment. Another feather, and this is going to be a fortunate boundary, but a boundary nonetheless for Gina Brescia. They're 34 without loss at the end of the power play.
Yeah, once again, there's nothing that the captain and the man behind the stumps really could do about this. I mean, he gets himself into a position, you can see automatic reactions are to be closing the hands to try and to catch it if it's in his territory, but it's not. It goes over him, goes through him, 4 runs.
Yeah, look, like I said, he's been so effective. And this is a hard one as a keeper. When you make that decision to go up to the stumps, there's all these benefits. Often you're getting a few more LBWs because you're keeping the batter in their crease. So if it hits them on the pads, it's closer to the stumps. You're getting more decisions that way. Obviously, there are chances for stumping. You're changing what the batter's doing. But the negative side, those little edges that you normally catch easily, they're going to get away. And we've seen 2 of them so far in this final.
Yeah, we have. And the first one, really, when Noaz was on 5, was probably, if it is such a word, the easier one. That one, there's nothing he could do about it. This is where I think it gets interesting. Changing the bowler here now, so Krishan. It's Kalugamaget coming on to bowl. It's going to come around the wicket.
Leans on this. They've got the third man, which you don't often see to, I'll say a spinner, but he's just faster than a spinner. I don't think you can say he's a genuine spinner. I think he's bowling more pace on deliveries than anything. Yeah, so the thing for me is that there's a couple of key left-handers in this Gina Brescia lineup, and talking mostly about Saifur Rahman and Hassan Ahmed in the top 3. Now, with that left-arm spin attack that Roma CC have employed so well, they often, left-handers like those kind of bowlers a lot of the time. I think they can hit with a spin to the power zone. And so, yeah, I'll be interested to see how they use their bowlers here. Left-hand, right-hand combination, I think, is a bit of a weapon for Gina Brescia. This is short and pounded. This has gone all the way. Well, watch out the officials, Ted. That's almost taken some collateral damage. Maximo Nawaz moves to 30.
This has been smashed. This is a big hit. Well, look at the power in that shot. And it's the bat speed that intrigued me on it. The bat speed was quick. It was hit hard. It was hit flat. And what a cracking shot that is. The power of the man sometimes is absolutely awesome.
I still wonder if Kalu Gamagay has the courage to slow the ball down when he gets hit. He tries a leg spinner instead. Gives a bit of sideways as well.
Yeah, it's one that is a tough one, isn't it? Because it's one that, as the keeper beyond the stumps, you've no idea that's coming. So he's going for to take a normal take and sees the ball going the other way.
I still think you should probably pick that. I think Rilla would be disappointed. He should pick it from the hand. But yeah, just spun a bit more than he thought. Right, round the wicket now, left-hander to take on Kalagamagay. Again, it's pace on, it's hit to the wall. That's Wadua Walagi who's doing the job in that position. Yeah, so this is the thing. With him having the ability to bowl leg spin, he can also take the ball away from the right-hander. But I don't think he's a genuine leg spinner, so he doesn't have that control. I think he's likely to bowl a few bad balls, but the ones he gets right are pretty good deliveries.
Yeah, it's got a straight line of men on the offside. One sweeping.
It's pretty good, though. To be honest, when he's bowled leggies, he's bowled them pretty well.
Yeah,
Krishan.
Good delivery. He's got 3 men on the leg side. That is it. All on the boundary. Everyone else out the off.
There's the bad one, though. He gets away with it, or does he? I think he does. Just. So it'll be a long single. I think they want to maybe have a little look at this. That's Denham Senwaratne down there, but let's put it this way. He's not giving anything away. Puts it down. I think he looks at it. We can't tell. I think even the way he picks that up, I don't think it ever touches the rope. So it will just be a single. End of the 4th over, 44 without loss.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tricky part of the ground to be fielding late on in the day because as the sun starts to come down, and it's quite difficult. I mean, Denham, he's got the cap, he's got the sunglasses on, and he's going to need them. It's 31 from Nawaz there. And Safiur Rahman, as we'd expect, just playing that supporting role. I mean, he's hit a boundary himself anyway, but he's just going to try and keep feeding Nawaz. And he knows that he's not going to do anything dangerous or anything risque until Nawaz is gone. Then it's his turn to take over.
Yeah, for sure. Just think this is a game on a knife's edge at the moment.
See, here, I mean, I don't know what your thoughts are here. With these batters starting to get settled, this is when I go to that spin.
Yeah, I mean, the issue they've got is I think they're a bit worried about the left arm spin to the left-hander. I think they feel that they've got Saifur Rahman and potentially Hassan Ahmed to come out and do the number on them. So they went to pace a bit more in the last game. They're sticking with it this game. Atanaika comes out and thick inside edge. Just be one, or will it? Throw whistles in. But well backed up. That's one thing Roma CC have done well as well. Their backing up's been good. They've backed their teammates to be able to back up these throws so they can actually have a ping at the stumps more often.
Yeah, there's not been too many errors, to be honest, with them in the field. I think they've been sensational. They've been wonderful to watch. I'm sure our viewers watching from home, every time Roma are out there in the field, they're excited because they know they're an exciting team. They throw themselves around. They've got energy. And they're pretty dynamic out there. And we've seen some great catching from them. If there's a chance, it will get snapped up, that's for sure.
Backs away, chance, and snapped up. Well,
Just
you called
like
it perfectly. Samaragi's the man that finds himself in the right spot at the right time. The decision to use that Naika pays immediate dividends. He has the first wicket of the final. Ginebrescia lose their first, 45 for 1.
Yeah, and that's right on cue, isn't it, Vinny? Because that's what they do. They don't get flustered. They keep working. They keep fighting. I mean, they've got a pick of bowlers that they can use. They've got a plan. I always say this. They have a plan. They know what they want to do. They've stuck to the plan. Tries to give himself a bit of room there, Safiur Rahman. I don't think he thinks he's playing a dangerous shot here, but unfortunately for him, he can't get it to go down right from the word off, and a great catch there taken from a man that's been absolutely outstanding. Samage taking the catch, and they get the first wicket. They get the breakthrough. 45 for 1.
Yeah, so the decision to use pace certainly paying dividends. And I would say, I like the flexibility in the Roma CC's thinking sometimes as well. I think the left-hander, right-hander thing is crucial. They were a bit worried, I think, about bowling the left-arm spin to the left-handed batter. They have another left-handed batter to choose from, to deal with, I should say. Nike, I've got to say, bowled very well in the last game as well, didn't he? He ended up with figures of 3 for 17 off his 2 overs.
Yeah.
Yeah, same sort of issue. The spinner's got a bit of tap, and he came in as his insurance. I mean, he's a frontline bowler, don't get me wrong, but I think in this format, I think they've kind of had a game plan that's kept leaning more and more towards spin, and so he's found himself often kind of not required, but I think he's still a very, very good option for Roma.
As an Ahmed, it's not a bad man to be coming in when you're 45 for 1. He's had a very good series. I was impressed with him initially behind the stumps, Vinny. He's outstanding, and I think only Sujeth Rila, who's the wicketkeeper in this one, has sort of outdone him and kept up with him.
It's a debate, though. A lot of people are liking Hassan. He almost next one to his counterpart first ball. Good seed by Naika. Well, Lily Panda's watching in New Zealand. I know that she's been trying her best to stay awake. That can't be easy. I think it must be around about, I'm going to say, go out on a limb, I'm going to say 3 o'clock in the morning almost in New Zealand. Hang in there, Lily. It'll be worth the wait.
Yeah, stay there, Lily. I'll give you a tip, Lily, after this ball. Bad ball. That will be a wide. So, Lily, the thing to do is, and you can take it from me, and you take it from Vinny, get some ice, pour it over your head.
Yeah, that'll do. That'll wake you up.
That'll wake you up. It woke us up well and truly, didn't it?
The
Yesterday?
ice will probably stay ice a lot longer in New Zealand than it did here.
Hey, listen, I want to say thank you to everybody that have sent so many lovely comments in about when they've seen the ice bucket challenge that me and you did yesterday.
Your slow pour that you copped. Hassan pushes, and he'll get off the mark here. Yeah. Say hello to Andrew Hogan as well. And hello to Mrs. Hogan, of course, who is watching from Australia. And it's wonderful to have your company, Hogs. Saying Mrs. Hogan says that he should go to bed, but
he isn't.
Well,
he's not going to listen. Hassan Ahmed, I've got to tell you,
Yeah,
that run there takes him to 200 runs in the series.
Ah, well done to Hassan.
Highest run scorer so far, but he's looking to go bigger than that, of course.
Yeah. When we talk about MVP, I think it's kind of been a bowlers tournament, so I feel like I'm kind of looking at bowlers as well. And I'm thinking players like Hassan Ali, for example, of Jinnah Rookie Ahmed as well, Jinnah
He's been good.
Samaragi with his bowling and his batting, I suppose. Not a good delivery. That is Gundy, and that one's rocketed to the fence. In fact, it's gone all the way. Maximo, do not bowl there. Nawaz will punish you. He moves to 38.
Well, boom blastic. This is what it's all about. Well, he is a master blaster, I tell you that. And well, Sharuk Nawaz, he didn't have the best of starts early on. He was getting himself out, and he was scratching his head, thinking, "What's going on here?" But what he did do, he stuck to it. And we saw a couple of innings where he really buckled down and said, "I'm not giving my wicket away." And with that, he spent some time in the crease, and now he's hitting them for fun. Lovely shot.
That one just seamed into the wheelhouse. Gets it slightly wrong. Gets punished. Overcompensates, and now batter gets lucky again. This is also going to roll to the rope. Well, that one, I think it might have even been a wide. Ends up behind the keeper for 4. Nawaz to 42. Remember, we've only had 2 half-centuries in this series.
Yes.
And, well, he's on the verge of being the 3rd. Not too much you can do about that one either. It will take us to the end of the over. The score is 57 for 1. Once again, a very, very warm welcome to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Forbin. Great to have your company over the course of this Italian summer. 5 weeks. I've got to say, it's been quite challenging for our crew on the ground with the extreme heat. Some of the conditions, some of the issues that we've had to deal with have been quite unusual. But no, I think it's been fantastic. So thank you to you, of course, for joining me.
Thank you.
For Corey for a couple of weeks in there. Obviously, having Nikki here has been a pleasure
Nikki
as well as our special guest. And yeah, well, it's been an adventure we'll never forget, Rico.
It's been absolutely splendid. It really has. I mean, of course, you know, it started all those 5 weeks back in Milan, and it was great to see some new and old faces in Milan. But really, I mean, like you said, it's been hard because of the weather. I mean, I know that a lot of the world has been baked by some real heat, especially Europe at the moment. But Italy have had it hard.
How's the old backdrop going as well? You know, 2 weeks ago, it looked a little bit firmer than that, but it's a sign of the times. Hey, you know what? So much cricket going on. Obviously, this is a huge match, but later on, we have 2 matches from Portugal, and we'll get 3 matches from Portugal tomorrow. So there will be cricket on the Sunday in Portugal. So looking forward to that. That's coming up. Well, firstly, tonight, and there's a bit of an overlap with this match. It starts in just over an hour's time, but Marlow taking on Gamblers SC for that doubleheader. Night 10 of 14, and that's quickly drawing to its conclusion. The final will actually be on Wednesday night. So, look, plenty quick to look forward to. I know Charlie Hunt's over there, and he's almost ready to go. The fantasy will probably come in over the next half an hour.
Hey, listen,
or so.
have we heard any updates from Charlie? Is he going to do the Ice Bucket Challenge tomorrow? Because they're expecting severe heat.
That's what he said. He
said
said he might do it on Sunday.
Okay.
So let's see.
Watch this
How
space.
good were the crew here when you had a word to them saying, look, something's come up. We need to organise an Ice Bucket Challenge.
Yeah.
They got to it, and they absolutely doused us, didn't
Shall
they?
I let you in on a secret? Well, it was a secret that me and you weren't supposed to know. They didn't just go out to get ice. They went out hunting for something else.
What's that?
Colour dye.
Oh, no. That would have been a
The
disaster.
idea was that
Well,
they
with
were
your
gonna-
shirt, you wouldn't have been able to tell the difference.
I know, but no, they were thinking more of our hair.
Oh,
We would have been like here with green or blue hair.
Nuttendigo gets the second over. Again, they're trying to keep the left arm spin. I'm certain about this. They're trying to keep the left arm spin away from the left-handers. They've already gotten rid of one of them in Saifur Rahman. Hassan Ahmed's the man they want. And then I think they'll go with some sort of all-out blitz left arm spin attack. So Brendan Clark had a question in the chat. Hello, Brendan. Hope you're well.
Hello.
And he was asking what's the individual high score in a T10 on ECN. And the answer is, do you know the answer?
Individual higher score?
High score? I'll give it to you. It's Gurvinder Singh Bajwa. Go on.
Yeah, 161?
156 not out. Close.
I thought he got
156 not out of 45 balls.
Yeah, I remember that.
What a game that was. Well, that's a pretty big swing.
He got 200s in that series, didn't he?
Yeah. That's a pretty disorganised appeal. And look, I also wanted to do something that I've been meant to do all day, but I wanted to save it for the final, because this is my last match before I go on some holidays for 3 weeks. And I can't wait to come back, obviously. I'll be lurking. But I want to see the lurkers come out now. So let's do it. Ready?
Come at us. Lurking, let's do a bit of lurking here right now. In the final.
If you do get a chance, please get in the live chat. Just give us one comment. Let us know where you're watching from. We'd love to say hello to you.
Yeah, we would. You know why we want to say hello to you, especially today? It is International Day of Friendships. It's a day which is all about promoting and encouraging peace, happiness, and friendship. So come on, get in touch with us. Share some love.
Lily's lurking. I like the fact her lurking emoji is eyes open, so that's good, Lily. Also to Harshal, who's watching from Kenya, lurking from Kenya. Nice to have you. I think Charlie, semi-lurking, probably getting to work, I'd imagine. Brendan Clark saying, wow, about that 156 not out. And the funny thing about that is they had three genuine batters. One of them made, I think, one of them made two, and he made all the rest of the runs. They ended up scoring about 175 or something, if you remember. So he made about 156 of about 160 that came off the bat. And there's another one that takes off. Nutndigo has done this a couple of times. And so Nawaz gets a bit lucky again that he doesn't nick that. Moves forward in his innings. He's currently on 42. Well, the robot says lurking from the workshop. Well, hello. Hello to you. And Zahid Shima, I know they're desperately disappointed. Fresh Tropical, but he is lurking and watching on the way back home. And a bit of a face palm emoji. Well, Zahid, we love you guys and we love the way you play cricket. We know you're disappointed, but so glad that we got to see you a couple of times in this series. Obviously in the Milan series and here. Make some hustle for one here now. They're going to take on the overthrows. Nobody at the keeper's end. Slight fumble. Callu's throwing. Where's this going? Oh, goes straight back to the guy that threw it in the first place. So that's a rare bit of indiscipline from Roma CC, and they give away two.
Yeah, what we don't see there, Nutndigo, when he bowls that, he completely slips, he slides, his front foot goes all over the place. He actually does very well to stop the ball spraying wide, but then, yeah, not the best of throws.
Yuvraj Singh, I don't know how true this is. Might be more fake news. He says that he's lurking from Papua New Guinea. The Papua New Guinea rumours, we might actually take a moment if we have a slow couple of overs. Probably won't happen to reflect on our adventures. Well, this is a full toss. It's called no ball, and this is a disaster. Well, that's up the anthill, and Nawaz goes to 50. Maximo. And, well, Nutndigo just gets it completely wrong. I think this is an attempted Yorker, and it's waist height. And that's the rules now. If it's waist height or above, it's going to be a no ball. It is. That's a 7 and a free hit on the way.
That has been smashed. What a hit. Again, he's so quick onto it. He swivels onto that quickly like Michael Jackson doing the, oh, it goes all the way. Board Badaya, Sharuk Nawaz Nuavni 50, Benali 50 of just 25 deliveries. So he's only the third batter to score a 50. And what a way to bring it up with that shot.
Sound the free hit horn, because here it comes. Slow ball, but caught wide, and this could be even worse. It's going to be 5 wide. The wheels fallen off. This hasn't even been a ball yet, and it's cost him 12. What is going on out there, Rico?
Ball enough. Kafi Dufi Hogi. Well, this is going to hurt you because you've just been pumped for 6. It's a free hit. You bowl a wide. It goes for 5. So that means that you've got 11 on the board of 1 ball, but it's going to be more to come to that because this is still a free
12,
hit.
right? So you got no ball plus 6
plus
wide plus 4. But that's a slower ball, again, that maybe the keeper wasn't informed because he has to take it on the second bounce. It certainly takes a sideways hop. Really couldn't deal with it. Still a free hit coming up. They go round the wicket now. Better ball, but I feel like the damage has done this over no matter what happens. Now they'll go for 2, and they'll get it. So Nutndigo ends up costing 33. And so at the end of 6 overs, the score is 74 for 1. So I thought it might be a nice idea. And hello to some more of the lurkers. Rajesh watching from Portugal. Got Jobayar Hassan from Bangladesh. And plenty more. Hello to all of you. I'll keep mentioning you when I get a chance. But why don't you share maybe one of your nice memories of the Italian summer? This is the last game of 122, like I said. I've been here for almost all of them. And Yeah, one of mine is, I'm gonna share it. Go to FICO World Italy in Bologna, which was basically like a Disneyland of food. It was like an amusement park, a food-based amusement park where you could do whatever you wanted. They had these little tricycles in there, you could ride around on them. They had little beaches in there. They had meat on a stick, which I could eat about 50 or 60 of them. And
I never had to do with food with you.
You would have missed that one. I mean, Corey got the most of it. That's one of my little memories. But let us know some of your memories, either on or off the field with us. We've had so many nice memories that we've created in this 5 weeks. Okay, here we go with a hat-trick take from earlier today. Akash Wadua-Walagi. They have decided, okay, well, time's time. We didn't get the left-hander. We're going to just roll out the left arm spin and see what happens. And a pretty good ball first up. Doesn't really spin back. And yeah, you do have to keep it outside the off stump if you have this kind of a bowler to the left-handed Hassan Ahmed. And once again, big swing and a miss.
Ahmed, he hasn't faced too many deliveries, but he's probably sensing that he's running out of them and he wants to get going.
Yeah, hello to Dilansha Rishani, watching from Great Britain. Saying, come on, Roma boys. And Saga Reddy, watching from the cricket practice field. I suppose you can watch it anywhere if you've got your phone handy.
Yeah, certainly can.
Quicker one. Doesn't time it. Should just be one. Will be Samaragi does the fielding. Will we see him bowl? I mean, we didn't see him bowl earlier. He's the guy that took 11 wickets in a day earlier in the week.
Yeah, that was quite surprising. He's taken 17 wickets in the series, including that 6 for 9, which was a hat-trick. It was a 5-wicket haul. We haven't seen too many of them, have we? And then we saw Ruxar Ahmed do the same thing, take a 5-wicket haul. Rookie on 18 wickets, and Samaragi on 17. So those two will have a battle. But that is Samaragi, I should say, if he comes on to bowl or not.
Yeah, don't know. I think it depends how this over goes because he's a similar sort of bowler. Quicker one, picked, hit straight to the fielder. That's Kalagamagate that will do the fielding. Hunter says lurking from the Republic of Congo. I don't know about some of these locations. These guys seem to get around. Put it that way. Vinny Fangirl lurking all the way from Vinnyland. How's the weather there today? Hope you're well. Hello to Chris Smith as well. Plenty of lurkers. Not surprised because this is a huge match. Okay, this is skied. Now this is a chance. And looks like Samarakun's going to take it and he's going to drop it. And this guy doesn't drop catches generally. But that's the pressure of the moment. I think he was wondering if Nuttige was going to come for it. In the end, he was left to do it on his own, and he just doesn't get his hands set, doesn't get his hands in the right position. It bounces off his chest, and that's a big moment in the game. Hassan Ahmed gets dropped. Yeah, he started walking, Hassan. He thought he's no chance.
Yeah, I mean, he knows these guys. These guys do not drop chances, so this is, I think it's just a pressure moment. He comes in. I think he was a little unsure which way to take this. That's what I think. That's why he drops it. He doesn't know which way to go with it with his hands.
Quick one, but called wide. So, yeah, Samarakun, I think, entering his thinking is it his catch or not? Because it's kind of, it's in that zone where it probably is his, but Nutdige could have reached it comfortably. But, yeah, he just kind of forgets to get his hands in the right position, I think. Hassan Ahmed gets real lucky there. And now, this is going to go past the stump. So I thought he chopped on. Instead, it's going to go for 4. So Nawaz gets lucky again. Both batters having close calls in the 7th. That's the end of the over now. And the score is 82 for 1.
Yeah, the fielder here, he does get the foot down, but the ball beats him to it and then stops nicely at the other side of the rope. It's 4 more runs. And, well, looking forward to this. I know, Vinny, I'm going to be disappointed you're not there, but at the same time, I'm very happy that you're going to get a break. I know you've got plenty of things planned.
I promise I won't be far
away. I know you'll be lurking.
The host started off, RC Dresden, which stands for Rugby and Cricket. Rugby and Cricket Dresden, taking on FC Victoria Berlin in the morning session. And then ACB Carol Combans versus UCB Magdeburg. And that all starts Monday morning. We'll have the day off, although there will be 3 matches in Portugal tomorrow. But you'll be there. And Tyrone Peters, he'll be stepping in for me. I'm looking forward to hearing Tyrone and you together again, Rico. So it all starts Monday morning for more ECS cricket from Germany. Dresden series, starting 6:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, noon in India. So the same start time for Germany as we had here in Rome. Yeah, it should be a fantastic series. Lovely facility there in Dresden, isn't it?
Yeah, looking forward to it, and looking forward to reuniting with some of the guys on and off the field of play as well. But there's some great cricketers in Germany. I mean, German cricket at the moment is really on the up, and a lot of people believe that that cricket in Germany, or the are really sort of starting to set the standards for European cricket. So it's going to be very interesting for me to be there. 2 weeks in Dresden, followed by 2 weeks in Crefeld, to see some of the matches that take place there. I'm pretty sure
I wasn't going to miss Germany. I made sure I'll get there by the end. And who knows, I haven't seen the groupings, but I may even get one of our favourites, MSC Frankfurt. I think they normally, well, they were the runners-up in Crefeld last year. I assume we'll see them at some point. I hope they're in my week, because they're super exciting. That Nike is coming back, gets one up in the block hole. And so, yeah, I mean, it's not totally disastrous. It's just hard to see Jinnah giving Roma CC too much leeway. If they do put that 110 to 120 on the board, that's what they're on track for at the moment, with plenty of wickets in hand.
Yeah, but I mean, we mustn't forget, though, the start that Roma made against Fresh Tropical, so we know that also Jinnah Brescia will be aware of that. That is why I think they're really focused on getting to a decent score. This has been hit pretty well. It's an opportunity, and no mistakes at all. The catch has been taken, and, well, this man, he doesn't drop him, does he? Gets himself into good position, and Nathan Adige says, thank you very much. And the catch has been taken, so and it's the big one, isn't it? It's Nawaz who got to his 50 with a bang, didn't he? But he goes now for 57 off just 29 deliveries. So he's played his part in this, but you just get the feeling, taking that wicket there, especially at the moment, that Hassan Ahmed hasn't quite got going. This could be the point where Roma claw back, and we were thinking that Jinnah Brescia are looking for that 120, 125 score. Maybe Roma now can claw this back and keep it to around about 110.
Yeah, it's possible. No doubt about it. I mean, things can change quickly. It's a settler, isn't it? I mean, Nawaz got away with a fair bit during his 57, but he doesn't get away with this one. And so, well, let's see if they can carry it through the last, 16 balls to go. I mean, they've got plenty of wickets in hand. It just depends how much they can make of them, I suppose. They're not going to run out of batting here. Naka has been brilliant today. He's got 2 for 14 now. Vinny Fangirl in the chat saying, wishing me a well-deserved break. Well, I'll enjoy it. Certainly will still be keeping an eye on things. Kalagamagay is going to make him hustle for this. I think he's safely home. This is very good batter, Rizwan Tanvir. Well, he has the highest individual score this week, don't forget. I think he was safely home there, but still, it's good pressure from the fielder. So I've got a few little moments that people have mentioned in the chat, and one of them, fairly common theme, is watching Corey struggle in the heat through Bologna and the first week here in Rome. And it was super hot. But to be honest, it was pretty super hot in the first 2 weeks. Yeah, don't remember you carrying on about it as much.
It's been hot all the way through. Mind you, that Corey doesn't come from a super hot country as I do. That's a beautiful delivery. Great bit of cricket, that, Vinny. It's an excellent ball. It's really well played, though, as well by Hassan Ahmed.
Yeah, it was. Did well just to keep it out and stay there in the end. Yeah, I mean, he should have coped a bit better. But, I mean, it was it was real. It was real. And then I think, who was it that, it might have been Shrug that mentioned that, I want to make sure that I get this right. Oh, no, it was Chris Smith who had a specific observation about Corey when he first turned up. Again, up in the block hole, good bowling, just one. Not giving the batters too much to play with here. Now, Chris Smith said he enjoyed, well, Corey's flight was cancelled on the Sunday evening, so he had to fly out Monday morning. Missed the first game, fair enough, not his fault. Turned up with a beautiful shirt, had a hole under the right arm. As we discovered,
that's a bit of air conditioning, was it?
On air.
Oh, no.
So, not a bad shirt, though.
I missed out on that one.
Lily said most of her favourite memories are food memories. Well, this is blasted out of the ground, and you can forget this. Hassan Ahmed had struggled to get to 6, but he doubles his score in style. At Nike goes the journey. Maximo time of his last ball. He'll finish 2 for 23, 8 overs down, 92 for 2.
Yeah, well, just if there was any thoughts that this rate might just slow down, well, Hassan Ahmed says, hey, don't forget about me. And also, look, like you said, don't forget about the man that's gone out there, Rizwan Tanvir. He has already got a 50 to his name. He's got the highest individual score in this series, 161 to his name before he goes out there. So these two are still more than capable of hurting you and more than capable of taking Jinnah Brescia to that 120, 125 score that they're desperately eyeing up. I think if they had their wish, they want to get to 130. Remember these two teams, they did do battle on day 4. And Roma, they fell short the first time round, but you know, it's just all interesting. Just that Roma just goes through it. Roma actually won the first one, 102 to 66. Jinnah Brescia at one point were in all sorts of trouble. They were 39 for 9. And then it was a remarkable late recovery, 29-run partnership behind the number 10 and number 11. It was Hassan Ali that did the job. But then Gina Brescia came back good, 124 for 2 to 97. That's the sort of score they got in mind again here.
In the air, this should be out. Nuttigo comes in and he's got such a great pair of hands, and that's travelling. And that's a dangerous player removed. And still, best part of 2 overs remaining. And it will be Tanvir that departs for 2. A wicket to start the 9th. All happening in the 9th. As per usual, Gina Brescia now 92 for 3.
Yeah, great catch. And Akash, he does it again. Does Wadu. He just puts it up. They're slightly shorter. He knows the batters want to go big. He can't get underneath this one. Hits it pretty flat. A catch taken. And I tell you what, there's a few Aroma CC supporters that have turned up here around the ground. You can hear them shouting. You can hear them screaming. You can hear them getting involved. A good time to take a wicket, especially with the likes of getting somebody like Rizwan Tanvir out before he gets flowing. But look, one goes, another comes. They've got a number of hitters to come out here now. And really the other thing is the foundation is set for them to go big, to take on the shots. But they'll be very frustrated if these guys come out, swing and miss, swing and miss, and keep giving their wickets away, because then they won't. Well, they'll struggle to get past the 100 mark.
Got to keep moving the line. Janik Avas is a very powerful batter. But he's a bit short of batting. He's come into the series today. Didn't work out for him earlier today. 11 balls left. Swings and misses that are wide. I'm going to go back to some favourite moments from the fans. Shrug said his top moment was the double overthrows yesterday, and Rico shouting, "What are you doing, man?" at the keeper. Is that what you said?
I probably
Something
did.
like that. I think I
probably
recall
did
that.
when you just needed to hold on to the ball. Yeah.
Janika can pace off, and he's not able to time this one up.
What do I get? What a good introduction he's been to the Aroma team. 1 or 2 that have come into the side have really stepped up to the mark. And the performance has been great.
Faster, and this is into the gap. This will be 4. Well, the pace-off ball seemed to do Janika Vas, so you got 2 options. You bowl the same again, or you change it. He decides to change it. Janika, he certainly didn't miss out on this one. It's a little bit too short as well, and he powerfully strikes that one to the leg side for his first runs in the final.
Yeah, not a good ball, that, because you saw Janika Vas was trying to hit the previous ball in that area, which was a bit fuller, saying he wasn't able to get to it. Bowling it short means just you give him just a little bit more time to get into position and play it away. So he wants to go fuller. He's going to try and float this up. I think also you've got to be trying to get it maybe, a few more centimetres outside the off stump.
All right. On the verge of the ton. Charges at this one, doesn't get it. Kind of clunks it out to deep mid-wicket. So that'll be 1. And, well, will it be 1? They weren't expecting a fumble, so they weren't really looking for a second. Will just be a single. Wadu Volagi, he surprised us with a hat-trick. I don't know how many people knew it was a hat-trick, including us.
Yep.
As he came on a few overs later, took 2 wickets off the first 2 balls. And when we went back, we said, well, hold on. This guy's just taken a hat-trick. A bit like Taranjeet Singh in Romania last year. We had the same situation. All right, this should be interesting. Left arm spin to left-hander. You can't get too straight to him, or we're going to need to find a new ball, because it's going to get whacked over the fence to the left of screen. 2 to come in this over. So he wants it. That's good bowling. Oh. I'm not so sure about this one. I think Wadu Olagi agrees. Yeah, I mean, when it goes past the line, is it hitting the tram line? Not so sure. Hasanama didn't take a huge stride across, just a little shuffle.
Yeah, Akash.
I think it's a tough one.
Can't believe it. Has to bowl it again.
So instead, he has to bowl straighter, but Nuttigo, well, he catches for fun, and he's not going to miss out either. So Hassan Ahmed just never got going in the final, did he? And he hits this one hard enough to go for 6, but there's one man guarding that boundary, and that is Nuttigo. That's his 3rd catch of the final. He's been brilliant all series, and he's been brilliant in the final as well. 99 for 4 now with 7 balls remaining.
Yeah, Nuttigo, he's just been exceptional. He just makes it look so easy, doesn't he? I love the way he's got full control of this. He knows exactly where he is. He knows that the rope is not too far behind him, so he's not going to jump backwards. Takes a really good catch. So another wicket goes down with the score on 99. So 7 balls to go in the over. We were talking about 120, 125, that sort of score that they got when they beat Roma yesterday. Well, they've got to go some to get there now. And really, with a ball to go in this one, I think the new batter that comes out is going to be going for the big hit straight away. And he'll probably be saying to Janika Vas, well, okay, you can then stay on straight for the last over.
Masood was a slow starter last time, but he really did get going after a few balls. He doesn't have that many to deal with this time. He's tempted into a drive. That's really good bowling. And we've got to say, Wadua has been brilliant in the final. He ends up taking 2 for 15. And off that over, there are only 7. So they peg it back, take a couple of wickets as well. And it's 99 for 4 as we head into the last over.
Yeah, I mean, he's been sensational, isn't he? 2 wickets, 2 for 15. And I've mentioned the sort of bowlers that you've had. And remember, he came into the team late and already he's picked up 11 wickets. I think that is, that's fantastic bowling from him. And also, I think in this match, he might be pretty key with the bat.
Here's the thing. I reckon, I know they're going back to Kalagamagate. They've got plenty of options. I would have loved to see some left arm spin here, turning away from the bat. I know that Kalagamagate can bowl some leg breaks. I just think they're missing a trick not bowling Samarage at all in the final.
Again. So he hasn't bowled in the last 2 matches, and he's their leading wicket taker. Wide.
Speared outside.
Gets away from the keeper as well.
A wide +1. And here's the other thing. I know that Samarage had a bit of a blow to his hand, but I think it was his non-bowling hand. So I don't think he's got any issue with bowling. I think they're just thinking they want different options. But I mean, when a guy's taking 11 wickets in a day, I find it really hard to believe he won't get a bowl. It's such an important game. This one could be out. He's got time. It's a race and he misses.
Missed it. He's missed it.
Yeah.
Misses it with the ball, but knocks him over with his shoulder. That won't count. You got to do it with the ball, Sunshine.
Yeah, look, credit to the batter because he legs it out. It's very easy to give up on this when you see the bowler with the ball, but he at least forces him to throw. I know you might laugh at this, he's not far away, but he's only got one stump to aim at, right? And he's forced to throw. And he misses. Luckily, it's backed up and it's only one.
Well, I'm liking this. It's all action packed. I like the way the batter has to hurdle the bowler to get himself in as well.
All right, so what do we got? Janaka Vass, your turn. Well, missed stumping. We haven't seen too many of those.
Yeah, it's been a long day. It's been a long week, and maybe Reela just starting to feel it as well because he has been pretty good. I don't know if that was a missed stumping. I think his foot probably does stay in.
Maybe. This time it is taken. So the main thing is they're not balls.
Yeah.
You don't mind the missed stumping if it was one. If Vass doesn't hurt you. He's really spearing him in here, Kalagamagate. There's another one, and he misses out again. So Vass is frustrated here. They haven't made too much of this last couple of overs at all.
Super
7
bowling.
came off the 9th, only 3 so far off this over.
Sensational stuff. 102 the score.
Miscue. Should only be 1. Are they going to take it on? Don't think so, because Vass probably doesn't want the strike the way things are going. Says to Masood, all right, you go for it.
A ball to go. So just remember where they were at the halfway point.
Quickly, big
57.
thank you to Keanu before we go because he's donated $22 in the chat. Keanu, that's very kind of
Keanu,
you.
top man as always.
Come back to that after this last ball. This is it, no run. So what a good finish that is. I mean, I was questioning Kalagamagate if he was the best option. Well, he certainly put me back in my box because he only concedes 4 off the last over. And Ginebrescia, well, they end up with what I genuinely think is an average total. They have 103. They still have got the 100 on the board. Roma CC will have to bat well, but also Ginebrescia will have to bowl well if they're going to defend it. Once again, big thank you to Keanu because that's very kind. He said he's really enjoyed the Italian summer. Well, we've enjoyed your company, Keanu. And looking forward to what happens next, of course. And really looking forward to this next 10 overs because right now, that ECL spot, Rico, is right in the balance between these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, what a performance this is. So we start looking at the highlights. Let me just give you a countdown or a breakdown of the few overs. That was a let-off, wasn't it, Nawaz? He could have gone early. The catch gets dropped. I think he was on 5 at the time. He did go on to score 57 runs. So you can see just how important it was for Ginebrescia to get that stroke of luck. But look, the way that it went in the first 5, 57, the next 5, 56, and when you can 46, sorry, but when you consider they were 57 for 1, it just goes to show just how well Roma must have played in the second part of that innings. Because with all those wickets in hand, Ginebrescia just couldn't get after their bowling, and even though they made a few errors in the field, they certainly did tighten the screw towards the end, and even the likes of Hassan Mahmood couldn't get going. I mean, that was a 6 that pulled up. He's 50. He batted really well. He was playing the ball to all parts of the ground. It's such a hard hitter he was, and he showed his form once again and just showed just what an important player he is in their side. There was a few issues for Reela today. I mean, especially in this match, and that was a bit unfortunate about. But I think it's just been a very long a week for some of these players. Reela, 47, we know he is certainly feeling the heat at times here today. With this one, well, if somebody's feeling the heat, well, Summer Raccoon, he's certainly feeling it because he drops that catch. And Roma, we know one thing they don't normally do is drop catches. Well, he may have dropped one, but that man there, well, he doesn't drop any at all. And Nathan was in brilliant form, taking these catches. 3 catches he took, all in the same zone.
He was brilliant, wasn't he? And look, you've got to say it was a very good fight back from Roma CC. When you consider that they had 57 they conceded off the first half, just 46 off the second half. But in particular, the last 4 overs were really, really important. They were 74 for 1, Ginebrescia, after 6. They ended up conceding just 8, 10, 7 and 4.
Yeah.
And so when they were on 120's pace, they end up pegging them back to this 103. I mean, that was a slightly lighter moment. As Kalagamaga one stump to Aina, he went the kind of semi-Jonty Rhodes, didn't he? But he couldn't find the target. But Pass couldn't find the middle of the bat in the last over. I think he's frustrated.
Yeah.
Same with Masood. So look, you expect an acceleration when you have wickets in hand. But often when the set batters leave, the new batters, they don't quite have the pace. And you factor in the fact that, when Hassan Ahmed should have been launching, he just couldn't find his mojo. I think they bowled pretty well to him, to be honest. And actually, even in that score, I can think of quite a few unlucky ones, little French cuts, little edges that went past the keeper,
Correct.
probably 3 of them. But also, there were a couple of moments where they seemed to lose it completely. We had that one ball that went for 14 effectively with the 6 and the free hit and the 5 wide straight after that. But looking at the scorecard, Sharuk Nawaz, well, in the end, his contribution is so important, isn't it? He scored 57 off 29 balls with 4 Maximos and 6 fours. Apart from that, only Hassan Ahmed gets to double figures, 12 off 11, and he certainly didn't quite bat to his potential. Apart from that, we just had 9 for Saifur Rahman early on. Tanveer, Janakavas, and Masood couldn't quite capture their earlier week form. Looking at the extras, 13 wides. The issue there were a couple that got away from Rila Gadagi and cost them 5, didn't they? There was that 1 no ball for Hyatt. So, 16 extras doesn't look great on paper. But still, when it's all said and done, 103, they do have them on the board, Ginebrescia, and we know they are master defenders. But they're running into a Roma side that has chased twice successfully today. If they can make it 3, well, they're going to the ECL.
Roma right now will be the happier team. That is for sure, because Ginebrescia would have wanted more runs on the board. One thing I can tell you, Vinny, is I'm liking this score. I think it sets up for a brilliant conclusion, a brilliant finale to this Super Series. Have a look at the bowlers. I think all the bowlers bowled pretty well. I mean, the only 2 wicket takers there. Athanaika, he was spot on again, 2 for 23. And then, well, this man, Akash Wagle, he was being brilliant, hasn't he? I mean, 2 for 15 again. He hasn't played the whole series through. He sort of came midway through. I think the first time, did we see him first time yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday.
And already
he's
taken 11 wickets in the series.
He's been great. And look, at Naika, I think he's had a really good day. He takes 5 wickets in the last 2 games. Look, even you look at Kalagamaga, bowled such a good last over. Didn't take a wicket, but who cares? I mean, he only concedes 13. And I've got to say, early on, Ratnaikis bowled pretty well as well. Nuttige probably was the one, if he had his time over, a couple of loose deliveries, I'm sure that he'd like back. Well, I don't know how your nerves are, but mine are jangling. And if you join us in a few minutes, you'll find out exactly what happens and exactly which team will get the honour of being the Italian representative club at the European Cricket League in 2023. The Champions League of European Cricket. It will either be Ginebrescia or Roma CC. Who will win? Well, I can't tell you that. I'll have to show you. You'll have to join us in just a few minutes. But the exciting conclusion over Italian summer. Just 10 overs remain. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Fu as well. We'll see you shortly for the exciting finale of this tournament. You're watching the FanCode ECS Italy Super Series Final. Good afternoon, buonasera, and welcome back to the Roma Cricket Ground. Well, everyone's on edge around here. You can imagine exactly why. Because two teams out there in the middle. Only one team will get the honour of representing the nation of Italy at the European Cricket League in 2023. 32 teams started this journey. Over 122 matches. Our Italian summer has developed with twists and turns. Good teams have fallen by the wayside. We've had some really good contests. Seen some top-class cricket. We've seen a bit of everything, let's be honest. But it all comes down to this. This innings will decide the champions of this ECS Italy Super Series and exactly who will walk away with the trophy and that coveted spot at ECL 23. Now here's a guy, for me, he's got to be in the player of the tournament conversation, Hassan Ali. He's bowled so well when it's mattered. He's bowled early. It's difficult to keep the openers under control. He's got Marage to deal with. Here we go, 104 for Roma CC to win. And it starts with a banked cut shot. Well, that's 4. That's a confidence build-up. Well, it starts much the same way as the first ball of the match. We saw a cut shot for 4. Maragi getting going. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me for the final time in a while. This is Rico Fulton. Rico, what a game and what a start for Maragi.
What a start. What a top shot from a player who's been in top form at the moment. Yeah, I think his last 3 innings, he's just gone from strength to strength. Lovely shot. And yet, you called it. He's up against the top seamer in Italy, I believe.
Ali. Well, this will be a dead ball. It's an umpire killer. Well, maybe not a killer because it wasn't going that fast. But yeah, it certainly comes out before the arm comes over. And it goes backwards.
Yeah. Just gives you an idea of how humid it is out there. It's really hot. It's really sweaty. You're having to keep your palms dry.
That one, the speed gun had it at minus 20 miles an hour. A little bit short, and he gets it over. And look, Maragi, he's had a bit of luck, and sometimes he's made the most of it, sometimes he hasn't. This could have easily gone to the fielder, but he got just enough bat to get it over the man, and that's another boundary. His second in the first over.
Yeah, what he does well here for me is he doesn't get overexcited, his eyes don't light up, and he doesn't think that he's got to give this a big whack, and he loses his shape and ends up edging it high up in the air. He still plays a nice shot. He gets himself into early position. He's probably aware that that fielder is there, but he knows, he backs himself. If I play this well, if I time this properly, this is going over him. It's 4 runs. Back-to-back 4s from Dinadu.
Go back to the history books in a minute. I might as well do it now. I mean, even these two teams met earlier in the week, of course, on Friday morning. Roma CC scored 102 and successfully defended it. They rock and rolled Jinnah. They had him 37 for 9 at one point. They ended up fighting back to 66, but that was a comprehensive team for the team batting first between these two. Jivan, they're going to go. Samarakun takes it on. He's backing up well. This one absolutely smashes into the leg of Hassan Ali, but he's fine to walk it off. Yes, that was the first meeting. The second meeting straight after in match 18. Jinnah Brescia put 124 on the board. Roma CC ended up with 97. So the 2 scores Roma CC have scored against Jinnah Brescia this week, 102 and 97, both just short of where they need to be. But if you go back, there is a bit of a trend, especially in these big games, of runs on the board holding up. When Roma CC played in the final last year against Royal Roma in Rome, they weren't able to chase a score almost identical to this. And when they played last week in the final on Saturday, they defended a score almost exactly like this. So these games have all played out in a similar way. A team will score around about 100 and defend it. But can Roma CC change that narrative? Samarakun goes back, and he's going to get 4 now. So a good start for both openers. And remember, it's an awkward little period for Roma CC in their power play. They want to attack it, but they don't want to lose too many wickets either. Samarakun's been good up there, and he gets 4.
This is a classy shot, isn't it? Really, really good. I love the way he just keeps his body position really upright, watches the ball onto the bat, plays it along the bat, and despite the effort from the fielder, feeling the cautious to get the dive Maria, but Joka Lagia, lovely shot.
Yeah, 3 boundaries in the first. Hassan Ali not having it his own way. Good ball. Samarakun gets carried away with his own success. Well, there was a poll in the chat. I meant to mention this. Who will win? Jinnah Brescia, 47%. So you'd think that Roma CC will have more. Well, no, Roma CC, 45%. Golden Ball, 6%. put my hand up that I voted for golden ball. That does leave 2%. That's a pretty big rounding error. 2%? We just say, hey, you're both good teams. Why don't you both come? Anyway, 13, decent first over. How will it finish? Farsanali. Yeah, it does well to dig this one out. Samarakun, it was a good delivery. And he'll retain the strike. It's the end of the first. The score is 14 without loss. Well, perfect 10. 10 matches without a golden ball. And this is in the zone, isn't it? I mean, can you imagine if the ECL spot is determined by golden ball? I mean, it's there. And that's what it's for. And, well, let's see what happens. But we haven't had a golden ball during the day since the 31st of March. In fact, you haven't seen one live since the 22nd of March. That's right. I just got a feeling that Tyrone's going to come and step in for me. He's going to get a bunch of them.
That we're going to be rolling in golden balls. Yeah, well, I mean, we still have Portugal, which is carrying on, like you said, until Wednesday. And I reckon
they'll get a couple more.
Be a couple more.
Oh, yeah, Charlie Hunt. He's got some sort of spell, some sort of voodoo that he does in the box before he starts. He seems to have the knack, doesn't he? Anyway, Charlie, not too far away from a start there. Something about 25 minutes. Don't think you want to take your eyes off this one, though, right now. Here is Faisal Shabir in over number 2. Samarakun on 5 is facing up. Down leg side, and we saw extras costing Roma CC a little bit in the first innings. Yeah, so it was funny. Samarakun earlier on was able to engineer their chase against Fresh Tropical by... Well, I suppose he didn't have a lot of the strike in the power play. It wasn't his fault, but Maragi was going all guns blazing. Samarakun could just sit back, and then through the middle overs, he played a bit of a support role, just kind of made sure they stayed on target after that lightning start. So much is actually who's on strike in the power play as well, and who's running hot. Pitch is outside leg stump. That can't be out. No. It will be a leg by. Not a bad shout, but I think you'll find that from this angle, if the ball pitches to the left of the stumps, cannot be out. That does. And even if it was going to come back and hit the stumps, it won't be LBW.
Yeah, it's an easy decision for our quality men in black. Can't be out. It's a very good delivery. Take nothing away from it. It's one that could have done something and gone on to the stumps, maybe a bit of pad or something. But LBW...
That's hurt him, by the way. I mean, you say, yeah, you've got pads on. That's true. But these balls are super hard, especially early on. And that's hit him towards the side of the pad, I think, down the bottom. And that's definitely going to give him a dull feeling for a little while. So he might just need a little bit of attention here. And yeah, I think he'll probably shake it off.
Well,
he's had a big couple of weeks. I mean, he came down on his hip really strongly just a couple of days ago when he was fielding. And so, yeah, at the moment, you see, he's just going to take a moment. Yeah, this is always a bit of a shame as well, because I feel like it was a bit of a momentum buster as well for Roma CC, who have done well to get 16 in the first 7 balls. Charlie Hunt, just want to say huge shout out to all the crew that's been involved throughout the Italian summer. He won't be able to say a thank you before he goes live to air in Portugal. Huge pros to everyone. Well, thank you, Charlie. It's really nice for you to say so. And in Portugal doing a great job as well, aren't they? And I'll actually unite with Charlie for the Belgium series. Looking forward to that in a few weeks' time. That'll be the only break you get, actually, in the next period. So, yeah, Samarakun is fine. And we'll carry on with the game. Yeah, so... well, as I said, if everyone in the chat voted, it was about 90 people voted for golden ball. Yeah, Charlie's saying, surely we're not going to go 5 weeks without a golden ball. Well,
who knows?
Looks like it.
Who knows? I mean, we kept on saying, didn't we? Week in, week out, week in, week out. Surely not, surely not. And those numbers went up into the 400s before Portugal came to the rescue.
Sagar already made a good point about, you can't just rely on wild swinging. Even in T10, properly hitting shots have value. And yeah, I agree with that as well. I think batters that can do it consistently. And you've got to realise, these are long tournaments. You've got to beat a lot of teams along the way. You've got to have consistent success. So I think that's what you're seeing. Particularly Roma CC, they do have good cricket technique. You would say the same about Generation for the most part as well. It goes for this. It's in the air. And where's this falling? It'll be a top catch if you can get there. Now they're going to come back for 2. And they're going to get away with it. So, I mean, we talked about the luck factor. I mean, Maragi, he's had a couple of close calls. This one gets just enough bat to get it over Saifur Rahman. Proper Bermuda Triangle situation with the 3 fielders hunting it. But Dinadu gets lucky and he gets 2.
Yeah. Sometimes that's what you need. I mean, that one, you say 3. I mean, by the time that ball lands, there's 4 players around it. You couldn't have put that in a better place And Faisal Shabir will feel that he's a bit unlucky perhaps not to have taken the first wicket.
A bit short, turns around the corner for one. Not too much in that one. I think that's off the glove, so that'll be a run. Hello to Kitty Hundley, who's watching from Virginia in the USA. I think we had another. Might have had Curtis earlier on, also from Virginia. So I don't know. I know Virginia's a pretty big place. I'm not assuming you live down the road from each other. Like when people find out I'm Australian and ask if I know Bruce. But if you're both cricket buffs, Kitty, one day maybe you should go down to the local and stick on ECN, get them to cast it on the screen.
Wouldn't that be good, eh?
Yeah.
I think that's starting to happen more and more.
I actually will be doing that when I'm on holiday. Whenever I go, I'm like, hey, you got the internet here? I'll stick ECN on while I have a burger or something like that, maybe a beverage. And most times they're happy to oblige.
Yeah.
They probably know how much I can eat. And they, whatever you want, sir. We'll put whatever you want on the TV. All right, here we go. Again, you just want to be at that kind of 10 and over pace, maybe just ahead of it. That's what they are at the moment. 10 and over from here is what's required exactly.
Hey, listen, you know what it is today? It's World Snorkeling Day.
All right.
So it's the last day in Italy. Trevi Fountain.
This should be out first. Turned away. Again, it's good running. They make the decision to go. And look, it's going to be a very good piece of fielding to run you out from there. Samarakun gets one. I'm not saying he's dispensable, but they have a lot of batting to come. So he can afford to be quite aggressive with his running between the wickets. He would have been home anyway. So World Snorkeling Day. We could have used a snorkel or two yesterday when we were getting doused with the ice.
Probably could have done. Yeah, so Snorkeling Day, if you know, just not giving a few ideas. I know that you said that Corey probably would have been in that Trevi Fountain.
Yeah, I don't think you can do that. Uh-oh, no ball. No ball coming. And this could go to the boundary. It's pulling up, but it's still going to get there. So, well, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. We had one of these in the first innings, and this time Shabir just gets it completely wrong. Maragi wraps enough bat around it to get for four. And also, free hit coming up, sound the horn.
Yeah, I mean, this is a gift, isn't it? And Dinadu Moraga, he likes to bat inside his crease. You saw that from that side picture. He's well inside there, so he's got plenty of time to see it. He plays it well, gets a boundary, and now you can see that his partner, Samarakun, is saying, hey, buddy, you know you got the license to go the full Monty now. This is a free hit. He said, yeah, I know. Here we go.
Don't get too carried away. Just play a good shot and hit it hard. He gets wide. Wow, is history repeating again?
This is unbelievable.
It'll be 5 wides. I mean, earlier in the game we had a 6 off a no ball and then a 5 wides. Now we had a 4 off a no ball and a 5 wides. 9 off this ball, and it hasn't even been bowled yet, Rico.
Wow, you're talking about, like for like. Well, look, you gave us a couple, we give you a couple back. And that's exactly what's happened here. So the free hit stays intact. That was a gundy ball from Shabir.
So yeah,
goes for 5.
Maragi doesn't need to overswing at this, okay? Just needs to play a good, solid shot, make good contact. Doesn't want to swing and miss. He's got a bonus ball here, still on the free hit. Goes deep in his crease, and he whips it away for 6. Well, that one is going to go all the way, I think. Oh, no, it's gone for 4. Well, I got excited. I saw the crowd scattering. I thought I had to go all the way. We'll check it out on the replay. Well, Dinadu certainly got plenty of this, and he knew straight away.
Well, it's not only the crowd getting excited, you getting excited, even Dinadu's getting excited, the players in their camp are getting excited. This is such a good shot. I like the way he gets into position early. He whips it away to the delight of the majority of the Roma supporters here. They're enjoying themselves. They're feeling something in the air here.
Well, this isn't a free hit anymore. Becomes immortal again, Maragi. And we almost hits this back to the bowler on the full. Bounces, gets through Shabir. His over goes magical. And 21 come off it in the end. At the end of the over, the score is 35 without loss. This is how these two teams got here today. Roma CC, well, they actually had to come from 3rd in their group week last week, didn't they? And they did it. They had to win 3 in a row, and they did. And today, well, they have to do exactly the same thing. It'd be a remarkable effort if they did it twice. That would mean they'd have to win 6 sudden death matches in a row to qualify for ACL.
That is sensational. But what that does show you, it shows you that something that I touched on, I think, before this final, is they're a team that have got you from their side. They're a team that got fitness there. They throw themselves around. They're athletic. And they've got the power to do it. And we're seeing that. They're putting it into practice again. So it's that mixture of experience and youth. And boy, have they been exciting to watch.
Ginebrescia, by contrast, had 6-2 record through the group stage. including splitting their series with Roma CC. They beat Fresh Tropical in the 1 versus 2 match. They had automatic qualification after that for the final. And look, Roma CC had an interesting group week. They won and lost to each team. They literally split each of their double headers.
Yeah.
Janika Vas, though, he's going to bowl some big in-changers, as Corey would say. Here he comes, last over the power play. It's too short, not a good delivery. This will be 4. Doesn't get the length right here, Janika, and he's going to have to sort it out quick because this score is motoring up to 39 now.
Yeah, high. That's not a good delivery at all. It's a gundy ball to start off, and that's just easy picking. Stronger together. Well, if you're going to do it in style like this, if you're going to win 3 on the spin on finals day, you got to be stronger together. Roma at the moment are looking stronger together.
Yeah, but let's not forget, they've had the staggers before when the finish line's been in
I'm
sight.
not saying any, and they're up against top team.
This one doesn't go out. If anything, goes the other way. Maragi misses out. This is an eerie thing. Maragi always seems to get out in the 3rd over. Something I've noticed, and specifically on the last ball of it. It's just one where I think he gets carried away trying to hit this to leg. It's just inside the tram line. So, I mean, if they can get bonus out of him before they bring out the engine room, I think they'll be happy. Goes across a long way. I think there's a couple of issues with this one. Certainly wants that leg side. I think he sees there's gaps over there. And this is high for me. I think the line's not too bad. Janika Vas, he does swing it a lot as well. See, that one's climbing, hits him above the roll. Yeah. I think it's a good decision.
It's a very good decision. I think, like you said, a few things. Height was one. Also, the direction of it maybe just angling it down the leg side. So, yeah, I think that's a very good shot.
Now you get the left-hander. I think this suits Janika Vas as well with his natural in-swing delivery. Got that kind of floating slip / short third man in place, hovering. Doesn't get it right, though. Drifts onto the pads. Samakun can't put it away. Just a single. Up in the 40s now. Again, it's going to be a bit of a case of who panics and who doesn't here. And if both teams panic, that'll be interesting. It's a bit of a staring contest. We'll see who blinks first. Right now, it's a very good opening partnership. Their power play has sometimes been an issue about how they handle it. They don't want to lose wickets in it, but of course they want to score runs, and that's what they've done so far, Roma CC.
Yeah, and the other thing they've done is they've given themselves, I think, they've given themselves an over cushion. I'll go back to that in a minute.
Yeah, it's a really good point. I know what you're coming up with soon. First, Maragi. Watches this one get away from Hassan. This will be 4 byes. And another second bounce. The keepers have had a real tough time of it here. A lot of balls not carrying. And, well, Hassan does everything he can to get behind this. He puts down the long barrier. Has to protect himself a little bit here. That's why he turns. He tries to put the hit behind it, but just breaks away from him. And the fielder can't catch it. 4 more to the total.
Yeah, it's been an issue, hasn't it, that for the keepers. Interesting that we know that we've got the 2 top keepers that we believe in this series coming together in the final, and both have issues with that delivery. And that will help them. And this is the point I'm going to make. You get the runs on the ball that they've got here at the moment. 45 more to go.
Yeah. Wait for this ball. Last one, the power play. This time, Maragi will survive it, I think. So just 1 to the total, 46 for no loss. And yeah, that's what you're talking about. I mean, they started the innings needing about 10 and over, right?
Yeah.
But now they've got a bit of a buffer.
That's it. They've got the buffer. They've got the cushion. And why do they need it? I'll tell you why they need it. Because I reckon now Rookie has got to come on to bowl Rukhsar Ahmed. And the 2 batters will be saying to each other, look, this man, let's not underestimate him. He always takes wicket. He is the leading wicket taker for Jinabresha. 18 wickets he has to his name. So, look, we know if we can see him out and we don't lose any wickets, we should go on and win this game. We've got that cushion. We've got that buffer. If he bowls well, even if we take 5 or 6 runs at it's over, we're happy with that. Yeah. Let's just take it.
You don't want to go into your shell either, obviously, with the 10 wickets in hand and the engine room still to come. Samarakun's now a bit of a wild card. He's on borrowed time for me. I think that, obviously he wants to stay there and continue helping his team, but he won't be afraid to take a few risks, hoping they'll come off, knowing the next 4 batters they've got to come, they're all pretty confident they can do the job. Rookie comes in, and no surprise, he's off the...
Oh, I think you should have had a go here.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess the issue here is, you can run him out, but it's not saving a run if you do. I get it, though.
Look, you got to have a go. He's a long way down the track.
That's true.
You've got 2 men backing up behind you. All right, you'll give them a run, but it's a gamble worth taking. Yeah. You need to break this partnership.
I suppose you need something to happen. It's a good point. The other thing about the keepers, I'll probably come back to this in a second, but, I mean, take really good Argy. It's been a long 2 weeks. One hits him pretty high. I don't think you can really give this one out. He's well above the pad and rising. It'll be a leg bite.
Bit outside the line as well, I think, when it make contact possibly.
Yeah, so This is the fatigue factor. You can't really underestimate it with keeping as well. I know it's 10 overs at a time, but I just think the legs are starting to get a bit sore. You're starting to maybe make slightly lazier choices as far as blocking those balls, even though there's so much on the line. And we have seen, probably not quite the standard that we've seen earlier in the week from the two keepers in this game, but still plenty of time for Hassan Ahmed to pull out a highlight or two. How about that one-handed catch he took a bit earlier in the tournament?
Yeah, flying to his right. There've been some highlights, a lot of them. This man has been responsible for a few as well, a rookie.
It's funny in the chat, there's two schools of thought. And keep going hard here and back yourself, or pull it back a bit and avoid a disaster. I've got to say, with 10 wickets in hand, I think you've got both these batters. I still think they can still be quite aggressive. Because even if one gets out, the other one's still there. You've got 4 genuine threats in the middle order to come. And they're just itching to get out there. Well, maybe not because it's a final, but I still think that's their role. Their role is to carry them through the middle order in this kind of situation. Maragi faces up on 26. Oh, good in swing. It's going nowhere, but they will get a run. Kind of just digs that out onto his pad and dribbles out to the offside. But how good's Rookie Ahmed? I mean, he just does enough with the ball, and he's just very, very accurate.
Yeah, he is. And I think that's exactly what these two batters probably have decided. I think they decided, look, we're ahead, we're in front. Even if we can get to say we get the score to 50 at the end of this over, and don't lose the wicket, and it's against the bowler of the talent, Rukhsar Ahmed, we should be happy with that. I agree with them.
Left-hander on strike, Samarakun. Gets one, and he should have put away. Instead, he gets a bit lucky. This doesn't carry to the fielder. It'll just be a single that takes him to double figures, but it does bring up the 50 in pretty quick time for Roma ZC.
Yeah, he's missed out on 2, though, in that zone, hasn't he? The left-hander, Samarakun. I mean, there, once you expect the left-handers to put away, they normally put them away in their sleep. It's just an automatic reactional shot. But the 2 times he's had the chance, he's only got singles.
Say a quick hello to Federico Mento. I've loved your contributions in the chat as well. This is a full toss, should go the distance, but I'm not sure it will. Hassan, it won't fall into his hands. It goes over his head. One of the tallest guys on the field. Moraga goes Maximo. Well, that could have easily gone one way or the other, but it goes the way of Roma CC. And after 4 overs, they are flying once again in the second innings. It's 56 without loss.
Yeah, and they keep that cushion. They keep that buffer in place. That last delivery from Rukhsar, it ends up being over pitch. It's a full toss, and Jinadu Moraga thumps it to the boundary. 6 runs over the tall figure of Hassan Ali. 33 to Jinadu Moraga. Now, can he go all the way? He seems to get to this sort of point. You've said it a few times, and throw his wicket away. It's so key that it keeps it together. What he needs to be thinking, and this is what Samarakun has to be saying to him, he said, look, you're the key here. We don't want the likes of the other batters to come in because they've got to start from scratch, and that gives Gina Brescia the initiative, because when they get the initiative, when they get themselves back in this match, we may not get back in it. Stay out there. Stay here with me. Me and you, buddy. Me and you are going to bring this home.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you in theory. It's just funny because it's almost like Roma CC have planned their contingency. So I feel like they're just on bonus time already with these two. So I don't know whether that emboldens me to play more shots or less. I think you just kind of play what's given to you. Rookie doesn't give him much, but when he gives him a full toss, Maragi's able to make him pay. And so they get 9 off that over, and that's fine. Here's Rizwan Tanvir. Starts with a short delivery. Punch down to Nawaz. This will just be a single. Yeah, look at Maragi. Yeah, he's hit his ceiling. 32 was his highest score in the series before this match. And so, here's a guy. You just think if he bats the 10 overs, how many will he make?
Well, I can tell you how many he's made. He's gone past the 200, 204.
That's with a high score of this, 33.
That's the consistency, though.
Yeah, and we remember back in, I think it was the Rome series, did have a bunch of ducks in a row. First ball ducks. He even had a second ball duck that was even worse because he got hit in the face first ball, hit the grill, and then got out second ball. And that was a nasty pair for him. But anyway, Dinidu's a class player. He's got first-class experience. And so, yeah, you'd expect him to be able to handle the pressure. Samarakun, he's been good for me, though, as well. He's playing a few more technically correct shots, but he's keeping them on pace. Hit hard, and that's almost demaraged the field.
That was spanked.
Luckily,
really
this is not the way you want to go if you're Maragi. Yeah, actually wasn't that close to him. It seemed it was closer from our vantage point. Still, good shot, hitting the ball hard, showing that intent. You just got to ride this wave as long as you can if you're Roma CC.
Too right.
Well, it might be over now because this really should be caught. He's got to find it first, and he will. That's a really good catch by Rizwan Tanvir. Had to just quickly check both ways, make sure there was nothing coming. So Maragi, well, he hits his ceiling again in the 30s, doesn't he? But he has got his team off to a very good start. Roma CC lose their first wicket now. It's 59-1.
Yeah, this is what we're waiting for. We're waiting for the wicket that Gina Brescia have been working to get. Rooks Ahmed, he's played about with his bowlers, hasn't he? Nobody's come on and bowled 2 overs. He needed to find somebody to get the breakthrough. He has now. And now we're going to see what Roma are made of here, because Gina Brescia, they take the wicket. And it's an opportunity now for the players to take drinks. And, well, there's going to be tactics talking. Look, Prabhath is out there, the 12th man. He's having a big chat with the batters. He's saying to them, right, this is what you need to do. He's probably saying to some recruit, look, what you've been doing so far, keep it going. I don't want to lose another wicket here now early. I don't want a start of a mini collapse. And at the same time, Gina Brescia, well, Ruksa, he'd be saying to his guys, right, we've got the breakthrough. This is our chance to get ourselves back in it.
Absolutely. And look, I still think you needed to attack there. Maragi, he has to ride his luck. I know you can say shut up shop, but not shut up shop, but I think that I'd rather be more aggressive than less aggressive with 10 wickets in hand. I know it's a bit counterintuitive, but it's working for you.
Yeah.
Why start to think that bad things are going to happen? Good things are happening the way you're playing. So I think you stick
Fair
with
point.
it. Look, I just want to say quickly, obviously, we'll have the trophy ceremony after the game and everything. I want to say thank you to everyone out there for your support, and particularly for me. I know that personally I get a lot of messages of support, and you know, it's been great working with you. I'll actually really miss it, as I always do, if I do step away for a little bit, but don't worry, I will be back. And look, hopefully everyone enjoys me lurking for 3 weeks.
Oh, we will be. We're always looking to find out what you've been up to, where you've been, and where you've been casting the cricket. Tanvir to continue. It's good delivery, slow, straight. And he's once again asking the batter to say, okay, here it is. What do you want to do with it? You want to take me on? Feel free. But he decides that he just respects it and take the single. A ball to come in this one.
Kalagamagate, pretty good guy to have in this position. He's come back from international cricket, of course, in Finland, where he's representing Italy. And so, it'll be a steady influence. And they keep the left-hand, right-hand combination as well. Samarakun misses out on this one. Tanvir, what an over that was. Brings them back into the contest. The score is 60-1 after 5 overs. You see tonight, and we're only a few minutes away. You'll be. I think Charlie will forgive you if you want to stick with this just for a few more overs, but it is Marlow versus Gamblers over there in Portugal. They'll play a double header. We have 2 matches tonight in Portugal, 3 tomorrow, 3 on Monday. So a bit of an overlap on Monday. These are the teams, in fact, in that FanCode ECT10 Portugal match 21. You see Marlow winning the toss. They're bowling first, so Gamblers will be opening up. They've got some good players, don't they? Look at Kuldeep Golia again.
Yeah.
I don't think he's batting 9, but Jadescu Balakrishna, this is he'll be opening up. And Imran Rao has also been in very good form. Marlow, that we know how many good players they've got. We saw them at the ECL this year, and Najam Shazad has kind of been on fire, as you'd expect. But yeah, a lot of good performers for both sides. So tune in. 2 more matches after this.
Yeah, certainly. Here we go.
Here's Rookie.
Rookie once more.
In the air, and this could go to the fielder. Well, what a catch! Unbelievable catch.
Oh, my word!
This is probably one of the best catches you've ever seen. When you give the moment, they need something to go their way. Kalagamagate goes to an absolute rip snorter. He's gone for 1.
Oh.
What a catch by Sharuk Nawaz.
Oh, take your breath away, that one. That is an absolute ripper. Sharuk Nawaz, well, he did the job with the bat, but this catch is an absolute screamer. That is stunning. That is amazing. That is one of the best catches you will ever see. He's taken it with his left hand. It's happened in the final here. Could it be the fact that it's a case of catches win matches? This catch should be winning you any match. What a catch that is. Sensational. Eso es espectacular.
That's going for 6. I mean, it's going for 6, and he has to get it just right. He gets in the middle of the hand. He kind of even times his steps right so he can get a good stretch at the ball. And Kalagamagate, he will be scratching his head, taking his pads off, saying, what just happened? He's still got plenty of batting to come. But even when you have a highlight like that, you just feel that's a momentum shifter, don't you? Oh, Samaragi comes out.
Wow.
And, well, he's going to have to face the music. Rookie gets his first wicket in spectacular fashion.
Wow. Well, I'm expecting the chat to have exploded with that. That's amazing.
So, well, let's see. They've got that buffer zone. How long will they keep it? I mean, they'd want to be probably 60, low 60s after 6 overs. You still, I think, don't bat yourself into a hole. Don't do anything stupid, but I just
Now
think...
you're sounding like me. Now
Yeah.
you see. Now this is where they use your buffer. This is now the buffer. This is the buffer over.
Yeah, well, Samaragi is so strong on the offside. They've got no deep cover. There's deep point and a long off. And he's going to get close to being caught. He's lucky he doesn't carry to the fielder there. Just be a single. So again, you need a little bit of luck here. This could go right down to the wire, Rico.
Oh my goodness me. Well, we are in Italy. It is sun. It is sea. Sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket. And I know you want to see that catch again, and maybe we'll get a chance to see it in between this ball at the end of the over. What a catch it was. And if you were tucking into a bit of popcorn or dunking your biscuit in your tea, I know you've either choked on it or you've dropped it. That was a sensational catch.
You've spat it out. Well, this has gone leg side, and this will go the journey. So Samaragi wants the momentum back, and we haven't always seen him doing this over the leg side. But Samarakun, in fact, because Samaragi got the single, of course, but Samarakun, wow, he spashes this one, and now he becomes even more critical. Maximo, Roma CC, trying to claw their way back into the driver's seat.
What a
It felt like the
clean
game was
hit
going
that is.
against him there.
Clean hit, gets a good swing at it, gets it out the middle of the bat, gets a few encouraging words from Samarakun.
Chat's gone crazy, as you'd expect. Nice looking shot. Bit for Nawaz. He's going to have to go to the other side. Slight fumble, and they're going to come back. It's good running. Samaragi is a good runner. Now they'll probably get 3. And again, it's a quick decision. Now they might get 4. No, we'll stop there. But, yeah, that's critical. And when you feel things are going against you, to get that 6, even to get basically a turn of 1 into a 3, I think you're feeling just a little bit more confident the universe isn't conspiring against you.
Well, that's bonus runs. He needed them.
Last ball of the over. Again, 30% more careful. And why not? Samaragi will retain the strike. 6 overs down, 71 for 2. So they keep that buffer zone of kind of 10 over.
Yeah.
The 10 and over, if you like. So, yeah, it's a really interesting chat right now. A lot of people saying that was one of the best catches they've ever seen. And when you think about the moment as well, everyone just says, give him man of the match. And with a catch like this,
Watch this.
you can see why.
Well, this is the caught and bowl one, which is good. Now, that was good, but the one that we saw afterwards was sensational. Look, good catch that. But the one
Setting
we're,
the
of course,
table.
talking about is the one that was. No, that one, look, 10 out of 10, but have a look at this.
Here we go.
Oh,
He's hitting it at pace.
oh, that's a ripper.
It doesn't even, like, if you get the right hand involved, you're just going to mess yourself up because your arm's going to have to come in front of your face. He's got to go one hand there and just hope for the best. And guess what? He got the best. This is smacked, but how far? It's hanging in the air a long time. The fielders go back, and it's going to be another catch. Unbelievable. And that almost seems deliberate, and I think he's gone back. I don't think he's touched the rope.
This
We'll
is
have
not
to-
deliberate, I don't think.
I'm not so sure. He seems to, for me, he almost seems to bat it away, just trying to keep it in the field of play. Let's have a look. It's all about the feet here. If the feet stay and they don't touch the line, well, let's have a look at it. Well, that's going to be 6.
6 runs.
Oh, no,
hang
hold on.
Hang on. Oh, no, but he goes out of field of
No,
play,
but
doesn't
does he re-establish himself in? When does the ball touch the hands? There. I got it. Oh, this is so close.
Well, the thing is, Vinny, if he's touched the rope then come back in, he's gone out the field of play. So I think it's going to be given 6.
Huge
that's
moment.
6. That's touching
that's
there.
That's touching, but then what happens? If he lifts his heel now, he's fine. So he lifts his heel, and he's got toes on the ground.
No, I don't think he's fine because that's the same as the fielder leaving the field of play.
No, but if you leave the field, you need to re-establish yourself.
Ooh.
You have to re-establish yourself, and he has because he's got his toe on the ground. So we'll have a look at this. One more. This is a really important one. We'll have to take our time. He's on the line, but then just before the ball comes, you see, as long as the toe's on the ground there, he's re-established himself in the field of play. So I think, and the benefit goes to the fielders in these ones. So I've got a feeling this is going to be out. I've got to say, it's a really interesting one. And I know what you're saying. If he's in the air, then it's... And he hasn't regrounded his foot, but he has. And I think the message has come. And I think Samaragi's out. In fact, he is out.
He is out.
Wow.
Listen, I still don't think he palmed his onto the fielder. I think it's come straight to his hands. The fielder that was lurking, this time we've got a fielder that's lurking, and takes a catch. What a huge moment that is. Hey, listen, we say in ECN, it's all about being stronger together. That one was a stronger together catch. Well, look, you can look at it over and over again, and I think pretty much there. What we're saying is, though he probably does touch the rope, what he does do, though, he lifts his heels up when the ball making contact. Just there, you see? And that's the catch.
You had to go to super slow-mo to see it. I mean, and here there's two principles at play here.
Wow.
One is if there's a doubt, it goes to the fielding team. Now, I'm not even saying there's doubt after that, but if he's touching the rope with his heels and then he goes back on his toes, because his toes are in the field of play, that's fine. If he was to jump from outside the field and then touch the ball before he touched the grass with his feet, then it would be 6. But he always had some part of his foot on the field. So that's close-ish. I think maybe just heading down leg side. Wow, what drama we've seen here in the final.
Ooh,
It's the final the Italian summer deserves.
Oh, wow. It's sensational. We've seen 2 amazing... Well, in fact, we've seen 3 amazing catches. The cordon bowled was a good one. The one on the boundary from Nawaz was sensational. And that one there, well...
You got to watch the whole replay. We saw that and we're like, well, that's 6. He's on the line.
Yeah.
And you got to stay with the replay, don't you? Because then, the heel does lift. And it makes it a catch instead of a 6. All right, so Samarakun is still there through all the craziness. They've got that buffer zone. We've been talking about it, haven't we? And Rizan Tanvir has been brilliant. Now he's got figures of 2 for 5. So that buffer zone, they'd be happy if they could get, say, to 80 after 7 overs, even high 70s. Really going down to the wire. Oh, this has had everything but a you-know-what, hasn't it, Rico?
Yeah.
Just saying.
I'm glad you said you know what.
Everything
Just
except
stick
you
to
know
saying
what.
you know what. Oh, this is sensational.
This one is going to be another one that goes out for 2. Yeah, so we've got...
Bowler goes back to his mark. Tanvir, can he make something happen? Tanvir. It's in the air, and he gets this to go over the boundary. 1 bounce, 4 runs. What a delightful shot. This is topsy-turvy. It's like a roller coaster. Oh, it's a bit like a yo-yo. It's up, it's down. It swings in the favour of Rome. And then Gina Brescia pull off something remarkable. Where is this going to finish? Plenty of batting to come for Roma. And the 2 batters out there. Samarakun has now moved on to 22. And Willigame plays a beautiful shot as the field changes again. But, of course, it's the pressure. It's the pressure off the moment. Woo-wee. A ball to come in this over. Tanvir. Can he finish well? Oh, it's a lovely shot. Oh, it's a beautiful shot. Well, it's a risky one. You know, this is the case. If this goes wrong, everybody, including myself, will be saying, why do you play this shot? Why would you do that? Because if he misses that, he's going to get bowled. If it hits his pad, he's going to be LBW. He's going to be plumb in front. But instead, he goes funky. It's showtime here at the Roma Cricket Ground, and he plays this to the boundary, 4 runs. What a shot at the end of the over. Oh, what a way to finish. It's 83 now for 3.
This is crazy. I mean, you want to talk about your buffer zone. That's one way to get it back, and you still have to be brave. Fortune favours the brave, and if you want to climb to the top of the ladder of European cricket, you better be brave along the way, and that's exactly what we saw there. So just because of the extreme heat, I mean, it's a quick extra drinks break here.
Yeah.
And give the players, you know, just a chance. I mean, it's been the ridiculous pace of the game here in this 10 overs, hasn't it?
It's been absolutely amazing. Hey, look, this Italian summer has been amazing. We knew that the Super Series with the 5 best teams in Italy coming together was going to be amazing. But this final, well, look, the atmosphere in it, the dynamics of it at the moment, and the tension here and the drama, you couldn't have asked for a better final. It still could go either way. We've seen some electrifying batting and great bowling, and now the catching in this final. What about that? What about those 3 catches?
Oh, I mean, it's ridiculous, to be honest. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like, a couple of them. The one from Sharuk Nawaz coming around to his left just sticks to the palm of his hand. I mean, the one on the boundary, honestly, I don't think I've ever seen one quite like that. We saw the guy's heels on the boundary, and we're like, all right, that's going to be 6. But then at literally the split second before the ball reaches, then he lifts the heel, and so it's fine. And look, that's the kind of thing, and I've really loved the fact that ECS is now using a bit more technology. Because imagine if you get that one wrong. You know, imagine if you get that one. It can vastly affect the lives of these guys. It could affect the result.
Yeah.
And so I think it's a good decision.
This is why a lot of time has to be taken over things like that, because, yeah, you're absolutely right. Can you imagine if that ends up being the talking point? I mean, it still is going to be a talking point with a lot of people, but I believe we've got the right decision, and that's the important thing. If you don't get the right decision, people are talking about it. People are saying, well, if that didn't happen, well, we got it right. And I think it's also important here maybe to have a break like this as well, just so the players can get some fluids in. I know that the batters are certainly going to be feeding it, the bowlers as well. It is so hot at the moment. I mean, you got the gadget. What's the temperature? I reckon it's feeding around 36.
Well, no, the thing is, it's the humidity, I think.
Yeah, with the humidity.
I've got it low 30s, but you got to remember also, we're kind of past 6 o'clock local time. So, yeah, I think it's just a slight technical delay, but I think the players will welcome it at this stage, because it's all going to come down to the last 3 overs. 21 required. Got to say, that was a remarkable shot from a player that we haven't seen a lot of this year. We have seen him in the past, Welly Gummergate, but, I mean, the courage to take it on. It's one of those ones that if it comes off, it looks courageous, looks brave. If you get it wrong, it looks foolish.
If he got it wrong, I tell you what, and I'm going to put my hand up, I'm going to be criticising him, saying, what are you doing? Why are you giving your wicket away in a situation where, you didn't have to play that shot? But when you nail it, well, he got it absolutely. But it's not just that shot. It's the shots that he's played. He's gone out there. He's faced 4 deliveries. He's already on double figures. So he's already hit 2 boundaries. And, well, I think he's playing. I mean, he's probably doing what you would say. He's probably doing, look, you still got to go out there. Still got to play your shots. Still got to be positive. And which is true. Whereas Samarakun is probably doing more what I would say, to say, look, if it's a bad ball, put it away. If it's a good one, respect it, take the single. So you've got 2 players that have got maybe 2 mindset, which is probably what you need out there.
Yeah, exactly right. You've got to have a positive mindset. If you start thinking negatively, it just seems that negative things will happen. I think Samarakun's batted through 7 overs. They've still got batting to come. Obviously, it hurt when Kalagumake got caught by that hanger, and Samarage went to a similarly ridiculous catch. You've got Nathan Deegate to come in next, and Wadua Walagi. So 2 very good batters to come in next as well. So you've got that kind of insurance, but I think these 2, they want to get them home. It's just, 21 off 18 deliveries. So 7 and over. And this is Shabir, who's coming back. There's a few good points made in the chat, and particularly about how the last couple of overs, particularly last over, was super important in the first innings, because it didn't allow Ginebrecia to get up to that 115, 120. Now it's going to be a wide to start the over. Shabir, he was the man, remember. He had a bit of a disaster in the second over. Had a no ball that went for 4, then he had a 5 wides, and then another 4. But yeah, going back to the first innings, the second last over from Wadua Walagi went for 7. The last over at Kalagamagi only went for 4. So it looked like they would be chasing a lot more than 104. Right now, almost got it down to that runner ball. 20 off 18 required. Well, this is going to be whipped away, and it's a really good shot from the left-hander. This will be 4, and this will steady the nerves a little bit, but plenty of nerves still jangling on both sides, Rico.
Wow, this is a lovely shot. See, it's risk-free. It's down on the leg side. He got the ball before was the leg side wide. This one, he's got it in a little bit more, but it's on the legs. It's a safe shot to play. He just flicks it away. He knows there's nobody there. What a wonderful shot. Keeping it cool. Samarakun is the cool one. Lovely shot from him to Shara. A lovely guy as well, isn't he?
I mean,
isn't he cool?
He is cool. And he can just play cricket shots now. He doesn't have to do anything crazy.
He doesn't get flustered, does he?
And look, Shuck saying a bit of a risk bowling Shabir again. I suppose they think they've got to bowl him sometime, hoping he can turn it around. And this is an up and over, and this is going to be more runs. This will be 4 more runs. They're closing in, Rico. Samarakun moves into the 30s, and now just 10 required for victory, and the crowd, well, they're up and about.
Well, look at that. They're going crazy. Bagal ho gaya sare. And their team is getting close. A lovely shot. It's 4 more. Wow, the bowling is there. They're backing themselves. They're playing this shot. And, well, Samarakun is saying, yeah, Rika, you're right. I am the cool one. I've got us here. I play the anchor role. But now it's time for me, especially with Willigami out there, time for me to open up.
Samarakun, 10 required for victory. And now he'll whip this one away. How far is this one going? That's going all the way as well. I think it has. Well, we'll wait for the decision, but it's gone all the way. I'm calling it Maximo.
Shaba.
Well, only 4 required victory. Samarakun, well, a guy that started batting 8 or 9 a few days ago, it was suddenly he's at the top, and he could be taking Roman CC all the way to the top.
Well, what a shot this is. I think they're still checking to see where it goes. But, yeah, manos arriba from the umpire in 6 more. Well, we've seen quite a few. Well, we've never quite seen a camera killer before. Well, this was Dana Oroz that was in the firing line, but she moved the quickest I've ever seen her move. But now she definitely needs to take a break. She needs to get some rest. She needs to get some time off, which she will be getting some time off. What a shot!
Four will do it now. And that won't be it. I mean, surely they can't go from here. I mean, what a story. It's been a day of heartbreaking stories. I've got to say, each team that has dropped out of the race, it's been so tough to watch, to be honest.
Roma CC, the home side, the crowd can't wait. They can't look. They're biting their nails if they've got any left. What a story this would be. Well, they had to do this to earn the place to be here. Now, are they going to do it again? Are they going to win 3 in the day? Shabir.
Four will do it, and this could do it. It will. Roma CC have come from the clouds, and they are the champions of Italy. The hosts have done it in a boil over. They've won 6 sudden death matches in a row over the last 2 weeks, and they will be going to the ECL in 2023. What a story, and what a 5 weeks. The Italian summer comes to such an exciting conclusion. Roma CC are the champions.
Amazing scenes. The crowd go wild. The players go wild. They storm onto the pitch. Roma CC are writing history here. Last week, they won their first ever European Cricket Series to make it into the finals of this Super Week. And now here they are. They are the champions. They have done it on their home ground. Roma CC are going to be representing Italy at the European Cricket League, the Champions League of cricket. They have done it. Amazing scenes here. What a series. What an Italian summer. And what a big moment that is. And look at that husband and wife, Prabhat and Lorena, that have done so much for this club, sharing a hug. This is amazing scenes. What a day this has been for Roma. What a final. We've seen some magical things there. Shabir, well, it's gone all wrong for him, and it's probably gone a little wrong for Gina Brescia. But Gina Brescia, look, they're a top team. They're going to be feeling this. They've lost out again to represent Italy in the European Cricket League. But you know what? They'll be big enough and brave enough to say today they were beaten by the better team.
Yeah, that's true. There's 2 sides to every story, though. You know, you've got to feel for Gina Brescia. And 2 years in a row, they get to the one game that could have taken to the ECL. But the moment belongs to Roma Cricket Club. And I know that they're a team, you wouldn't have given them a prayer if you watched them early in the Rome week. They're just missing a few key elements. They seem to fill those gaps. They seem to be able to take on the game when needed, and they seem to be able to step up in the big moments and even come back when things looked like they weren't going their way. I mean, think about those 3 remarkable catches, in particular the last 2.
Yeah.
For Gina Brescia, you felt they were game changers, but they had the courage, Roma CC, to keep on taking the game. I'm going to say Samara Kun, for me, he's my man of the match. I think he held his nerve so well. MVP for the week, we've got absolutely no idea. But, well, you've got to feel for Gina Brescia just quickly because, like I say, they have played their hearts out, but they fall just short for a 2nd year in a row.
Yeah, can I just say, look, Samara Kun, we saw the role that he played, and yeah, look, there it is. Congratulations to Roma CC. They will represent Italy in 2023 at the European Cricket League. But can I just say, the way he started, he's just playing, stroking the ball around, giving the strikes to start off with Jinadu. Then he did the same really with the Cullen Kamage, who came out, then Samage as well. But when he needed to, just like that, he hit the switch, and he ends up with 44. Where did those 44 come from? That is quality if you ever see it. What a great knock. What a day. What a finale to this Super Series.
It is a genuine sporting fairy tale that we've watched unfold over the last couple of weeks. Well, over the last 5 weeks, we set the table for this Super Series. But when we saw Roma CC stagger to 3rd behind a couple of other teams last week, you thought, well, they probably aren't going to get through to Super Series. Never mind win it. Nobody gave them a shot, Rico, but they have gone all the way. And, well, that went the wrong way from Hassan Ali. I thought he would be important. But, yeah, ultimately, you got to say, Roma CC, and when the big moments came, they were equal to the task, and they will be worthy representatives of Italy in the ECL next year.
They certainly will. They've done themselves proud. They've done everybody here proud. It's been sensational. It's been marvellous as we have a look at these highlights again. And look, it was a great start, wasn't it? Dinadu Monagay, once again, he was the man doing the damage. There were issues for the wicket keepers here today. The ball just not coming up. There was some unfortunate wides. There were some no balls. But there was also some big hitting as well. And Dinadu Monagay, 34 of 18. It's the highest score that he's put up in this Super Series, and he timed it to perfection. And we were just wondering, though, when that catch, a great caught and bowled from Tanvir, Rizwan Tanvir. When he takes that catch, we thought, right, now we're going to see what Roma are really made of. Could somebody like Samar Raccoon really change things around? Could he change the tempo? And then there was that catch. Well, Gulamarga, he can't believe it. We couldn't believe it. It's one of the best catches that you'll ever see from Shahrukh Nawaz, coming across the boundary, taking a one-hand spectacular. What a catch it was. But you know what? It just didn't deter the batters, because Samarga came out and he thought, well, you know what? I'm going to play my shots. This one he thought is for 6. We thought maybe it's 6. And in the end, what ends up being, because Dana is there hiding in the bushes, takes the perfect catch and takes a perfect shot off that catch. He just lifts his feet off the ground, palms it to Farid, who didn't take the catch. And then we see something like that. We see Willagame come out there, and he decides, you know what, I don't care what the situation is, I'm going to play my shot. And then Samar Raccoon, who then decides, you know what, hey buddy, I think it's time for me to switch into turbo mode. And then he went into dispatching mode when he put away the bowling of Fazil Shabir. Shabir just couldn't get it right. It was a bit of a risk. Who do you go to? You could have gone back to Hassan Ali maybe. You could probably have gone back to Jennifer Waz. He probably wanted to save those two for the last 2 overs, but it didn't work out. And it was a glorious finish. This was it. Look at the scenes here. Absolutely amazing. Have you ever seen anything like this? Roma CC have done it. And well, wait for the invasion. These are amazing scenes. This is what European cricket is all about. This is what ECN is all about. Coming together. The growth of European cricket is amazing, and those scenes are amazing. It's a frenzy of action-packed entertainment. The ECN serving the world with the finest and most entertaining form of cricket you will ever see. A frenzy of cricket, I always say, and no wonder it's taken the world of form. Congratulations to Roma CC.
I must admit, I haven't read too many Italian fairy tales, but this is a really good one. A team that came from third twice. 6 sudden death matches. That's what they had to win. 6 sudden death matches, and it kept getting hotter and hotter. They had to face the other 4 top teams in Italy, but they've done it in the end. Well, we're going to hear from Prabhath Eknalagoda very shortly. Firstly, want to direct you to what's coming up in ECS cricket on Monday. Well, Tyrone's going to step in for me for a couple of weeks in Dresden, along with Rico, starting with the hosts RC Dresden and FC Victoria Berlin in the morning session, Kerala Kombans and USC Magdeburg in the afternoon. So starting at the same time, 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India for more ECS cricket. So let's just maybe come back to us here in the box. Now I've got this guy, and he puts a lot into the club. That's probably an understatement. He's got the sunglasses on, and he said, I can't take them off. And, well, I know why. He's a bit emotional. I mean, I think everyone is around the Roman CC setup.
I can believe it.
Lagoda. I'm a bit jealous because you're going to have a chat to Prabhath while I go and just get ready for the trophy ceremony, which is coming up. Of course, this is the winner of the Super Series. You will be collecting the trophy and the medals for your team. But, I mean, I'm going to be listening back to this later because I really want to hear from this guy and the story of Roman CC, a story which will take them to the ECL next year.
Yeah, I mean, this is absolutely amazing. And Esprath, I think he's going to just get himself set up. So once again, look, I know that you're all waiting to hear from this man. And the things that he's done for cricket here in Italy and for Rome is amazing. He's a very, very proud man at the moment. We're going to let him keep his sunnies on because there's some emotions there. But first of all, Prawath, I'm going to say to you a massive, massive congratulations. Well done.
Thank you.
Look,
you.
I mean, try to put it into words what this feels. First of all, look at me, look at me. I'm going to tell you this. You are the champions. Next year in 2023, Roma Cricket Club will be representing Italy in the European Cricket League.
Yeah.
How does that feel for you, buddy?
I'm really happy about that. Actually, I didn't think about that. Just we think about the last week qualification, and we just get together, the boys. We collect the youngsters because 2 years back time we have a real team.
Yeah.
So youngsters came in, and we have very difficult movements to get the team together. Last week because it's during the week, so we are working everybody. So somehow decide to manage to get into the tournament, and actually it's a dream. We don't know we could come to this level.
Yeah.
And it's T10. It's a little bit. It's not. We are not get used to this game. I'm sorry to say. So then we said, okay, we'll see this thing, and then at the end of the day, we were really happy. We had a great time and we enjoyed a lot, and I'm happy for the boys.
You like to do
yeah.
it the hard way. I mean, I was
Yeah.
watching on last week when
Yeah.
you guys had to win 3 matches on finals day on Saturday to be the champions of Rome.
Yeah.
And of course, to become the champions of Rome meant that you would come back again and play in the Super Series. So you did it the hard way then. I mean, did you believe, did you think at that point, okay, this is as good as it is going to get? Or did you believe that you could do it all over again this week?
No, actually we thought we have to play good cricket. I mean, we have to win something, but not this actually.
Not this?
Because because last week we start first match with losing,
Yeah,
and then this week we start with losing match.
yeah.
So we said, okay, step by step we study the game,
Yeah.
and we try to get together the team, and we'll see how, because every other team they have fast bowlers and everything. We have different kind of bowlers,
Yeah.
spinners and other things. So we were thinking and organizing how to get together everybody with all other performance, get together and make the combination.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, it came out the combination, and so we were happy.
Look,
Yeah.
we've seen some marvellous performances from the players. I mean, I think the bowling has been great, and I think you've made a point there that it was all about keeping the pace of it. But for you, who have been the main contributors in the team that have got you this title and that will see you playing in the ECL 2023, who are the key players you think that made the difference?
I think Krishan and all youngsters,
Yeah.
Chinta, and these 2 weeks, everybody, one day one of them, and the other day one of other day.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of spinners, and sometimes one match I think they had 5 wicket, and the next match he didn't bowl.
That's right.
So,
Look,
yeah,
you're
so-
absolutely right. Look, can I just tell you, I mean, you
Yeah.
take that, I mean, Samarage, who took 6 for 9,
Yeah.
which is the joint fourth best wicket taking performances that we've seen. 6 for 9, including a hat-trick, including a fiver.
Yeah.
He's your leading wicket taker
Yeah.
of 17 wickets. The last 2 games, he didn't even bowl.
Yeah, because we see at the moment who is in the form,
Yeah.
and we study the batsman,
Yeah.
and so we take the decision at that moment, because everybody's bowling, and we know when in practices how their performance, what kind of ball they are bowling.
Yeah.
So we according to the batsman, so we'll say this movement better, this one. Like
Yeah.
left hand comes, so we bowl like Akash, he bowled the leg break but going away.
Yeah.
So because if you turn, they smash the ball. So it's not the movement.
There's a lot of things,
Yeah.
I mean, that you did well as a team. I mean, you're absolutely right. You probably, like you said, and you admit yourself, you probably haven't got the out-and-out big fast bowler. And in the batting, you probably haven't got a batter that can open up and go bang, bang straight away. Though Dinadu, when he got his form right, did that pretty well. But one thing that came to me more than anything else is, and I believe, and I think that you're a team that spend a lot of time in planning. That you get together, you look at who your opponents is, you know who you're bowling against, and you know, right, to this guy we're going to do this. These are the bowlers we're going to use. If it doesn't work, we can bring one more in. And most of the plans that you had in place, they worked.
Yep. End of the day, yes.
Yeah.
So we have only 2 good fast bowlers. Some matches, one fast bowler didn't bowl.
Yeah.
We see how the match is going on. So when the phase is not there, we saw they
Yeah.
are struggling. So we go with the spinners. And
Now,
so
Dinadu, about 4 innings ago, couldn't get bat onto ball.
Yeah.
And it was actually a point where Mr. Maximo wanted to drag him off.
Yeah.
Now, the last 4 innings, he's been a highlight. He's been a sensation. He's been a revolution. I think that, to me, is all about how well you gel, how well you play as a team. Everybody plays for each other. That is certainly seen when you're out there in the field. The fielding from you guys is absolutely amazing. And one thing I say, whenever you see Roma in the field, I think you're saving easily 15 to 20 runs. You take world-class catches. The wicket-keeper, Rilla, I mean, he's absolutely sensational. You're absolutely a delight to watch in the field. You've got a lot of energy. And I think the buzz then leaves a mark on everyone. So whatever the score is, I think when it comes to the batting, it's the same thing. Everybody is so upbeat. Everything is so positive. And one man I certainly like the look of it today, and who is my player of the match. I don't know who it is, but my player of the match in the final was Tashura Samarakun. I think he bats so sensibly. For a young player, he's very what's the word? Very cool. He doesn't get flustered. He started just playing his shots while Dinadu was just staying there. Then when he had to up the tempo, boom. He
Yeah.
finished it off in style. I mean, what a great player.
Yeah, that's all our discussion, the plan when the Divindu is there. So
Yeah.
the left-hander or combination, you have to stay around him and Divindu is make the runs.
Yeah.
So when the Krishan comes, he can make runs. So he had to be his role.
Yeah.
So when he start to see the ball, or when he need, he had to go. That's
Yeah.
all we are planning, and that's all
Well,
about.
talking about
Yeah.
planning,
Yeah.
you now will be planning for 2023. Yeah, has that registered yet that you will be in Spain, Malaga, Cartagena, the ECA 23, Roma? You will be representing Italy. Has that sunk in?
I mean, I didn't. No, I have to think now on what I'm going to do because we didn't thought actually. No, I didn't. I don't know about that actually.
It's absolutely amazing. Look,
Yeah.
I mean, I know there's so many things going through your mind at the moment, so I just want to just draw away from the performance of the team and you being part of the team at the moment. Let me just focus and let me congratulate you, not just on behalf of ECN, but on behalf of everyone, I think all of our viewers as well. What you have done here in Rome with this ground, and I know that you've put so much hard work into it, and you'll probably tell us other people that are involved. This pitch, this ground is absolutely amazing. It's always a pleasure to come here. I know at the moment, because of the archaeological dig, etc., things have put a bit of a spanner in the works for some of the plans that you're going to play. But what a ground, what a facility. Thank you very much for being a host. But tell us a little bit, because people will want to know about the history of this ground.
It's a long story. I mean, 30 years in Italy playing cricket everywhere, parks and backgrounds and all around. So I had a dream because it's my passion.
Yeah.
I love cricket, and so out of work, only place I'm relaxing is in cricket Sunday. So I refresh. Monday I'm ready to work. So I wanted this from 30 years. It's my dream of 30 years. So when it's very difficult to have a land in Rome.
Yeah,
Especially
I can
close to
imagine,
Rome.
yeah.
So when we have this land, so I'm always my free time. All the team boys and everybody, we are here. We are working. So we are happy to see this ground. And my dream is to in future to be improve a lot.
Yeah.
And I hope we can now this constructing when
The
we finish.
archaeological
Yeah,
dig,
yeah. So it will take some time. So I think everybody can be happy, and you guys so welcome,
We're
and
more
we'll
than-
have a better time here.
We're so happy to come
yeah.
in, and I think, look, it's absolutely amazing where everything has been scorched around Italy and most parts of Europe, and I'm in Spain. You've managed to keep the degree. Come on, tell us some of the key people who work on the ground. I'll let you tell them. I know about Leslie. I mean, Leslie's an absolute superstar, isn't he?
Leslie and our president Lorena Haas.
Not just our president. She's also your wife.
Yeah.
Don't be shy. Come on. And she's a lovely lady.
Yes,
She works
of
so hard,
course,
not
yeah.
just for Roma Cricket Cup, but also for the Federation of Italian Cricket,
Federation.
right?
So she came. She doesn't know anything about cricket, and so she came to the cricket with me.
Yeah.
So now she's really giving lot to the cricket,
Yeah.
and we are fighting sometimes to organize things.
Well, Prabhat,
So,
I know
yeah.
that. I mean, you have made so many cricketers' dreams come true
Yeah.
with what you've done here in Italy and with this ground. And now it's time for you to be rewarded and get some of your dreams come true, because your team, Roma CC, will be representing Italy in the European Cricket Leagues next year. And I know you're getting ready for the presentation ceremony, and I know the boys aren't going to go anywhere or do anything without you. So I'm going to say one final time, congratulations.
Thank you.
It's been an absolute
you.
pleasure, and you've been
Thank
a
you.
real star.
Right.
Enjoy your moment, enjoy
Yeah.
your time, and get ready for the presentation ceremony. And
Right.
folks, it's just an opportunity for me to say to you, don't go away. We have got that presentation ceremony coming up in a few moments' time, but we're going to leave you with some of the highlights, and the highlights were absolutely fantastic. What's a highlight? Stay with us, and the presentation ceremony for this Super Series for Roma CC, the champions, is coming up right now.
Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mr. Maximo, and welcome to the trophy ceremony for the FanCode ECS Italy Super Series. Well, it has been a pleasure to spend this time in your country over the last 5 weeks. It's my third trip here for cricket. I've got to say, by far, this one was the most exciting, the most action-packed. It was a lot of cricket. There was 122 games, in fact. None of them were interrupted by rain, which I think is a sign that we came at a very hot time of the year. Look, firstly, I just want to say a big thank you to all of you guys, all the players here, as well as the players that didn't quite make it to the final two, all the players from the Super Series, but really all the players from the 32 teams that were involved. It was our biggest adventure yet in Italy, and each of them had the one dream to win the series and get that ECL spot. But along the way, I think the journey was very, very exciting. We know that there's sacrifices that come with this. We know there's sacrifices to family time, to discretionary time, financially as well, you know, I mentioned, but also I just think that a lot of people don't realise behind the scenes what you guys are going through, juggling your jobs, juggling these things, and really we recognise that and we want to thank you guys. So first, I want to say a big thank you on behalf of all of us to all the players that took part in the ECS Italy this time around. Now, obviously, we couldn't do this without our partners, and we're very thankful to have such great partners at European cricket, including FanCode, of course, who broadcast the matches in India, but also to Bizaway Travel, who get us around to Kookaburra for supplying the balls as well, and to Local Lifestyle, who provide these fantastic trophies and medals that you guys will receive today. So we're very thankful to have that partnership, and obviously it's a big project. There's nothing quite like what we're doing in the world of sport, and we're really excited that you guys are a part of that adventure. Got a lot more cricket coming up when we do get to the ECC in a few weeks. We had some announcements now that the matches will be played under lights, so that's a very exciting development. Also that we'll have matches 7 days a week through those 5 weeks in September and October. So hopefully you guys can all be a part of our community and join us on that adventure, as we really are doing something unprecedented. Look, quickly before we get to the medals, I do want to give out a couple more thank yous, and I want to give a big thank you to the local organising committee. Well, not only here in Rome, but everyone that helped us along the way through Milan, Brescia and Bologna as well. But particularly here at Roma CC, we want to thank you guys for your hospitality, to Lorena Prabath, to Leslie, of course, to Anuja for driving us around, but everybody behind the scenes. There's too many to mention. I know we talked about it earlier, but first, I just want to give a quick thank you to you guys. Thank you so much for your hospitality, and we look forward to coming back, of course. Also, I want to give a quick shout out to the Blue crew, the ECN crew. I mean, it's been a really rough 5 weeks, a lot of days, a lot of hot days, some issues, of course, with delays, with things like power cuts and things like that because of the extreme heat. I want to say big thank you to everyone here this week, to Sam for leading the team and everybody, but also to everyone from the ECN crew that's worked with us over the last few weeks. I want to give a big thank you to them. So let's give them a big round of applause as well. They are long days for sure, but it's very rewarding, of course, when we see the final product. And speaking of the final product, I do want to mention one of our most valued partners. Honestly, we could not really deliver what we do without the expertise of these guys. And I'm talking about our TV partners, Spring Productions and Spring Media, to Anders, to Martins and Karina, who are here. Thank you so much for your work. It's your skills that take the magic in the middle and turn it into magic, which is basically catching on. We reached a big milestone yesterday of 300,000 subscribers. It's a lot to do with the final output, but also to everybody else who's worked with us from Spring in the last few weeks over our Italian adventure, and all those behind the scenes in Spring Media as well. Okay, I always end up leaving these people out, so I'm not going to leave them out this time. I want to say a big thank you to my co-commentators, to Corey Ruckers, who was here for a couple of weeks through Bologna and Rome. I know that he's busy getting ready, coaching Spain for the ECC. I want to give a big shout out as well to Nikki Chowdhury, who joined us this week. Thank you, Nikki. Really enjoyed having your contributions on the air, and wishing you all the best. Of course, I know you're heavily involved in the 100, which is coming up in the UK, and she's still making herself at home in the Cube right now. But also to this guy, I mean, what can you say about him? He is an absolute workhorse. He loves what he does. He loves cricket, and he's genuinely interested in developing the game in Europe, and genuinely interested in seeing you guys take it to the next level. So big thank you to my partner as well in crime, Rico Full. Thank you very much, Rico, for your energy and enthusiasm. Look, one more group of people I do want to mention. I've got to say that they've been wonderful throughout this 5 weeks, and particularly we had a great group here. If you've ever done this job, you know it's tough, and it's even tougher when you're wearing all black, when you're in 35, 40 degree heat. Who knows how hot it gets out there, and they're being put to the test every ball. Big thank you to the umpires. Thank you so much, guys. Wishing you all the best. And yeah, we had quite an entertaining bunch this time, but we know that you guys love cricket, and the standard of umpiring for sure is one of the things that has gone through the roof over the 2 or 3 years that we've been doing what we've been doing. And of course, well, I'm going to have to mention Sir Rob Kemming, the tournament referee, who has a big role in that. So thank you so much, Rob. We love that you're involved in European cricket. And yeah, we look forward to seeing you, of course, more later in the year. Okay, let's get to it because I know it's hot and we do want to get to it. Firstly, I want to quickly mention the teams that didn't make it to the final two, to Albano, who qualified from Milan. Unfortunately, they just couldn't quite get their best cricket going this week. They finished in 5th place. Today, to me, it was all about heartbreak stories. I think whoever missed out, it was going to be desperately disappointing. And we had to say goodbye to cricket stars earlier this week. And I know Lovepreet Singh, their captain, you know, that was a really tough one for him to swallow. But we always knew that 3 very, very good cricket teams were going to miss out today, and there was no two bones about that. So the cricket stars, you know, keep doing what you're doing, and I'm sure we'll see plenty more of them next year. And then, well, Fresh Tropical, they're a team that always entertains, not just a fun name, but a fun cricket team to watch. So they can give you anything. Unfortunately, today wasn't their day, so to their captain, Bilal Hamid, and all the Fresh Tropical organisation, wishing them the best. I know that they were desperately disappointed not to be able to make it to the decider. Speaking about the decider, well, first I want to talk about you guys. Gina Brescia, I mean, one of the unluckiest stories at the moment in European cricket for sure. Twice you've been 1 game away from the ECL. I know that must sting, but I mean, as Rookie will probably tell you as well, you find out a lot about your team when you're faced with adversity. And I know that you've had to deal with some issues that you wouldn't have wanted to have dealt with player unavailabilities and things of that nature over the past couple of weeks. But you were here and you really competed, not just competed, I mean, you were the form team. You had a 6-2 record, you integrated a couple of guys into your squad, and I think you were playing really good cricket. But as you know, having played a lot of this form of the game, anything can happen. And ultimately, you gave it a really good shake. I'm disappointed for you guys that you came up just short, but I also know this will spur you on, and next year you're going to have a season to watch. So let's give it a big round of applause to Gina Brescia, the runners-up in this ECS Italy Super Series. And I'm now going to invite you guys to come up and collect your silver medals. Lorena will be handing these out. Congratulations, guys. Let's keep it going for Gina Brescia, everybody. If you'd like to help getting ready. You can go back. Congratulations to Gina Brescia finishing second out of 32 teams that took part. And so, look, there's not too much you can say at moments like this. I know that. I mean, I've been a player. I've lost these kinds of matches, and although it's desperately disappointing, what I will say is that you have given us some of the most electric cricket. And I know you probably don't want to watch that last innings back, but you produced, well, 3 moments that I think will go up in the highlights of the year. And I want to say that I want to congratulate you. It's great to see young players like Hassan Ali coming through. I think had a very good series. Obviously, Rookie, you just keep taking wickets, and you're a very good leader and an inspiration, I know, to your team and even those of us outside your setup. So when you have time to think about this, I know it'll be a tough one. We hope you continue to follow us on our journey. You'll go back and you'll watch your 2 weeks of cricket and all the highlights you created, and they will last a lifetime. So hopefully you can find that positivity in the next couple of weeks. I know it's going to be a hard few days. But one more time, let's give him a big round of applause. Gina Brescia. Well, now I have to talk about these guys, and they were gracious hosts. We've said that already, Roma CC. Of course, we always love coming to the Roma Cricket Ground, and every time we come, there's something new. I wasn't expecting a big hole this time, but there was one, and so we know that underneath there's a very old Roman road, so a bit of history underneath, but you guys making history today. I mean, nobody would have picked you at the start of your group week, and I wouldn't even put Rico's money on it because you were looking awful, but to be fair, you were mixed. I know that you split your first series with Rome Bangla Morning Sun on your first day of play, but you gave glimpses, didn't you? And you just seemed to be able to find the players to fill the holes that you needed. I think you adapted well with your tactics. You had a good mixture of dependability and flexibility, I think, in your lineup. And you were all quite unselfish. And I look at Prabhath, for example, who batted anywhere from 1 to 10, and he bowled when he had to. And that just showed me that you guys were always looking to put the team first. I think for me, it was clear you had a big focus on your fielding and having good fielders in the right positions. I kept talking about the wall of outfielders, which you had. And you just didn't see too many catches going down, Tushara, but certainly made up for it with the bat. But look, congratulations. When I look back at this series, I saw that you had to win 6 sudden death games to make it to that journey, to make it to Spain, and you've done exactly that, and you've had to beat progressively better teams along the way. And to be honest, a win over these guys, you guys should know that you have to be quality to be able to knock them off, 10 over game or no 10 over game. So congratulations. I'm looking forward to seeing you as part of the European Cricket League in 2023. Work hard on your cricket, get better, because Brescia CC, we saw that they set a very high standard. They finished 3rd in the whole of Europe last year. So that's what you should be aspiring to, or better. So well, finally, I just want to say a big congratulations. I'd like you to come up and collect your gold medals now from our tournament referee, Rob Kemming. The winners of this FanCode ECS Italy Super Series and the team going to ECL 23, Roma Cricket Club. Congratulations, guys. Congratulations, Rila. Really? You can just stand back there? It's okay. Because he'll get the trophy in a minute, so it's okay. Congratulations. Congratulations, hey? Hey, go back. You guys can stay here. Where's Rila? He disappeared. Congratulations.
That is the first catch I missed.
I know. Second. You don't have to justify yourself to me. Congratulations. Congratulations. Well done. Congratulations. 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 Well done.
Thank you. Congratulations. Well done.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Well done. Well done.
We'll sort you out, Prabhath. Don't worry about that. There you go.
Well done. Well done.
Congratulations. Okay. Okay. We're getting into the home straight now. Just before we go, I was asked to say something as well, which I think is really important, and it's to do with the spirit of cricket, and it's something that we talk about a lot. But I think it's really important, and it's really nice. Obviously, you guys are devastated right now, but the fact that you are congratulating Roma CC, I think that's a real sign that you guys are classy, and that's what we want in European cricket. So that professionalism means that we need to keep the spirit of cricket in mind, and that is something to always think about, because we want to be known not just for entertaining cricket and great cricket, but also for playing cricket the right way. So I want to congratulate you guys and all the teams, in fact, for playing it that way. So congratulations. And yeah, let's go a round of applause for that. I think that's important to say. Now, before we hand over the trophy to the Roma CC skipper and the Roma CC team, we have one more award to give, and that's the MVP of the series. And this was not an easy one, I can tell you that, because we look at all these strong teams. These strong teams don't get here because they have 1 or 2 good players. All the teams here have several good players, and I'm talking 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, more than 11 good players, that's for sure. So I want to mention just a couple of people quickly, and I want to mention Shahrukh Nawaz for Jinnah Brescia, and Hassan Ahmed as well for Brescia, for Jinnah Brescia. and congratulate you for your contributions. Also, I want to mention Monu Lal from Albano. He had a very good week in the Super Series. Obviously, Fresh Tropical didn't quite have the week they wanted, but Zahid Chima had a very good week for them with the ball. And it did seem the bowlers did often have the answers. Rookie Ahmed mentioned Hassan already, and it's great to see your cricket developing right before our very eyes. For Roma CC, plenty of people to talk about as well, with all of your left-arm spinners, all 9 or 10 of them, however many you have. But I got to say, we saw a couple of hat-tricks for you guys. In fact, we saw a bunch of hat-tricks here. And I want to say big congratulations. Look, Dinadu, I think, had a really good series at the top of the order. Just did enough, didn't he? At the engine room, you know who you are over there as well. It was very hard to decide, I mean, because there were so many even contributions. In the end, the MVP went to a guy who we thought had the biggest all-round effect on the tournament, with his bowling in particular, his batting and his catches. And he's a guy, he took 11 wickets in a day, including a hat-trick. The MVP, Prithuvi Malsha Samarage. Congratulations. There you go. Look at Diana. Okay, we're in the home straight now, and don't forget you can join us in Portugal. It's happening right now. Also 3 matches in Portugal tomorrow. We have a new series starting on Monday in Dresden in Germany for 2 weeks, and Tyrone Peters will be stepping in for me for that one. So plenty of cricket coming up. It's going to be an exciting couple of months on the calendar. We'd love for you to be part of our community, continue engaging with us. But now the time has come to crown the champions and the team that will represent Italy in the ECL in 2023. So I wanted to invite Sujith Rilagadagi. I also have to mention his wicket keeping. He was incredible for Roma CC. And now you'll get to collect the trophy off Rob Kemming. Congratulations. The winners of this Super Series are Roma Cricket Club. Well, what can you say about that? It's been 5 weeks of an Italian adventure we'll never forget. Over 120 matches, 32 teams, and all went down to these big two. And, well, it just was Roma CC's day. Sometimes fairy tales do come true. Join us for more cricket over the weekend in Portugal, and then for more cricket in Dresden from Monday. But for now, this is Vinny Sand and Mr. Maximo. I'll be taking a bit of a break, but the cricket will not stop. We'll see you soon for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night, everybody.